A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
For a wash that's deep clean, sparkling clean, use deep cleaning Oxidol. Oxidol is deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Oxidol's own Ma Perkins. All over America, the news is out, and everywhere there's a tremendous amount of talk and excitement about deep cleaning Oxidol. Women are getting washes so wonderfully clean and white they can hardly believe it. They're discovering that deep cleaning Oxidol reaches deep down into fabrics and gets out graying dirt. Dirt left enclosed by the leading wash-day suds, the leading short plus suds. Now, this fact was demonstrated to women recently, and I'd like you to hear from Mrs. John Rising of St. Bernard, Ohio, who attended the demonstration. Here's what she saw.
In this washing demonstration, they used my clean clothes. At least I thought they were clean because I just washed them with the leading suds to wear your clothes to. Then they washed those clothes over again, this time with deep cleaning Oxidol. You should have seen the dirty wash water come out of those clothes I thought were clean. That dirty wash water showed me that Oxidol really can get out graying dirt left in clothes by those leading short cut suds.
Thanks, Mrs. Rising. And ladies, here's something we'd like you to try. Next wash day, use deep cleaning Oxidol and see for yourself how much dirt Oxidol can get out of your clothes. And even more surprising, look at the clothes themselves. When you use deep cleaning Oxidol, your clothes look sparkling white and bright. Your clothes feel soft and fluffy. Your clothes smell sweet, too. Yes, your clothes look clean, feel clean, smell clean, because they are clean with deep cleaning Oxidol. Yet, Oxidol is really safe. Deep clean clothes stay brighter, new looking longer. So to get your clothes deep clean, sparkling clean, use deep cleaning Oxidol. Oxidol is deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Ask your dealer for Oxidol today. And now for Ma Perkins. Well, yesterday, Ma's eyes were opened at last. Ma is at last learning the truth about her deceitful kinfolk. Ma discovered that Cousin Ed has been lying to her about Mitch Myers, a particularly dramatic discovery there in the little barroom of the local hotel. Let's turn the clock back just a moment. Our scene is again the same. It's shortly before 11 o'clock at night. Ma and Chuckle and Willie are staring in horror at Cousin Ed and Mr. Myers. Look.
Amateur is my best friend in the whole world. Sylvester Amateur is my best friend in the whole world. He's a big shot mining executive, Mr. O'Boy, with such right. Nothing's too good for my best friend as the Hamster family. Well, look at this swell suit of clothes they brought me.
The Hamilton family told you to say that you're a big mining executive, Mr. Myers?
Sure did. They give me a pair of shoes, too. I don't believe them. Who's going to believe a drunk like him? Because, Ma, he's lying.
He ain't lying. There, Ma. There's the truth at last. From this here poor feller himself. What do you say now? Do you believe me now, Ma?
Yes, Chuckle, I believe you, Ma.
Now, just a minute, Cousin Ma. You're not so hasty, Cousin Ma.
Hasty? Did you say Ma's hasty? Why, you no good, sawed-off, runty little imitation crook. Ma's been showing you and your crooked family the faces of the angels. For months now, Ma's put up with your hocus-pocus and your dirty tricks and your shenanigans. Well, there ain't a human being on earth who'd give you the bracelet Ma Perkins gave you. And now, at last, when Ma can't stand your little tricks no more, you tell Ma that she's hasty. I feel like giving you a good back right square on your stupid nose.
Stop it, Chuckle, stop it. Willie, help Mr. Myers to a chair. And then we'll take our leave.
Yes, Ma. But, Cousin Ma, I can explain everything.
You've been explaining for quite a while now, Cousin Ed. When did you and your family come to this town? The day before last Christmas, wasn't it? And from that moment on, I ain't had a moment's peace. Right here and now, tonight, there flashed through my mind all the bad things that have happened during this year. And for everything which happened, you always had an explanation, Cousin Ed. And for some of the things that happened, I made the explanation. Did you ever know that, Cousin Ed? Yes. Yes, for dear Benita's sake, I'd make an excuse for you. An explanation. Just so as not to have no issues between you folks and us. Like the time that you was going to buy that lumberyard in Middleborough with Willie. Or the time you left town so mad at me because I wouldn't lend you $10,000. And each time I'd say, Ed Hammaker ain't a bad man. He's done nothing wrong. Who are we to sit in judgment on another human being? But now, I'm tired, Cousin Ed. I'm tired of having to close my heart against Shuffle. I'm tired of having to worry about Willie. Like Willie having no job. Shuffle and Willie belong with me. I still don't know how you managed to drive them away from me. But I suppose now that the blinders have dropped off my eyes, I'll be able to look back and understand that too. You ain't been nice, Cousin Ed. You ain't been as nice to me and to us as we've been to you. I don't know what my family got to be ashamed of, except that maybe we were fools. If there's anybody who's got to be ashamed, it ain't us.
It's you, Ed Hammaker.
I don't know what you were figuring to gain, passing off this poor man, Mr. Myers, as some kind of a big executive. But that, too, I guess I'll figure out in the days to come. I tell you to your face, Cousin Ed, that you ain't him nice. That's all I can say. Come along, Shuffle. Willie, I want to go to see Benita.
All right, Ma. So you think that it's all over, Ma Perkins? You think that you're such a big shot? You can tell Ed Hammaker off and get away with it, huh?
Ed Hammaker, don't you take such a tone with Ma Perkins or I'll stretch you out flat on the floor.
Very easy, and that's the darn truth. Everybody says that. Everybody's proud. We'll see who comes out on top. The Hammakers or their fancy pants cousins, the Perkinses. When was the last time you seen your precious itsy-bitsy Fay, if I may ask?
Fay?
Fay? What's Fay got to do with it? What's Fay got to do with it? Yeah, wait and see, Big Shot. Just wait and see.
Ed, you Ed Hammaker. What's this about Fay? Speak or I'll murder you right now, this minute.
Let go of me. Let go of me, Shuffle. Help!
Where's Fay? What's this about Fay?
Shuffle, let go of him. Ed, where is Fay? What do you mean about my face?
Very easy, that's your darn truth.
Hey, didn't Fay have a date with Sylvester tonight? Sure. Sylvester told us. Him and Fay was going out.
Yes, that's right. Fay and Sylvester went out tonight.
Sure they went out. What time is it? Yep, it's after 11. That's probably all accomplished by now. And congratulations are in order.
Congratulations?
And the first thing we're going to do when little Fay's Mrs. Sylvester Hammaker, we're going to remember them who was nice to the Hammaker family and them who wasn't.
Mr. Sylvester Hammaker?
Ed, you're lying. He's lying, Ma. Fay wouldn't be caught dead with Sylvester Hammaker.
Ed, you mean tonight? And Sylvester eloped?
And wouldn't you like to know? Now who's singing out of the other side of their face? Come on, Nick. Let's you and me have a little drink. To celebrate the newlyweds.
And now our scene changes. Yes, this eventful night is when Sylvester has planned to get Fay to marry him. We know that when Fay left the house for her date with Sylvester, she had no such intention. She thought they were going to a movie. But now we find that Sylvester has driven Fay out into the country, and he's parked the car on a lonely road.
I hope you don't mind that I'm parking like this, little lady, but I have so much to talk over with you.
I didn't think this was the road to Fort William, Sylvester. Well, let go my hand, please. You said talk.
Oh. Doesn't say when the two of us are together like this. Don't you feel that there's a spark between us? I can't describe it. You feel all choked up and you feel nervous and it just feels good and
Little lady, you ain't a kid. Don't you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I guess I know, Sylvester. You know, I'm really kind of a plain person. I've told you a dozen times that I'm not very much fun to take out.
Well, it's not taking out to which I'm referring to, Cousin Faye. It's more, well, everything. Oh, Cousin Faye, are you going to let everything pass you by? Nobody's getting any younger, and the years go by, and there you sit in your ma's house. Ain't that true, Cousin Faye? Don't you wake up lying there in your bed, and don't you say to yourself, all my life just been such a terrible rut. Why don't something happen?
Yes, I do. Natural, I think. Cousin Sylvester, if you're asking me again to marry you, I still say the same thing. I'm not sure. I'm terribly sorry. You've been very nice to me, but I just can't give you an answer now.
Huh? But, Sarah... Now, there's something else which usually you bear in mind, but I think that now you forgive me. There's the matter of your little girl. Your own dear, sweet little Paulette. Paulette needs a daddy. Have you looked at it from little Paulette's point of view, Sarah?
What you say is very true. If I were going to marry anyone right this minute, I would have Paulette in mind. But I haven't decided yet, Sylvester. I've got the car sold tonight.
But, Cousin Faye, you haven't given me one single solitary reason why you keep saying no.
I don't want to argue about it, Sylvester. I can't say yes, not tonight. I'm sorry. I haven't made up my mind.
Maybe your trouble is that you've got to have your mind made up for you.
What did you say?
I said maybe you've got to have your mind made up for you. Maybe I've been too nice to you. Okay. I gave you your chance, Cousin Faye. Okay. Well, from now on, we're playing it my way. Hold on to your hat, little lady, because here we go. Ladies, if you have a really big wash to do each wash day, you'll especially welcome deep cleaning Oxidol in the giant economy size package. For this giant Oxidol package saves you money and needless trips to the store. And most important, you'll get a dazzling deep clean wash, and your clothes will stay brighter and new looking longer, because deep cleaning Oxidol reaches deep down, all the way down into fabric, and gets out graying dirt in your clothes. So, for a wash that's deep clean, sparkling clean, get deep cleaning Oxidol today. And save money and time. Be sure to ask your dealer for deep cleaning Oxidol in a giant economy size package that saves you money and needless trips to the store. And what's this with Faye and Sylvester? Sylvester doesn't really believe he can force Faye to marry him. But Sylvester will stop at nothing, as Ma learns tomorrow. But now, this is Charlie Warren inviting you to listen again tomorrow to Oxidol's own Ma Perkins. Same time, same station. For a wash that's deep clean, sparkling clean, use deep cleaning Oxidol. Oxidol is deep cleaning. Deep cleaning. Deep cleaning.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster in Sorry, Wrong Number. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeling.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play reverses the usual relation between radio and motion pictures. Sorry, Wrong Number was first a radio drama, and it achieved such success on the air that Hal Wallace decided to make a picture of it. He assigned the author, Lucille Fletcher, to expand her short drama into a full-length screenplay, and the result was a triumph of suspense drama. The rest of the success story you know, because the Paramount picture with Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster as the stars was one of the top films of the year. Tonight, Sorry, Wrong Number completes the circle. and comes back to radio with Miss Stanwyck and Mr. Lancaster in their original screen roles. Just as our drama had a double success story, so has our product, Lux Toilet Soap. It's been a favorite for years in the regular size, and now the new bath size has made Lux Soap a hit all over again. The curtain rises now for the first act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry. In the tangled network of a great city, the telephone is the unseen link between a million lives, servant of our common needs, confidant of our inmost secrets. Life and happiness wait upon its ring, and horror and loneliness, and sometimes even death.
Operator.
Your call, please.
Operator, I've been ringing Murray Hill 32491 for the last half hour, and the line is always busy. Will you ring it for me, please?
Murray Hill 32491. One moment, please.
It's my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. I can't think why that ridiculous wire should be busy. They always close that office at 6 o'clock.
I am ringing your number.
Thank you. Oh, it's busy again. Operator, the line is busy. Now, will you please...
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Stevenson, please.
Hello?
I want to speak to Mr. Henry Stevenson.
Hello, George. Speaking.
Hello, what number is this?
Everything okay for tonight, George? Client says the coast is clear.
I beg your pardon, but I'm using this wire.
What about the time? Still 11:15? 11:15. You got it all straight now?
Hello?
Yeah, I think so. At 11 o'clock, the private patrolman goes around to the bar on 2nd Avenue for a beer. Then I get in through the kitchen window. I wait until the train goes over the bridge in case a window is open and she should scream.
Who is this? Hello?
The client says he doesn't want her to suffer long. You know me, George. And don't forget the jewelry. He wants it to look like a robbery, see? That's very important. Okay. Now let me check that.
Hello? Oh, that's awful. That's horrible. Operator, you just gave me a wrong number. I was calling Murray Hill 32491, but instead I was cut into some other number that you dialed. The wires must have been crossed or something, and I just heard the most dreadful thing, a murder.
Yes, madam.
I want you to get that wrong number back for me at once.
I'm sorry, madam. I do not understand.
I just told you. You dialed a number for me. And then those horrible men came on, and, well, it's unnerved me dreadfully. I'm an invalid,
I'll
and
connect you with the chief operator, madam.
Well, do something, please.
This is the chief operator. May I help you?
What? Oh, yes, you may. I'm an invalid, and I've just had a dreadful shock just now on this telephone, and I'm very anxious to trace the call. It was about a murder, a terrible, cold-blooded murder of a poor, innocent woman tonight at 11:15.
Yes, madam.
I was trying to reach my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago. It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm all alone tonight. My nurse has the night off because my husband promised he'd be home by 6.
About the call, madam.
I don't know any of the neighbors as we live permanently in Chicago, and it so happens that the couple I have working for me had some important date or other. I don't know, a movie, I suppose. They said it was promised them 3 weeks ago. You'd think they'd at least have checked with me before leaving. They know I'm not well.
About the phone call, madam.
I told you I kept getting a busy signal. Then I asked the operator to call for me. And then, out of a clear sky, I was cut into this ghastly conversation between two killers.
I suggest you call the police, madam.
Oh, for heaven's sake, all this idiotic red tape. You just sit there and let people die. Oh. Is anyone downstairs? Gertrude, are you down there? Oh.
Operator.
Give me the police.
I just told you, ma'am. First of all, there's a lot of people named George. As for the private patrolman on 2nd Avenue and the bridge, well, 2nd Avenue is a very long street.
I don't care
Do you
about...
happen to know how many bridges there are in Manhattan?
Oh, this is insane. I tell you, a woman is going to be murdered.
Well, a clue of this sort, why, it's not much more use to us than no clue at all. Unless you think there's something phony about all this.
Phony?
Or that somebody's trying to murder you.
Me? Oh, that would be ridiculous. I mean, Why should anybody? What have I...
There, you see, lady, you got nothing to worry
Now,
about.
just a minute. All right, don't listen to me. Who cares? Oh, Henry, why did you leave me alone? Why did you leave me alone here? Oh, his secretary. Henry's secretary, she'd know. Her number's on the pad. Jennings. Miss Jennings. Elizabeth Jennings.
Why, no, Mrs. Stevenson. I haven't any idea where Mr. Stevenson is.
He was supposed to be home hours ago.
Well, that's odd, isn't it? The last time I saw him was when he left this afternoon to keep an appointment.
What appointment? Where?
Well, I don't know, but I do know he had a luncheon date with a young lady.
What young lady? Tell me, Miss Jennings.
Mrs. Lord, Mrs. Frederick Lord. She seemed very anxious to see Mr. Stevenson.
Mrs. Lord?
I heard him make a date to meet her for lunch.
Why, Mrs. Lord phoned here this afternoon.
Oh?
Yes, the nurse answered. I have the memorandum right here. Mrs. Lord, 4:50 p.m.
I'm afraid that's all I know, Mrs. Stevenson. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Mr. Stevenson's so devoted. He speaks so beautifully of you. Well, if there's anything I can do...
No, thank you, Miss Jennings.
I do hope I haven't let a cat out of the bag.
Good night, Miss Jennings. Mrs. Lord, a young lady, she said. Lunch and gone all afternoon. Hello?
Mr. Stevenson, please.
He's not in. Who's calling?
It's Mr. Evans again. Do you know where I could reach him?
I'm sure I don't know where Mr. Stevenson is. Call back later.
Would 15 minutes be all right? I haven't much time.
Yes, 15 minutes.
And if he should come in, the name is Evans. It's very important.
Yes, I'll tell him. Mrs. Lord, telephone. 4:50 p.m. Murray Hill, 3, 9266.
Hello.
Is Mrs. Lord in?
This is Mrs. Lord. Who's calling, please?
Mrs. Henry Stevenson. It so happens my husband hasn't come home this evening. I thought perhaps you might give me some idea as to where...
Yes, but I can't talk now.
I can't hear you.
Could I call you back?
Call me back? Why? Is anything wrong?
Leona, this is Sally. Sally Hunt.
Sally Hunt?
I'm sorry if I sound ridiculous, but I can't talk now.
No, wait. If you're the Sally Hunt I used to know...
I'll call you back as soon as I can, Leona.
Hey, Sally, who was it?
Just one of the girls, dear. She wanted a recipe.
Hey, Joe would like a bottle of beer. You got any on ice?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not. I'll run down to the store.
Thanks, honey. And hurry back. Joe is dying.
Sally Hunt. Oh, yes. Yes, that was long ago. College, spring dance. He was Sally's date. He was with her when I met him. Henry dancing with Sally.
Hello, Leona. This is Mr. Henry Stevens.
Hello, Henry. Well, can I cut in?
If you don't mind, miss, where I come from, it's the man who does the picking.
All right, go ahead.
But why don't you get somebody your own speed? I'm sure there are better dancers around.
Oh, you'll do all right, Henry. Leona knows her way around the floor.
Thank you, darling. Well, Henry, let's dance.
So your name's Cotterill, huh? No relation to, J.V. Cotterill.
Distant. He's my father.
Your father?
Anything wrong with that?
Oh, no, nothing wrong. What do they call you? The aspiraneerist?
You from out of town?
Well, that depends on what you call out of town.
Oh, I don't know. Harvard?
You trying to be funny?
Okay. What do you call out of town?
Grassville.
Oh. What college is up there?
No college, Miss Cotterill. Just factories. I never even finished high school.
Neither did my father. He always says if a man has talent for making money, why should he waste his time in school?
I guess your old man ought to know.
What do you say we sit the next dance out?
Why?
I've got a car, Mr. Stevenson, a brand new one. A Lagonda. Ever drive one?
I never even heard of one. Besides, I'm with Sally.
Oh, don't worry. She'll never miss you.
But maybe I'll miss her. Why didn't you think of that?
Oh, come on. Don't be silly. For once, I'm not kidding.
And neither am I. So long, Miss Cotterill.
Well, Henry, it took me a few days, but I finally got you in my car. How do you like it?
Fine. Only we don't go together.
It's a lot easier to see you here than, well, with Sally Hunt. I'd never put the two of you together in a million years.
Why not?
Oh, you're both so different. You belong in different worlds.
Yeah. What are you stopping for?
Why not? It's nice here.
Sure, it's nice here. Take a look. This is Grassville. Stick around a few years and then see how much you'll like it.
What do you do, Henry?
I work in a drugstore.
Well, that's a coincidence.
Sure. I work in a drugstore, and your father owns 100 of them.
Would you like to meet him?
Say, who are you kidding?
Nobody. Dad will like you. You're young, healthy, ambitious.
Why don't you stop? What does a girl like you want with a guy like me?
Dad's coming to New York next weekend. I'm cutting my classes on Saturday. Want to come with me?
I don't know. When you look at me like that, Come on, let's get out of here.
No, not yet, Henry. Not yet, darling.
Sure, I like him, honey, but he's nobody, Leona. And what has he got? Nothing.
And what did you have, Dad, when you started?
Besides, I thought you said he was sort of engaged to that girlfriend of yours, that Sally something.
Oh, that's all over with. Dad, I love him.
Love him? Oh, come on. If I really thought you did, you know I'd be the first one.
Oh, no. Don't start telling me that.
Leona, what's the matter?
You make me laugh. What does it really matter to you if I love Henry or not? All you want is for me to stay here with you for the rest of your life. You're afraid of losing me.
Haven't I always let you do anything you ever wanted to do? But marriage is something else. I worked hard. I built up a big business just for you. And you yourself wouldn't want to see some worthless clock of a husband, a guy who
Let me alone.
Leona,
you don't
please.
care about me. You're thinking only of yourself and your business. You're hateful, selfish, and hateful.
Leona, stop it, dear. You'll make yourself sick.
And what good is your wonderful money and your wonderful business if I'm dead? Yes, that's what you want to do, drive me into my grave. You don't care just as long as your business is safe.
How can you say things like
go
that?
away. Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me.
Darling, listen to me. I didn't mean to. Look, we'll talk it all over again. It says... Leona. Wilson! Wilson, quick, call a doctor!
Sally Hunt. I took Henry away from her. She couldn't stand it. Even after all these years, she couldn't stand it. Going to him today, seeing him in his office. Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. I'm sorry I had to be so mysterious before, but I just couldn't talk at home. My husband was there.
Well, this is all certainly rather odd, to say the least.
Oh, this whole thing must seem very peculiar to you, Leona. Hearing from me after all these years. But I had to see Henry again today. I've been so worried about him. Worried? About what? Well, my husband, he's with the district attorney's office. And a couple of weeks ago...
Sally, here in the newspaper about an old boyfriend of yours.
Old boyfriend?
Yeah. Remember Henry Stevenson?
Oh.
Pictures in the paper. Mr. and Mrs. Henry Stevenson, she's the former Leona Cotterill of Lake Forest, Illinois, have taken a house for the summer in Sutton Place. Mrs. Stevenson, in poor health for several years, is here to consult with specialists. Mr. Stevenson is vice president of the Cotterill Drug Corporation.
Are you tearing it out for me?
Oh, no. No, it may come in handy in a case I'm working on.
What sort of a case?
Oh, special investigation. Joe's on it, wouldn't
Henry hasn't done anything wrong, has he?
Sorry, honey. One too many questions. Eh? Don't tell me you're still stuck on that guy.
Oh, don't be silly, darling.
Hello. Anything happened, Joe? And Stevenson fell for it, huh? Oh, sure, we'll go. Look, tell Volga to line it up. No, 5,000's enough, and $100 bills, and make sure they're marked. And for Pete's sake, keep your mouth shut. Thursday, huh? Okay, 10 o'clock.
I'm sorry if it seems involved, Leona.
Involved? I simply don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Well, wait till I finish. I know I didn't have any right to do it. But that Thursday, I went to South Ferry. I don't know what I expected to see, but... Well, anyway, I spotted Fred and his friend Joe from the police. There was another man with them. I guess the one who was to bring the $5,000 in marked bills. Well, I followed them.
Followed them where?
Aboard the ferry and over to Staten Island. They went far out to a very desolated stretch of beach. Nothing but a few broken-down shacks and an old deserted house. I had to stay way behind them so they wouldn't see me. But then they went in the house.
That gave me a chance to come closer. There was a freshly painted sign out front. 20 Dunstan Terrace, it said. And the name Evans. W. Evans.
Evans?
Do you know him?
I've never heard of him. Well, what happened?
Well, after a while, a motorboat came into shore and tied up at a pier in back of the house. A man, sort of elderly, got out of the boat and went into the house. He was carrying a suitcase. A little later, my husband came out. Only now he had the suitcase. Well, he didn't come home until late that night, and I was dying to ask him what happened, what possible connection it could have with Henry.
Well?
I didn't dare ask him, Leona. But things have happened since, and unless we do something drastic, it may be too late.
Your 5 minutes are up. Please deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Oh, just a minute, please. I know I have another nickel. Are you still there, Leona?
I'm here. This is one of the queerest things I've ever heard.
Yes, I know. And I just didn't seem to be able to connect Henry with it. That's why I finally went to see him today.
What did you find out?
Well, I met him for lunch. He told the captain he was expecting a very important phone call, and then we sat down.
It's been a long time, Sally. 8 years. Tell me, how's dear old Grassville these days?
I don't know, Henry. I haven't been back.
So you're married now, Living here in New York?
Yes. My husband's with the district attorney's office.
Oh?
That's why I wanted... Henry, what I'm trying to say is this. A few days ago, I saw a picture of you in the newspaper. Vice president now.
Sounds beautiful, doesn't it? Biggest drug business in the country.
I was sorry to read that Leona isn't well.
Yes. Chicago doctors don't seem to know just what it is. Her trouble, I mean.
Henry, what do you do in the drug business?
Push buttons, like all other vice presidents.
Oh, but I'm serious.
So am I. I'm almost as important as the office boy.
Don't mean to be inquisitive. I only mean this for your own good.
Mean what for my own good?
Well, yesterday, my husband was making out a report...
We have your phone call, Mr. Stevens.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, Sally. I'll be right back.
Well, I waited a while, Leona. But Henry didn't come back, and then
deposit 5 cents for the next 5 minutes.
Operator, but I haven't been talking 5 minutes. I deposited another nickel only a couple...
I am sorry, madam. Please deposit another 5 cents.
But I haven't any more change.
Hello.
Leona, I'll have to call you back. But I only wanted to say that Henry never came back to the table and that he is in trouble.
Fred's been talking to the police. I've heard him mention Henry's name over and over again. And there's someone else in it, too. That man called Evans. Your 5 minutes are up, madam. Waldo Evans. He owns that house on Staten Island. I am sorry, madam. I will have to disconnect you.
Reverse the charges. Put them on this phone. Operator!
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act 2 of Sorry, Wrong Number. Now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. Well, Libby, that was the gala evening we all had at the premiere of 20th Century Fox's new picture, 12 O'Clock High.
Yes, indeed. And for one person in particular, it must have been the thrill of a lifetime. I'm thinking about our little Lux girl, Jackie Barnes.
The winner of the national contest for the prettiest 15-year-old Lux girl.
Mm-hmm.
Jackie was an honored guest at the premiere. She certainly was a radiant youngster.
She got more compliments than she could count that evening.
Well, that's the way it is with Lux girls, Libby. You know, Jackie was telling me how impressed she was with 12 O'Clock High.
As everyone was. It's always good news when Gregory Peck heads a cast. And this time, I think he has the best role of his career.
Yes, he makes the tough commander of a wartime bomber group an unforgettable personality.
It's a gripping story you feel intensely. The dangerous flying sequences, the day-by-day strain those men endured. The whole cast is magnificent.
12 O'Clock High is one picture, Libby, where the men take the honors.
Yes, except for Joyce Mackenzie. She plays the one feminine role. Makes her debut in pictures as the Army nurse.
There's another lovely Lux girl.
She is indeed, John. Like so many successful young actresses, she finds Lux toilet soap gives her complexion just the care it needs.
Recent tests by skin specialists prove that Lux Soap Care really works. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became softer, smoother in a short time. No wonder Lux Toilet Soap is the leading beauty soap, not only in Hollywood, but all over the country. If you hadn't tried it, why not begin your Lux Soap facials tomorrow? Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend this gentle protecting care. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry. It's a moment or so later. Through an open window, the night air drifts slowly in Leona's window, heavy with the heat of a New York summer. Leona lies motionless on the bed, and the sounds of the night become magnified. The tugboats on the river, the hum of distant traffic, the muffled roar of a train passing over a bridge, and then suddenly...
Hello?
Leona, this is Sally again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm calling from the subway station. The stores around here are all closed. I've just been home, Leona, and some more has happened. That house on Staten Island, the one I told you about, well, it was burned down this afternoon. The police have captured 3 men, but this Waldo Evans escaped.
But who is Waldo Evans? And for heaven's sake, what's his connection with my husband?
I still don't know, Leona, but I do know the whole thing has something to do with your father's company.
Oh, that's absurd. My father called me from Chicago this afternoon. He never mentioned a word. Now, look, who's been arrested and why?
3 men, and I don't know why.
And why do you think Henry's one of them?
I didn't say that. I only know that somehow he's terribly involved.
Did anyone say he was going to be arrested?
No, not exactly.
Then what are you talking about? Why are you calling me like this? Are you still jealous that I took Henry away from you? Can't you bear to see me happy? Can't you stop telling lies and making trouble even now?
Leona, I can't talk anymore.
Then I'm right. You are just trying to make trouble.
No. Fred and Joe, they're coming down the subway platform. If my husband should see me here... Leona, I've got to hang up.
Hello? Oh. Yes?
This is Western Union. We have a message for Mrs. Henry Stevenson.
This is Mrs. Stevenson.
The telegram is as follows. Darling, terribly sorry, but last minute remembered annual drug convention tomorrow in Boston. Taking next train out, back Sunday morning.
Oh.
Keep well. All my love. And signed, Henry. That is all, madam. Do you wish us to deliver a copy of the...
Oh, no.
Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge in case her window is open and she should scream. The client says the coast is clear. I got your message, George. Everything okay for tonight?
Henry is in trouble. Desperate trouble.
Darling, terribly sorry. Taking next train out. Back Sunday morning. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge. Then I wait till the train goes over the bridge.
Dr. Alexander? Doctor, this is Mrs. Stevenson.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Stevenson. How are you?
I need you right away, Doctor. Please come right over.
Now, Mrs. Stevenson, what seems to be the
I
matter?
said I want you to come over at once.
I'm afraid I can't tonight, Mrs. Stevenson. Now, be sensible. If you just make up your mind to cooperate with your husband and me in our plan of action...
Plan of action? What are you talking about?
Mrs. Stevenson, I explained everything in my letter over a week ago.
Letter? What letter?
But surely your husband... Hasn't he spoken to you, Mrs. Stevenson?
About what?
Look, you try to compose yourself now, and perhaps we can discuss it tomorrow.
We'll discuss it now. Do you hear me? Now, this very minute.
Well, if you insist upon knowing. Your husband called at my office about 10 days ago. He seemed quite concerned about your condition.
Naturally. Anyway, we discussed your illness at great length.
Still a puzzle to me, Doctor. I still don't know what's wrong with her.
Well, Mr. Stevenson, your wife's illness seems to date far back to her early childhood. Is that true?
Yes, I suppose so.
But you knew nothing about it when you married her?
No, not till after a couple of years. You see, we were living with her father then, in Lake Forest. I remember early one morning.
Why did you do that, Henry? Why did you send the maid for my handbag?
Why? Because there's something in it that I need.
Well, how much money do you want?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Leona, but this time it isn't money. Simply that I wrote Ferguson's telephone number in your notebook last night. And I want to call him. We have a date for lunch.
You know perfectly well you're having lunch with me today.
I know, Leona, but I won't be able to make it. This date with Ferguson's rather important.
Oh? More important than me, I suppose?
Oh, it isn't that, Leona. It's just that... Well, it's about a job.
You have a job. What on earth are you talking about?
Leona, I've been meaning to say this to you for weeks. I just don't belong in your father's business.
Who says you don't?
I do. I say it. Working for your father is like running in a dream. No matter how hard you try, you know you'll never get anywhere. I don't want to graft up your charity for the rest of my life. I want a chance on my own.
Only you're not getting the chance. I won't have you traipsing around, you hear? Just because Dad doesn't go falling all over himself, you're not going to throw away $1 million business like Cotterill for an idle whim. It happens to be my business, too, you know. And to think my own husband turns up his nose at it. Now call Ferguson and tell him you've changed your mind. Go on, Henry, call him.
But I haven't changed my mind.
You're still going?
Yes. And someday you'll see it'll be better for both of us.
Henry, wait.
Now, that's a little silly, isn't it? Locking the door?
You're not going, Henry. Not as long as you're my husband.
Oh, come on, Leona. Give me that
You
key.
can't do it. You can't do this to me. Nobody's ever done it. Nobody.
Will you please stop and give me that
Henry,
key?
please. If you love me at all. Henry, I beg you. I'll talk to Dad. I'll do anything. Anything you want, only don't leave me. Don't go away.
Give me that key.
No, I won't. Oh, Henry, you're hurting. Henry, please.
Your husband told me, Mrs. Stevenson, that in spite of your opposition, he had lunch that day with Mr. Ferguson. When he got home that evening, he said your father was waiting for him at the door, angry and worried.
All right, Henry. Come in the library. I want to talk to you.
What's the matter? Where's Leona?
Leona's in bed. She had an attack. A heart attack. She almost died.
Heart attack?
Did you two quarrel this morning?
Yes, but what's that?
Weren't you supposed to have lunch with Leona?
Yes, but I had to see someone else. Look, Mr. Cotterill, if you don't mind, I'd like to see Leona.
You'll see Leona when she's ready to see you. Just in case you don't know it, Leona's had a heart condition since childhood. Her mother died of it the day Leona was born. Leona can't stand being treated the way you did this morning. She never has been before, and she's not going to be now by you or anyone else.
And what happens if once in a while I have an opinion of my own?
I don't give a hoot about your opinions, Henry. Have them. Think anything you like. But while you're in this house, you'll do what my daughter tells you to do.
I think you should know that the argument this morning was about a very important decision.
Don't be a fool.
A decision I made as much for the sake of Leona's future as for my own.
Was it for her that you had lunch with Ferguson? Well, did you get the job?
No, I didn't.
And I'll tell you why you didn't. It so happens I'm a pretty good customer of Ferguson's. I buy more than $2 million worth of dyes every year. Now, who do you think he's going to care about, you or me?
So that's what happened.
Now, who else in Chicago would you like to have lunch with about a job? Oh, face up to it, Henry. Just as long as you're my son-in-law, you're working for me and nobody else. If you really cared for Leona the way I do, you'd have done the same thing in my place. Besides, you haven't done so badly for yourself. I'll go upstairs and see Leona. She's been asking for you.
Well, Mrs. Stevenson, as I say, we discussed all these things in my office 10 days ago, your husband and I. I asked Mr. Stevenson how long this heart attack of yours lasted.
Oh, she got well right away, Doctor. Maybe I should have pulled out then and there. But I didn't pull out. Somehow I couldn't. Her father wasn't altogether wrong. I hadn't done too badly for myself. Anyway, from that time on, I began to compromise. Always with the hope that somehow, someday, I'd win out on my own. But it wasn't long before we were right back where we started.
Another attack?
Yes, sir. I remember one day in particular. I had an idea that I hoped might help the city.
Henry, you mean you brought me here just to look at an apartment?
Oh, you'd be crazy about it, Leona. Now, come on, let's go in and look it over.
I'm not interested, Henry.
But you haven't even seen it. Why, there are terraces on all four sides.
I've told you 1,000 times we don't need an apartment.
Leona, it's not an apartment I'm looking for. What I want is a home of our own. You just can't go on living with your father indefinitely.
I don't see why not. There's plenty of room and I like it. Besides, who's going to pay for this little penthouse?
Well, I hope eventually I will.
Oh, eventually. But in the meantime, it's my money, and I'm the one who's going to pay for it.
Okay, Leona. Let's go.
Oh, Henry, you're so naive. You're like a little boy with a box of candy. I just can't throw my money away on everything you happen to see. There's a limit.
Sure, there's a limit. I'm supposed to follow you around like a pet dog tied to a chain. I'm supposed to like whatever crumbs you want to throw me.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Yes, you've got me sewed up 16 different ways for 3 meals a day and pocket money.
That's all you care about. That's all you married me for, my money. I should have known it. I should have known it.
Oh, stop it, Leona. Oh. Please, just for once, will you listen to me?
You hate me. You're bored with me. All you want to do is get away.
Okay, I'm bored. Bored stiff. Who wouldn't be with that neat little routine you've got cooked up for me? What do I have? Nothing. Nothing on my own. Not even the studs on my shirt or the matches in my pocket.
Henry, how can you say this to me?
You once told me I'd love this kind of life, remember? Well, do you want to know something? I do love it. I love it now more than you'll ever know. But I want to be my own boss, profiting by every bit of it, not just the stooge on the outside looking in.
Henry, get me some water. Quick.
Listen to me, Leona, please.
Oh.
It isn't that I want to be without you. I could love you still if only you'd try to understand.
Henry, my purse. Henry, the pills in my purse.
That attack kept her in the hospital nearly 3 weeks, Doctor. At the time, I thought it was all my fault. But no matter what I did, her attacks increased in violence and became more frequent. About a year ago, Leona, she just seemed to give up hope of ever getting well. She took to her bed more or less permanently. It was my idea to come to New York and see you. The doctors in Chicago said she didn't have much of a chance. Anyway, we rented the house on Sutton Place, and here we are. And believe me, it's been more and more like a nightmare.
Mr. Stevenson, there's absolutely nothing wrong organically with your wife's heart.
Nothing wrong?
I've examined her thoroughly. And what you've just told me confirms what I've thought from the start.
And that is?
Her condition is mostly mental.
Mental?
She's what we call a cardiac neurotic. Her attacks are brought on by her emotions, her lack of control, her frustrations. The whole thing is probably quite unconscious on her part. Now, I'm not saying your wife isn't sick. Mentally, she is sick, and her attacks are real enough. But given the proper treatment, she may snap out of it entirely. Well, I'll call on her tomorrow. There's a psychiatrist I wanted to see.
Doctor, I wish you could wait a few days. I'd like to think this over.
Think it over?
Yes, you see, she's so easily upset. And I think that maybe I ought to prepare her. Get her used to the idea.
Well, a few days more or less won't matter, I suppose.
Unless you wanted to write her a letter. It might make it easier for her to take, and it would give me more time to talk to her.
Well, it's an extremely delicate matter, Mr. Stevenson. But if you think you can manage it, let's try it that way. Give me a ring in a couple of days. Meanwhile, I'll write the letter.
Thanks, Doctor. Thanks for everything.
Well, that's exactly the way I left things, Mrs. Stevenson, 10 days ago. As your husband requested, I wrote you the letter.
And I'm telling you I never received a letter.
Well, let's not worry about that now. I've told you everything, and now I want you to relax. Do you have that sedative I prescribed?
Yes, it's here.
Well, then take some. Double the dose, and I'll...
Liars! 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 Hello.
Mrs. Stevenson?
Who is it?
This is Mr. Evans. I've been trying to get you, but your line has been busy. Has Mr. Stevenson come home?
No, he isn't here. He won't be back until Sunday. And will you please tell me what this is all about? Why are you calling him? Who are you?
I've already told you, Mrs. Stevenson, and I'm very sorry if I've annoyed you. But there are names and addresses that are very important for Mr. Stevenson to know. So if you'll be good enough to take the following message...
What are you talking about? I can't take any messages now.
If you'll please tell Mr. Stevenson that the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace has been burned down. I burned it down.
You what?
Also, that I do not believe it was Mr. Morano, the name is spelled M-O-R-A-N-O, who betrayed us to the police. And since Mr. Morano has been arrested by the district attorney's office, there is no necessity for the money now.
Oh, this is fantastic. What money? Who's Morano?
Thirdly, tell Mr. Stevenson that I escaped, and I am now at the Manhattan address. However, I do not expect to be here after midnight. If he wishes to find me, he may call me at a phone number, Bowery 2-1000. And now, if you'll be so good as to repeat...
You're insane. Do you realize I'm a terribly sick woman?
I'm very sorry for you, Mrs. Stevenson. I don't know. Perhaps it would be better to tell you the true facts. I mean now, before they are gobbled by the police. Maybe then you'll understand. But if you're ill...
I don't know what or whom to believe. So much has happened to me tonight. And I'm sick. My doctor says
I'll tell you all I know, Mrs. Stevenson.
Well, tell me then. Tell me.
It started over a year ago at your father's factory in Chicago. You see, Mrs. Stevenson, I had worked in your father's company for many years. I'm a chemist. Anyway, late one afternoon, your husband walked into the laboratory and he...
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of Sorry, Wrong Number. Our guest tonight is Barbara Ann Knudsen, young Paramount starlet. Aren't you glad, Barbara, you were present at a certain little theater production one evening?
A lucky evening for me, Mr. Keeley. A talent scout saw me, arranged for a screen test,
And here you are in picture.
Yes. And from now on, I'm going to work like mad. Oh, it must be wonderful to be a great actress like Olivia de Havilland.
Well, I gather you've seen her new picture, The Heiress.
Not once, but 3 times. I can understand why the New York motion picture critics gave Miss de Havilland the award for the best performance of the year.
And how did you like Montgomery Clift as the money-conscious suitor in The Heiress?
He's splendid, so dashing and romantic, too. And Ralph Richardson as the stern father is simply perfect.
Do you remember the scene where he compares his unpopular daughter with her sought-after cousin?
Oh, yes. The party scene where Mona Freeman is the reigning belle. She's like a Dresden doll, so blonde and dainty.
Those lavish costumes of the crinoline era suit her beauty very well.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy. And she's just as delicate and lovely in real life. Always so beautifully groomed.
Real Lux loveliness, huh?
Exactly. Mona Freeman gives her complexion daily Lux soap care. And she's really keen about the new bath size cake.
9 out of 10 screen stars say they're delighted with this new product of Lever Brothers Company. For a luxurious, refreshing, relaxing beauty bath, you simply can't buy a finer soap.
That's the way I feel. I love the nice fragrance it leaves on the skin.
Thank you, Miss Barbara Ann Knudsen. Women who use the generous new bath-size Lux toilet soap will agree. Its rich, abundant lather and delicate flower-like fragrance make a wonderfully refreshing beauty bath. So, for all over Lux loveliness, why not get the satin-smooth bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Sorry, Wrong Number, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Leona and Burt Lancaster as Henry.
I get in through the kitchen window. I wait till the train goes over the bridge. 11:15. You got it all straight now. 11:15.
The clock on the table says 10 minutes to 11 o'clock. But Leona Stevenson, clutching the telephone, listens with mounting bewilderment and fright to the voice of a man named Waldo Evans.
Yes, Mrs. Stevenson. Your husband came into the laboratory and started asking me questions about the drugs we use and how we prepare them.
Well, this is very interesting, Mr. Evans. So, this is where the formula for all our products are developed, huh?
That's right.
Some of these drugs must be very valuable.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stevenson, very valuable.
I see. And, tell me, what do you do with them?
Why, they go into the various Cotterell products, sir.
Mm-hmm. And, you're the man in charge here, huh?
Yes, sir.
I see. Well, thanks for your time, Mr. Evans. I was just curious.
Thank you, sir. Good night, Mr. Stevenson. That was my first meeting with your husband, Mrs. Stevenson. Then, from time to time, he'd drop into the laboratory and visit with me. And one night, when it was storming, he offered to drive me home.
So you're a bachelor, Mr. Evans. Well, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. I live in a rooming house on Chestnut Street.
A man all by himself, no responsibilities. Tell me, why do you work so hard?
Well, to tell you the truth, sir, because I have a hope. An ideal, you might say. In a few years, I hope to retire.
Retire, huh?
Oh, I have it all planned, sir. I'm going back to England. I hope to raise horses, sir. Well, not race horses. Just horses, sir. Do you care for horses, Mr. Stevenson?
Well, I'm afraid I haven't thought very much about them.
Oh, then you're missing a great deal. Well, that's my hope, sir. To live there quietly and raise horses.
Why have you waited this long? Money?
Money, of course. But someday I'll...
Well, why wait until you're old? What good is a dream when you're too old to enjoy it?
Oh, I've thought of that, Mr. Stevenson. I suppose the zest does come out of things with the encroachments of old age.
No, you're talking, Wally. My motto is if you want something, get it now.
It's the next turn to the right, Mr. Stevenson. Chestnut Street.
You know, Wally, I've been thinking. There might be a way out.
A way out?
Yes. To have your little place in England. Everything you want.
Indeed, sir.
And all you have to do is to make a little mistake every now and then.
Mistake?
In the laboratory. I've been checking on it, Wally. The way you're set up, no one would ever know.
Mr. Stevenson, I better say good night, sir.
Wait a minute. The differences in the amounts of those raw drugs you handle need be so slight that nobody but yourself would ever know.
I don't understand, sir.
Look what you've done for the company all these years. And what have you gotten out of it? Not a tenth of the salary you should be getting.
No, please, Mr. Stevenson.
Now, don't be silly. I've already talked it over with someone else.
Talked it over with whom?
A man named Morano. He can handle all the raw drugs that we can get. And then we split. You, Morano, and I.
Mr. Stevenson, I just can't believe it. You're a young man. Vice president of the company. A wonderful future ahead of you.
Don't make me laugh. Yes, I'm young. Young enough not to waste my life in dreaming. There are things I want to do, big things, and the only way to do them... I'm sorry, Wally. I thought you were my kind of a person. I trusted you.
But what if we were caught?
Why should we be caught? We'll make our pile and stop before anyone even guesses what went on. Morano knows just what to do. Besides, for once, there's an advantage in being Cotterell's son-in-law.
Yes, I see.
I thought you would, Wally. Well, partner, we're in business.
And so we started, Mrs. Stevenson. A systematic plan of robbing your father's company. By September of last year, I had banked the sum of $7,500. But then, I received a memorandum from the personnel office.
Will you please stop your whining? Didn't you read the memo? You're not fired. They're simply transferring you to the New Jersey plant.
But they must suspect. This is a warning. I'm sure of it. I'm through, Mr. Stevenson.
Look here, you old fool. We've been stooges up till now. Morano's played us for suckers. This is our chance to get rid of him. That transfer of yours is just what I've been looking for.
I don't understand.
Look, I'll tell Morano you've been fired, that the deal's all washed up. Meanwhile, you're back there in New Jersey. We'll operate on our own, and we'll split Morano's share between us.
But I'm just a chemist, Mr. Stevenson. I don't know anything about disposing of drugs.
But I do. I know all about it. Now, listen. The Cotterell plant in New Jersey is in Bayonne. And just across the bay from Bayonne is Staten Island. I happen to know a little about Staten Island.
About 6 weeks later, we began operations, Mrs. Stevenson, on Staten Island, New York. Our headquarters was an old abandoned house, 20 Dunstan Terrace. There, twice a week after work, I would come from your father's plant in Bayonne. And there, Mr. Stevenson would telephone me or mail me his instructions from Chicago. A little over 3 months ago, Mr. Stevenson arrived in New York. A few nights later, when I went to 20 Dunstan Terrace, I found that your husband was not alone.
Come right in. We've been waiting for you.
Wally, this is Morano.
Morano?
You didn't expect me, did you, Mr. Evans? Well, neither did Mr. Stevenson. But here I am. You see, I have ways of finding things out. For instance, ever since the two of you broke off our pleasant little association in Chicago, I find you've accumulated a rather large bank account. Am I right?
What about it? I'm warning you right now, Morano. Don't you try any funny business.
Relax, Mr.
I'm warning you.
I said relax. Sure, you're a big, strong guy, Mr. Stevenson, but mussing me up won't get you anywhere. You see, I merely represent an organization. But we had what you might call a board meeting, and the vote was 7-1 against you. Now, that's pretty serious. That's like a death sentence.
Cut it short, Morano. What do you want?
Mr. Stevenson, please give them what they want. Mr. Morano, you can take everything I've got.
Shut up.
Now, if you were to turn back what you've accumulated, Mr. Stevenson, and pay us $200,000 for our injured feelings, I might get the board to reconsider their decision.
You know as well as I do I don't have that kind of money.
But you have such wonderful connections. A millionaire father-in-law, a very rich wife.
Yes, a lot of good that does. Why do you suppose I went into this racket?
But I thought I read somewhere about your wife being sick. Very sick.
What about it?
Well, she has life insurance, hasn't she? Made out in your name? Now, I'm pretty sure the board would give you, say, 90 days to raise the money on something like that.
Why 90 days?
Isn't that what the doctor in Chicago said? She wouldn't get better?
Yes, that's what he said, but... What's that?
Oh, just a little IOU to make it legal, you see. Everything can be straightened out without any trouble, without any rough stuff.
But suppose something happened, and my wife didn't. I mean, if she got better.
I wouldn't worry about that, Mr. Stevenson. You've got a doctor's word for it, haven't you? They know their business. So here, take the pen and sign the piece of paper.
What I have just told you, Mr. Stevenson, took place 3 months ago. I need not describe Mr. Stevenson's distress when the IOU became due last Wednesday. As I understand it, Mr. Stevenson saw Mr. Milano, but his request for an extension was refused. And now, inasmuch as I have already given you the final message, I believe the rest explains itself quite simply.
Mr. Evans, where is my husband? Where is Mr. Stevenson now?
I wish I knew. Perhaps if you tried the Bowery number.
The Bowery number? What Bowery number?
The one I gave you when I first started to talk. Mrs. Stevenson, I'm afraid I must ask you to check it all.
I can't.
I'll repeat it once more. Point 1, the house at 20 Dunstan Terrace was burned down this afternoon. I did it. Point 2, I escaped. Point 3, Mr. Milano has been arrested, so it will not be necessary to raise the money. Point 4, it was not Mr. Milano who told the police.
Just give me the Bowery number, the one for my husband.
Point 5, I am at the Manhattan address now, but I'm leaving. And may be found at Bowery 2-1000.
Bowery 2-1000?
Yes, after midnight. Good night, Mrs. Stevenson. And thank you very much.
Bowery 2-1000. Bowery 2-1000. Oh, Henry. Oh.
Bowery 2-1000.
Is this Bowery... Is Mr. Stevenson there?
Mr. who?
Stevenson, Mr. Henry Stevenson. I was told to call by a Mr. Evans.
Just a minute, I'll see. Stevenson?
Yes, Stevenson.
Hold on. Hello?
Yes?
No, he's not here, ma'am.
Oh, well, Mr. Evans said he might be expected. Could I leave a message?
Message? Now, look, lady, if this is your idea of a joke...
Oh, please help me. What number is this? What am I calling?
Bowery 2-1000, the city morgue.
Oh!
Operator.
Police! Give me the police quickly.
I will ring the police department.
No, wait a minute. Give me the hospital. I can't be alone. It's 11 o'clock. Hurry, please. It's 11 o'clock.
One moment, please.
Operator, I can't hear you. Are you calling the hospital? Operator.
Bellevue.
Is this a hospital?
Yes.
I want the nurse's registry. I want to hire a trained nurse immediately for the night.
I am sorry, but this is a city
It
hospital.
doesn't matter. I've got to have a nurse.
I understand that, madam.
I'm sick and I'm all alone. All alone in this horrible empty house. I overheard a telephone conversation about a murder. A murder to be committed at 11:15. I don't know what's happened to my husband. If something isn't done, I'm afraid What was that?
What was what, madam?
That clicked just now on my telephone. As though someone had lifted the hook off the extension downstairs.
I did not hear it, madam, and if you will...
Well, I did. There's someone in this house. There's someone downstairs. And they're listening to me now. Who is it? Who's down there? Oh. Hello?
New Haven is calling Mrs. Henry Stevenson. Is she there?
I can't talk now. Call back later.
I have a person-to-person call from Mr. Stevenson. Do you not
Did
wish
you
to
say
accept
Mr.
the call?
Stevenson? Mr. Stevenson from New Haven?
Do you wish to accept a call, madam?
Oh, yes.
One moment, please. Here's your party, sir.
Hello, darling?
Henry, where are you?
Well, on my way to Boston, dear. Stopping off between trains in New Haven. Didn't you get my wire?
Yes, I got it.
I was sorry I couldn't reach you by phone before I left. But, of course, I knew you'd be all right.
Well, I'm not all right. There's someone in this house, Henry. Right now, I'm sure of it.
No, honey, how could there be? Don't tell me you're still alone.
Well, of course I'm alone. Who else could be here? You promised to be home at 6 o'clock.
I know, Leona, but I thought I explained to the telegram.
I've been alone for hours. I've been afraid of every kind of horrible call. And Henry, I want you to call the police. Do you hear me? Tell them to come over at once.
Now, honey, you know you're perfectly safe. The doors are all locked and there's a private patrolman. You're right in the heart of New York City and the phone's there at your bed.
Henry, what do you know? What do you know about a man named Waldo Evans?
Evans? Why? Why do you ask?
I had a long talk with him just a little while ago about you.
About me? Well, what about me?
Oh, he told me some terrible things. Some of it sounded insane, but some of it, maybe it was true.
You mustn't listen to every crackpot that calls you up there. Now just try to forget about it.
He said you'd been stealing from Dad's company. Is that true, Henry?
Leona, of course it's not true.
Well, he left some kind of a message for you that the house on Staten Island had been burned down and that the police knew everything and that Morano had been arrested and that... Henry, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
They said you were a criminal, Henry, a desperate man. And Evans said you wanted me to die.
Leona.
And that money, Henry, that money those people wanted. Why didn't you ask me for it? Why, I'd have given it to you gladly if it would have saved your life. I'll give it to you now if it isn't too late.
That's all right. Forget about it.
I didn't mean to be so awful to you, Henry. I only did it because I loved you, and I thought you didn't love me, and that you'd go away and leave me.
Leona.
Yes?
I want you to do something for me.
Will you forgive me first, Henry, will you?
I want you to try to get out of bed.
Please, Henry, please.
Leona, listen to me.
I
try to get out of bed.
I can't get out of bed.
You've got to. Walk over to the window and stop screaming, Leona. Scream out of the street.
I can't move, Henry. I'm too frightened, and
Keep trying. Otherwise, you've only got 3 more minutes to live.
Henry!
Don't talk anymore. Just get out of that bed. I confessed everything. I did steal from your father, and I was so desperate that I even tried. I erased it.
Henry, I can hear footsteps. Somebody's coming up the stairs.
Get out of that bed. Walk, Leona. Walk.
No, I can't. Henry. Oh, Henry, save me. The train. I can hear the train. It's near the bridge.
Please, Leona, wait for them to get me. They'll know. They'll find out from Morano.
Oh, no. No, please don't. Oh, please. Please, I'll give you anything. Please, no.
Ready with your party, sir.
Leona!
Sorry. Wrong number.
For a thrilling experience in the theater, our thanks go to this evening's stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster. They're coming down stage now for a curtain call. You know, it's good to have you both back.
And it's nice to be back.
Bill says you got him in bed with the audience, Barbara.
In what way?
Well, we keep getting letters asking why you haven't been here for so long. And we have to keep explaining that you've made one picture right after another with no time off in between.
One thing is sure, Bill. I haven't forgotten the Lux Radio Theater or Lux Soap. It's my favorite complexion care and has been for years.
And that's one of the nicest compliments Lux has ever received.
Barbara, tell me if you can. Isn't she wonderful?
I sound like
How
Andy
many...
Devine.
She says she sounds like Andy Devine. Tell me, Barbara, how many pictures have you made that still aren't released?
4, Bert.
And what's the first one we'll see?
The Hal Wallace production, Thelma Jordan.
Oh, yes, Wendell Corey's in that, too. You know, when you and Hal Wallace get together on a picture, we know it's going to be a hit. Bert, I hear you are off for New York in a few days.
Yes, I've just finished my own Norma F.R. production of The Hawk and the Arrow at Warner Brothers. And now I'm going to New York to see a few shows and take a brief vacation.
Well, your last vacation you spent out on the road with a circus as an acrobat. Nothing like that this time?
Not unless you have to be an acrobat to get tickets to South Pacific. Bill, tell me, what's next Monday's show?
Next week, Bert, one of America's best-loved characters will return to this stage. The gentleman I'm talking about is Mr. Belvedere. And our play is the 20th Century Fox hit, Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. Naturally, we'll have the original Mr. Belvedere here to play the part, the amazing Clifton Webb. And besides Mr. Webb, we have 2 other stars, Colleen Gray and the popular Robert Stack. A great comedy and the return of Mr. Belvedere all on next Monday night.
Everybody will love it, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a great deal of vague and sentimental talk about the American economic system. But here are some cold facts. Since 1910, we have increased the income of each household from $2,400 to about $4,000. And the figures are in dollars of the same purchasing power. We've done it by increased production, and yet we work 18 hours less each week for this extra money. This is the miracle of America. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Clifton Webb, Robert Stack, and Colleen Gray in Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers.
Here's a fashion flash from Hollywood. Barbara Stanwyck has one of those smart, new, finely pleated nylon nighties that stays in pleat when you wash it. Of course, she insists on Lux Flakes' care for it just as she does for all her lovely lingerie. One of her favorite shades is a pale green orchid. This spring, you'll be seeing more and more delicate and unusual colors in slips and nighties. So play safe. Wash them with gentle Lux Flakes. Tests prove that wrong washing soon fades colors, often tears delicate lace. Lux Flakes Care keeps pretty slips and nighties new-looking 3 times as long. Use Lux Flakes to give your nice washables that lovely Lux look.
This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mr. Belvedere Goes to College, starring Clifton Webb, Colleen Gray, and Robert Stack. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Jack Benny Program. Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, it is usually our custom to take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. But at the moment, Jack is taking a bath, so we'll take you to Mary Livingston's house instead.
Oh, Pauline.
Yes, Miss Livingston?
You can have the rest of the evening off. I have a date tonight. We may go to a movie.
Oh, that's nice.
Or we may go to a nightclub.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I'm going with Mr. Benny.
Oh.
I know what you mean, Pauline, but I haven't been out with Mr. Benny since we got back from Europe.
Gee, I'll bet your trip to England would have been a complete fizzle if it hadn't been for Bill Harris.
You still have a crush on Phil, haven't you, Pauline?
Uh-huh. Did you get to act with Mr. Harris at the Palladium?
Yes, we did one sketch together, and at the end of the scene, he kissed me.
Oh, tell me, Miss Livingston, what's it like when Phil Harris kisses you?
It's like being slapped in the face with a bar rag. Hello, Miss Livingston's residence.
May I speak to Miss Livingston, please? This is Barbara Stanwyck.
Just a minute, please. Miss Livingston, it's Miss Stanwyck.
Oh, thank you, Pauline.
Hello, Barbara.
Hello, Mary. I called you because Bob has a conference at the studio tonight, and I'm having a few girls over for bridge. Would you like to join us?
Oh, I'd love to, Barbara. But I promised Jack I'd go out with him tonight.
Oh, then you're going to see my picture. Sorry, wrong number.
Well, how do you know?
Jack just called me for passes.
Passes?
Yes, and tomorrow night Jack's taking you to see Loves of Carmen.
Well, what makes you so sure?
He asked me for Rita Hayworth's phone number.
Oh. No wonder I've never seen any of Lassie's pictures. She hasn't got a phone. Anyway, Barbara, you shouldn't have given Jack those passes.
Well, I was going to turn him down, but when he came over to pick them up, he said he'd tell a joke on his program, plugging my picture.
Oh, fine. Did he tell you the joke?
Yes, it was a dilly about two termites who get indigestion from eating bad wood. Sorry, wrong lumber.
If he tells that gag in the program, I'll punch him right in the nose.
I already did. You know, Mary, Jack can be so corny. I can't understand why you go out with him all the time.
Oh, he isn't so bad, Barbara. I'll admit Jack may not be the handsomest man in the world, but he's not the homeliest.
Well, no.
He may not be the wittiest, but he's not the dullest.
No, I guess not.
And he may not be the most generous, but...
Shall we dance?
Oh, anyway, Barbara, Jack isn't so bad.
No, I guess you're right, Mary. He did bring Bob a nice present from Paris. A beautiful, bright yellow beret.
A yellow beret?
Yeah, Bob wore it yesterday at the studio.
Oh, I bet it was a riot.
No, but it started one.
What happened?
Phone or no phone, Lassie chased him up a tree.
Well, imagine giving Bob a beret. Say, Barbara, did Jack bring you anything from Europe?
No, but I'm awfully glad he's back.
You are?
Nobody can do rough dry like he does.
Well, you can thank me, too. I help on my days off.
Well, I'm sorry you can't come over tonight, Mary, but I hope you like my picture.
Oh, I'm sure I will. And maybe we can get together next week. Goodbye, Barbara.
Bye.
Well, I'm all ready to go to the movies. Hand me my umbrella, will you, Pauline? Miss Livingston, it stopped raining. I know, but you've never sat next to Mr. Benny when he's eating popcorn. Well, he should be here in a few minutes.
Here's your dessert, Mr. Benny.
Strawberry shortcake with whipped cream.
You better eat it fast or you'll be late for the movie.
I know. Rogers, look at me. Do you think I need a shave?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
After the movies, if you take Miss Livingston home by the way of Wilshire Boulevard, no. Griffith Park, yes.
I'm not going by way of Griffith Park. My car's too old for that. Well, I'm almost through. I'm almost through eating.
Say, boss, before you leave, I better put a patch over that slow leak in your rubber cushion.
Why?
Last time you went to the movies, you kept sinking lower and lower, and Miss Livingston thought you were unhappy with the picture.
Oh, yeah. Well, put a piece of adhesive on the leak or some Scotch tape. I mean, fix it up any old way.
Any old way?
Rochester, that echo again. Didn't you hear it?
No, boss, I didn't hear a thing.
That's funny. I wonder if I'm just imagining it. Oh, well. Here's the plate, Rochester. I finished my dessert.
Just a minute, boss. Let me look at you again. Yeah, I'll go get the razor and shave you.
Shave me?
Yeah, you've got so much whipped cream on your face, it'd be a shame just to wipe it off.
Never mind. I'll use my napkin. Now, lay out a suit for me, will you, Rochester?
Okay. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, Dennis Day came over a little while ago, and he said he wanted to see you.
Oh, well, why didn't you tell me? Dennis! Dennis!
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Oh. Hello, kid.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, I don't know why people rave so much about television. What program? I've been sitting here watching it for 3 hours, and all they've shown is that ocean picture. All you can see is the waves splashing up against the screen.
Dennis, you're looking at the Bendick. The television's in the other room. Now, what did you want to see me about?
Well, my mother had to go to a club meeting, and she won't be back till late, so she told me to come over here so I won't get into mischief.
Mischief? Dennis, you're old enough to take care of yourself.
No, I'm not. Last week when my mother left me alone, it was terrible.
What?
I was sitting there getting bored. I wanted some excitement, so I stuck my head in the Mixmaster.
You stuck your head in the Mixmaster? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard of.
If you've never tried it, don't knock it.
Oh, my goodness. Look, kid, from what you told me, I'm not going to leave you alone in my house either. Now, you better come with Mary and me. We're going to see Sorry, Wrong Number.
With Barbara Stanwyck?
Dennis, I don't blame you, though. See, she's a wonderful actress. I don't know, she's so realistic. You know, so vibrant. So... Dennis, you heard that echo, didn't you?
No. You still keep hearing it, Mr. Benny?
Yes, and I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't know what to do.
Why don't you stick your head in the Mixmaster?
Oh, stop. Well, I'm all dressed, Dennis. Come on, we'll pick up Mary and go to the movies. Well, kids, here we are at the theater.
Come on, Dennis.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Jack?
See, there are 3 of us, and I've only got 2 passes. Now, let me see.
Shall I kill myself?
No! I'll figure out something.
Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself asking Barbara Stanwyck for passes.
Oh, I don't know, Mary. I gave her passes to my picture.
For your picture, they were dropping tickets from airplanes.
I didn't mind the tickets, but I got hit on the head with a dish. Oh, well. Well, I'll go over and buy Dennis's ticket. Wait here for me.
Gee, Dennis, you'll love Sorry, Wrong Number. It's so tense and exciting.
It is?
Yeah. All through the picture, Barbara Stanwyck tries to use a telephone. And by accident, the wires get crossed and she hears 2 men plotting her own murder.
Gee.
Well, come on, let's go. I got your ticket, Dennis. And Dennis, as we go in, hold my hand and call me Daddy. Come on.
Tickets, please.
Here you are.
Jack, I want to sit in the loges.
Loges? These passes are for general admission. The loges will be an extra 60 cents.
Oh. Well.
Daddy, get your hand out of my pocket.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much did you say that was, mister?
Oh, I gave it to him already.
Oh. Well, let's go in. Imagine a big star like Barbara Stanwyck couldn't get me low seats. Come on, man.
Hot dogs, scorecards, pennants. Get your football pennants here. We have both teams, UCLA and Stanford pennants.
Wait a minute, Bud. This is a theater. What's the idea of selling football pennants?
For the newsreel. Pennants. Hot dogs, scorecards, cushions, soft cushions. Oh, you brought your own, huh, Bud?
Yeah.
Come on, Jack.
Immediate seating, 3rd aisle to your right, please.
Come on, kids. This aisle to the right here. Here, I'll open the door, Mary. Gosh, the picture started already.
Yeah, here's 3 seats over here.
Get in, Dennis.
Operator! Oh, what's the matter with this phone anyway? Operator, please, can't you hear me? I must get my husband's office. Operator, why can't I get the operator?
She can't even get low seats.
Quiet.
Operator.
Number, please.
Oh, thank goodness. Operator, I've been trying to get Murray Hill 3, 5097 for the last half hour, and the line is always busy. Would you ring it for me, please?
One moment, please.
It's my husband's office. He should have been home hours ago, and I don't know what's keeping him or why that ridiculous line should be busy.
Ringing Murray Hill 3, 5097. That line is busy.
Busy. That's all I've been getting. It can't be busy. They've got a switchboard there. Why doesn't somebody answer? Lies.
Gosh, isn't Barbara wonderful?
Yeah, she's beautiful, too.
You ought to see her husband in a yellow beret.
Damn it.
Operator, try that number again, please. Murray Hill 35097.
Just a moment, please. Ringing Murray Hill 35097.
Oh, my God, it's ringing. It's ringing.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Stevenson, please.
Hello?
I want to talk to Mr. Henry Stevenson, please.
Hello? Hello, George. Speaking.
Who is this? What number have I got?
It's all set, George, just like we planned it, and we do it tonight. That's good. I'm ready, and the coast is clear.
Oh, those men, what are they talking about? I must have the wrong line. Get off the line, please. Get off the line.
Hold that line.
Damn it. Put down that pennant. The newsreel isn't on yet.
Jack, be quiet.
Operator, you cut me in on somebody else's conversation. I want Murray Hill 35097.
Now, look, George, I don't want any slip up on this. Want me to use a gun? No, that's too noisy. Strangler.
Operator!
Number, please.
Operator, listen to me. I just heard two men talking. They're plotting a murder. Operator, what's the matter with you?
Now, remember, George, go in the back way, climb the fire escape, and take your time. Don't make any noise. Go up slowly.
There it is again. That echo. Damn it. Mary, you heard it, didn't you?
Jack, it's embarrassing.
Now, remember, George, from here on, it's up to you. See that she's dead by midnight. Okay, pal. Leave it to me.
Operator, there's much time. Listen to me.
I'm trying to get Murray Hill 350.
Never mind that. Now get me the police. Look, operator, I'm an invalid, and I just had a terrible shock tonight on the telephone, and I'm very anxious to trace a call. It's about a murder. A terrible cold-blooded murder of a poor innocent woman tonight. You've got to hurry. They're going to do it before 12 o'clock. Get me the police. Get me the police.
Jack, I can't calm down. What an exciting picture that was.
Yeah, I thought it was very good.
And what a finish. When she found out those two men on the telephone were actually plotting her murder.
Yeah, but that's the only part, Mary, that wasn't believable. Imagine the coincidence of just picking up the phone and hearing two men plotting your own murder. I don't know. It was too far-fetched.
It was not.
I agree with Daddy.
Dennis, you can stop calling me that now. Anyway, Mary, I must admit that I enjoyed watching the picture, but in real life, a thing like that couldn't happen.
Oh, it couldn't, eh? Well, look after you last year when you were worried about your option. And you tried to get your sponsor, Mr. Riggio, on the phone.
Look, Mary.
What was it, Mary? What happened?
I'll tell you what happened. It was last May, near the end of the season. And Jack was a nervous wreck.
Busy. It can't be busy all this time. Operator. Quiet, Holly. Operator.
I'm sorry, that line is busy.
Listen, operator. I've been trying to get that number for the last 20 minutes. It's my sponsor's office. They have a switchboard there.
I'm sorry, the line is busy.
It can't be busy. I've been ringing that number since 25 after 11. Do you know what time it is now?
For the correct time, dial Albrecht 8.
I know what time it is. Look, operator. I'm Jack Benny. I have a radio program. My option comes up at 12 o'clock today. If I don't hear from my sponsor, Mr. Riggio, in 15 minutes, I'll be out of a job. Now get me Hollywood. 7337.
7337.
Quiet, Holly, here's a cracker. And eat it slowly. It may be your last. Operator.
I'm ringing the number.
Good. I know it can't be busy. I'm sure there must be something wrong with you. It's ringing.
Hello?
Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Riggio?
Mr. Riggio. That's my sponsor. Mr. Riggio. This is me, Jack Benny.
Hello, Frank.
They can't hear me. The wires must be crossed.
Well, Frank, I've given the matter a great deal of thought, and I've decided to let him go.
Oh, I see.
Well, it's going to be quite a shock to him. He's been with us a long time.
I know, Frank, but he's had it coming. His work has fallen off so badly it isn't funny anymore. Yikes! They're talking about me. Mr. Riggio. Operate.
Well, Mr. Riggio, don't you think you ought to warn him and then give him another chance?
Yeah.
It might be difficult to replace him.
That's right. Tell him, Frank. Tell him. Nice boy, Frank. Nice boy. Tell him.
No, Frank, I've made up my mind. I think we should look for a younger man.
Younger? Well, I'm only 39. You didn't think I was old 5 years ago when I was 38. You've got to listen to me.
No, you don't think warning him would do any good, eh, Mr. Riggio?
No, he's had his chance.
Mr. Riggio, please. Frank had a swell idea. Warn me. Give me another chance. I might be difficult to replace. Mel Blanc has 5 shows. So he couldn't even.
Well, all right, Mr. Riggio. It isn't going to be easy, but I'll tell him.
I've been cut off. Operator!
Number, please.
Operator, I want Hollywood 7337. Will you please get it for me?
You may dial that number direct.
But I've been dialing all morning. My finger's so swollen it won't fit in the hole.
One moment, please. I will try that number for you.
Thank you. 25 minutes. 25 minutes to go. If I could only talk to Mr. Riggio. If I could plead with him. Beg him. Like I did last year. Maybe I could talk him into giving me another...
Sorry, that line is busy.
Busy. What am I going to do? I got to think fast. It's 4 minutes to 12. Wait a minute, I know. I'll call my agent. That's it, my agent. Why am I paying him 9%? I'll try it.
Hello, is that you, Edna?
Edna?
This is Johnny McGuire. I just got off my ship. Haven't seen a woman in 3 years. You're the first one I called.
You must have the wrong number.
Don't give me that, Edna. I recognized your voice right away.
But I...
Come on, Edna. Let's you and me step out tonight. I'll buy you a nice big dinner.
I'm telling you, you have the wrong... Dinner? No. What am I thinking of? No. Then he'd want... I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. I wish I were, Eddie. At least then I'd know... Oh, my goodness. Only 3 minutes to 12. No time to call my agent now. I gotta get Mr. Riggio. Maybe he hasn't signed anybody else yet. I'll tell him I'll do anything he asks me. Anything. I'll let him cut my salary. This year I'll suggest it myself. Why not? The line's clear. I still have time.
This is Hollywood 7337.
Get me Mr. Riggio, quick. This is Jack then.
Mr. Riggio is busy on another line. Will you call back?
No. I'll hold on. I've only got 3 minutes. Hello? Is that you, Mr. Riggio? Oh, it's you, pal. Shut your big mouth.
Hello? What's that?
Mr. Riggio, I wasn't talking to you. It was my parrot. This is Jack Benny. Hello again.
Well, Jack, I'm glad you called. I want to talk
Mr. Riggio, please. Before you say anything, listen to me. You got to hear my side of it. I know I've been on the air a long time, but I'm not through yet. Honest, I'm not. There's still a few good years left in me, and I want you to have them.
But, Jack...
Look, I know I made mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. I mean, everybody but you, Mr. Riggio. And I've done everything you've asked me to. Last year, I kept my eye on the red bullseye till it was bloodshot. Mr. Riggio, you've got to listen to me.
Jack, what are you so upset about? We have no intention of letting you go.
But you don't understand. What? You mean you're going to pick up my option?
Why, certainly. I've been trying to call you all morning. Your phone's been busy.
My phone? Busy? Oh.
Tell me, Jack, whatever gave you the idea we wouldn't take up your outing?
Well, Mr. Riggio, I called you a few minutes ago, and the wires got crossed. Yeah, I heard you talking to a man named Frank.
Frank? Oh, yes, he's my office manager.
Well, I overheard you telling him to let somebody go, that you didn't want him anymore.
Oh, yes. We had to discharge him. He was a bookkeeper. Very incompetent.
The bookkeeper? Oh. The bookkeeper. Well, Mr. Riggio, If the man wasn't doing his work, what else could you do? I mean, it's not your fault he isn't capable. There's no place for sentiment in business. That's what I like about you, Mr. Riccio. You don't let your heart rule your head. That bookkeeper got what was coming to him. I don't believe in a man whining and trying to hang on to a job when he's not wanted. I agree with you. If a man fails to deliver, let him go. Get rid of him, I say. Fire him. We're a little late, so good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Hal Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Remember the Night, with Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. And ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Fine acting, a good story, and superb direction each contribute to the success of a motion picture. And we'll have to combine all three to explain the resounding success of the current Paramount picture, Remember the Night. As it happens, I take a personal pride in the success of this picture, because Mitchell Lyson, who directed it, served his apprenticeship with me. Consequently, it's with a special bow in Mitch's direction that I introduce our radio adaptation of his screen hit, Remember the Night. A triumphal return engagement for the same two stars who played it on the screen, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray. And with them we have Beulah Bondi, Elizabeth Patterson, and Sterling Holloway of the picture cast. Remember the Night is a play you'll remember, and Lux Toilet Soap is a product you'll remember. When our feminine listeners remember to think of their appearance, and that's at least, part of the time, they know Lux Toilet Soap is a real aid to loveliness. Just why Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray have never been teamed before is one of Hollywood's unsolved mysteries. But the results in this picture call loudly for more of the same. So we were very insistent on having these stars of the picture in our production tonight. Barbara dropped in to visit my Northwest Mounted Police set, but I sent her home right away to get her script of Remember the Night. And I had to break into something to get Fred McMurray. I had to break into his vacation in Mexico. It was the same vacation which we interrupted a few weeks ago to bring him back to this microphone. However, he took our persecution very amiably and buckled right down to work. Ordinarily, I don't suppose a courtroom is the most promising place in the world for a love story, especially if the party of the first part is the prosecutor and the party of the second part is the girl on trial. But Remember the Night is delightfully original from beginning to end, with a love story that begins in a law court. So once more, it's curtain time in the Lux Radio Theater as we start Act One of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee Leander, Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. A jewelry store on New York's Fifth Avenue. In the glittering showcases, 1,000 precious stones sparkle in their brilliant settings. Although it's just a few weeks before Christmas, there's only one customer in the store this afternoon, a pretty girl in costly furs. On her wrist is a diamond bracelet, placed there by an enthusiastic clerk. He smiles happily, sensing the sale is practically complete.
Glorious, madam, isn't it? One of our most beautiful bracelets, really.
Yes, it is beautiful.
You won't regret taking it, madam.
I'm sure I won't. What's the price, please?
Only $5,000.
$5,000. That's reasonable.
You won't find another one like it in New York, madam. Shall I have Mr. Meyer make out the papers?
Just a moment, please. I think I'd like to see one or two more before I make up my mind. That one in the lower tray, please. Let me see that.
Oh, of course, madam. Personally, I prefer the one you're wearing, but this one's quite beautiful, too. The emeralds set the diamonds off very nicely. Now, if you'll just place this one on your... Madam! Where? Why, she's gone! Mr. Meyer! She's gone! Police!
Don't. What is it? Oh, that girl. She went out the door while my back was turned. She went out with a $5,000 bracelet.
Calling car number 17. Car number 17. Pickup girl about 23 years. Dark complexion, silver fox furs. Vicinity 5th Avenue, 54th Street. Search for diamond bracelet stolen from Meyer and Company. That is all.
Hello. Oh, this is Officer Cassidy reporting to headquarters. Say, we picked up that girl on call 17. Yeah. Caught her cold with the goods in a hot shop over on 3rd Avenue. She was trying to pawn the bracelet. Yeah. Okay. I'm bringing her in now.
District Attorney's office. Who? Oh, just a moment.
Who is it?
Commissioner's office. About that acquittal yesterday in the shooting case.
Tell him I'm busy.
Hello? Can the district attorney call you back? Thank you.
Is that all they have to do? Beef about acquittals? All right, Tom, let's get going.
Okay, boss.
What's the first case today?
That's a cinch. Dame by the name of Lee Leander cops a bracelet out of Meyer and Company on 3rd Avenue in Hartford. Open and shut.
First offense?
Nah, she's got a record. This is her third offense.
Well, that's good, that's good. The first offender at Christmas time is tougher than tiger meat. Tom, look at that chart. Convictions only 78% as against 82% last year.
Hey, can I handle this case, boss? I'll get you conviction.
You probably could handle it as well as some of these dopes, but when the right case comes along, I'll give it to you. Wife beater or something like that. Your face isn't right to prosecute a woman.
Oh, boss, listen.
Nothing doing, Tom, nothing doing. We'll get Sergeant on this one.
Sergeant? What's his face got that mine hasn't got?
Whatever it is, he's never lost a case for me yet.
Yeah, but he's gone home for Christmas. Ohio, Oklahoma, someplace like that. Now, listen, I could get you a conviction so
Take
quick.
it easy, Tom. Take it easy. Miss Day, get me John Sargent on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, now that ain't fair.
Stop moaning. Sargent is terrific with these pretty girls.
Oh, Mr. Sargent. Mr. Sargent. Phone's ringing.
Well, answer it, will you? Trying to get packed up in here.
Okay, I'll answer. Hello.
Hey, wait a minute, Rufus.
Huh?
Listen, if that's the office, tell him I've already left.
Okay. Hello. Yes, sir. Yes. Well, this is the office. He's already left.
Oh, you blockhead. Give me that phone.
I just said...
Shut up. Good morning. Who all wants to speak to Master Sergeant, please?
Hello, Sergeant. Who do you think you're kidding?
All right, never mind. Who is it?
This is your boss. You know, it's a good thing you didn't take up acting for a living.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
Well, listen, we got a case to try this morning. I'll see you at the office in 15 minutes.
Now, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be going home for Christmas.
Sure. You can leave here this afternoon.
Yeah, but I've got 730 miles to drive. You told me I could...
Now, look, Jack, don't argue. It's a female case, and I need you. Now, come on.
Oh, I was afraid of this. Who's defending?
O'Leary?
That windbag? He'll give us the Gettysburg Address and the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, no, he won't. I'll have Tom meet you in court, and you'll be out of there by noon. Now, get right down here. Goodbye.
Now, listen, boss. Hello. Oh, O'Leary. He'll talk all day long.
When you leave, Mr. Sergeant.
Shut up.
Quiet, please. Proceed with your summation, Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this trial, you've heard the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Sargent, attempt to prove that a valuable bracelet was taken from the premises of Meyer and Company by the defendant. All this has been a waste of time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, of your time and mine. Time we could spend to better advantage in last-minute Christmas shopping. At least I know that's what I'd like to be doing.
May it please the court, we object, Your Honor. The jury's Christmas shopping has nothing to do with the case.
Objection sustained.
I withdraw the illusion, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say that time has been wasted, I mean the state has gone to great lengths to prove that Anna Rose Malone, sometimes known as Lee Leander,
sometimes known as a lot of other things,
did on the afternoon of December 3rd walk out upon 5th Avenue with a bracelet which was still the property of Meyer and Company. To prove something she freely admits, as if the proof of this constituted a proof of guilt. Since the dawn of civilization, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, since the beginnings of jurisprudence, wise men and women have refused to be hoodwinked by circumstantial evidence. The contents of a whiskey bottle...
Hey, Jack, I don't like a smile on that jury's pants.
All juries get soft-hearted at Christmas, Tommy. If you ever get a case to prosecute and you see that peace on earth, goodwill toward men look come in their eyes, get a continuance. Even if you have to fall down and tell the judge you ate green apple.
Believe that a young woman walking out of a store with something not her own is necessarily an evildoer. Oh, how flimsy is this argument. How unfair. But on it, and because of it, you have been asked to take away the liberty of a fellow human being. Now, the truth is simple. The bracelet was removed during a temporary loss of will and consciousness, now known as schizophrenia, but formerly known as hypnotism.
Holy mackerel, that's a sweet one. Hypnotism.
Shut up, Tommy.
You mean you're not going to object?
Shut up. He's just postponed the case till after Christmas.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
Hypnotism.
Yes, I said hypnotism, and that's exactly what I meant. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want you to gaze upon this girl's face. Is this the face of a hardened criminal? An outcast from society? No. But the prosecution would have you believe that she willingly and in her right mind stole a bracelet. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what really happened. The truth. This girl, this poor unfortunate creature, went into that jewelry store, not to buy, not to steal, but only to look. A salesman showed her the bracelet, urged her to clasp it around her wrist, begged her to examine it under a more powerful light, and then excused himself. The bracelet is under a powerful light. The young girl stares at it closer. The great central stone flashes blindingly in her eyes. Blue, green, purple, orange, closer, still closer. Suddenly, the colors are gone. Everything is dark. A breath of cold air brings her to her senses, but what's this? Where is the jewelry store? Where is the light she was standing under? What is she doing on Fifth Avenue, blocks away from Meyer and Company? She doesn't know. She can't remember. Her mind is a blank. And why? Why? This girl, this poor, unfortunate creature, was a victim. An unwilling victim of hypnosis. Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right, now, Tommy, watch. Your Honor.
Yes?
Your Honor, the hypothesis of hypnotism is a very interesting one. Let me be the first to admit it. But unfortunately, I am no Svengali, nor are you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The people of the state of New York will require the expert testimony of Dr. Kindness, the psychiatrist. For this purpose, the people will request a continuance be granted till after the Christmas holiday.
We object, Your Honor. The defense was already summed up. The case was practically closed.
Objection overruled.
But, Your Honor...
The defendant will remain in custody, subject to giving a $5,000 bond. And all jurors, parties, and witnesses are instructed to return to the court Tuesday, January 3rd. Court adjourned, and a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Just a minute, Sergeant. That was a dirty trick you played on me. It means another day in court. And I don't get paid by the state. I have to earn my money.
No more sense of humor than a gravestone.
Huh?
Well, Merry Christmas, Francis.
Why, you...
Take it easy, Mr.
Let me go. I want to speak to my lawyer. Mr. O'Leary, this guard says I have to have a bond or stay in jail.
That's right.
Is it right? You ought to know, Mr. District Attorney.
I'm afraid it is.
Well, how can I get a bond? I haven't any more money, and I don't want to spend Christmas in jail. Please don't let them do that.
What do you mean you haven't got any more money? What have I been talking for, to hear my own voice?
If you hadn't talked so much, I'd be out of here right now.
What do you mean by that?
Hypnotism. That gag so old it's got whiskers. Oh, please don't let them keep me here over Christmas.
What's the difference? What could you do if you haven't got any money?
I could walk around, couldn't I?
Come on, miss. It ain't as bad as you think. You get a nice little room and a nice turkey dinner on Christmas.
Yes, I know. Never mind the build-up. Let's go. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Mr. Sergeant.
Hey, she's kind of sore at you, Jack.
Yeah. Say, Tommy, on your way, I'll send Fat Mike in here, will you?
Huh? Fat Mike the bondsman?
If you know any other Fat Mikes, you can send them, too.
I get it.
You don't, but let it pass.
Okay, I'll send them right away.
Hey, Mike. Sure? Mr. Sergeant wants to see you right away. Sure. Coming.
Hello, Mr. Sergeant. You want to see me?
Yeah. What'll you charge for 5,000 bail from now till January 3rd?
Did they pin something on you, pal?
No, it isn't for me. It's for the young woman who's in here today.
Oh, I see.
How much?
For a friend of yours? Nothing. Not a red Samilka.
I didn't ask you for any favors.
Favors? It's a privilege. You still living at the same place?
Yeah. Why?
How soon you want her out?
Right away.
Okay, she's out.
Thanks. So long. Hey, Rufus, you got those other grips back? Rufus!
Yeah, boss.
What's the matter with you?
She's here, boss.
Who's here?
I don't know.
Then how do you know she's here?
I just let her in the living room.
You let who in?
The lady.
You mean there's a lady here in the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Oh, what'd you let her in for? I told you I wasn't home to anybody.
Yes, sir. I told him that. But he shoved the door open anyhow and pushed the lady in with his compliments.
Who did?
A man. Fat Ike.
Fat Ike? You mean Fat Mike?
Yes, sir. He sure ain't thin, Mike.
What did he bring her here for?
I don't know.
Guess I'll have to go and speak to her.
Yes, you will.
Well, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing here?
I don't know yet, but I've got a rough idea.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're out.
Mm-hmm. Now what do I have to do for it?
Well, for one thing, you could say thank you, but if that doesn't fit in with your plans, just skip it. My motives in this matter.
Here you are, boss. Here's the drinks.
What drinks? I didn't tell you.
Got some soda, miss?
Thanks.
Drink, boss? Get out of here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know.
You know, one of these days, one of you boys is going to start one of these scenes differently. And one of us girls is going to drop dead from surprise.
What are you talking about?
I suppose you do this with all the lady prisoners?
Oh, yes. My life is just one long round of whoopee.
Well, you're in a good spot for it.
Wonderful. I have only to wave a finger and I can satisfy my slightest whim.
And I suppose if anybody says no, you just put them right back in the cooler.
That's right. Now, look. When court reconvenes, I'm going to try to put you in jail for a good long time. That's my business. But you haven't been convicted yet, so I don't see why you shouldn't enjoy Christmas like the rest of us. That's why I told Mike to get you out.
And bring me up here.
I did not tell him to bring you up here.
Then why did that gorilla bring me up here?
Because he's got a mind like a sewer.
Thanks.
Now, look. I'm very glad to have been of service to you. Now, if
You mean I don't have to stay here if I don't want to?
You most certainly do not.
Oh, then I'll stay. But I won't be forced.
Now, wait a minute.
You know, there's nothing as dangerous as a square shooter. If all men were like you, there wouldn't be any nice girls left.
Yes, well, all this is leading into a very interesting subject that I haven't time to pursue at the moment. I'm going away on a little trip, and it's quite a drive, and I haven't had my dinner yet.
Oh, you mean you want me to go?
Well, yes.
Where?
Where what?
Well, I was on my way to a nice, comfortable jail with 3 meals a day and turkey for Christmas, and now
Don't you live someplace?
No.
Well, where have you been living? In a tree?
I had a room in a hotel, but they locked me out.
No. Well, how much do you owe this hotel?
$126.40.
Oh. Well, that doesn't solve any problem.
Look, why don't you just put me back in the clink? That solves lots of problems.
Well, for one thing, I'm not sure I can't. And, well, that wasn't the idea. Have you had dinner?
Not yet.
Now, come on, then. I'll take you to dinner and we'll figure something out.
You really didn't want me to come here at all, then?
I'm sorry to say I did not.
I see. Well, shall we go?
Here's your hat, boss. Going out, huh?
Yes, I am.
Hot dog. But don't forget you got to see your mall.
Shut up. Want anything else?
No, thanks. It's been nice up to now.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking I might lend you my apartment while I'm away.
Oh, that sounds like a play, doesn't it?
Yeah, sounds like a flop.
Don't worry about me. I can always chisel a hotel for a week or so.
That's a nice, cheesy idea.
Well, I'm not going to sleep in the subway. And as far as the holiday's concerned, I guess I'll get plenty of that when you get through with me. Oh, not that I mean it in a disagreeable way, you understand.
I understand.
Your business is your business. Of course, some people wouldn't care for that kind of business, but somebody has to do the dirty work.
Thanks.
Just too bad it had to be somebody as nice as you.
How long have you been swiping things?
Always.
Have you been caught before?
Uh-huh.
Did you take things you didn't need?
Sure.
In the presence of beautiful things, did you feel a sudden irresistible urge to take them in your hands and hurry away with them?
Oh, you mean was I hypnotized?
No, I mean maybe you're a kleptomaniac.
Oh, no. They tried that, though. Now, you see, to be a kleptomaniac, you can't sell any of the stuff afterwards or you lose your amateur standing.
I don't understand it.
Oh, I don't think you ever could understand because your mind is different. Right or wrong is the same for everybody, you see, but the rights and the wrongs aren't the same.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it? All right, try it like this. Suppose you were starving to death.
Yeah?
And you didn't have any food, and you didn't have any money, and you didn't have any place to get anything.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some loaves of bread out in front of a market, and, well, now remember, you're starving to death, and the man's back was turned. Would you swipe one?
You bet I would.
That's because you're honest. You see, I'd have a 6-course dinner at the table d'hote across the street and then say I'd forgotten my purse. Get the difference?
I think you're way smarter.
Yeah, that's it. We're smart. Very smart.
Well, we're all finished. Waiter, check, please.
Right away, sir.
Well, Miss Leander, I've got a couple of extra bucks I don't need. Here's my Christmas dinner I promised you, and a room and a couple of breakfasts.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Check, sir.
Oh, here you are. Oh, will you ask the band to play my Indiana Home?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll ask them.
Thank you.
Why do you want them to play that?
Because that's where I'm going.
No. Are you a Hoosier?
Yeah, Wabash, Indiana. That is a farm just outside of Wabash.
Wabash, Indiana? Oh, no wonder I like you. I'm from Eltonville.
No.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's only about 50 miles from...
Yes, sir?
Well, I'll be darned. We have to come here and meet like this.
Funny, isn't it? So, you're going back home, huh?
Yeah, I go home every Christmas.
You do? Oh, gee, that's great.
My mother still runs the farm. She does all right, tue. She raises partridge, wyandottes, Poland chinas.
Oh, we never had anything, that's why.
We never did either till lately. How long since you've been home?
Never.
Why?
I ran away.
Well, Don't know what the circumstances were, of course.
Not so hot.
Well, time takes care of those things. Did they write to you?
I had a letter from my mother when my father died.
Oh, your mother's alive then?
I hope so. That song, it's awful pretty, isn't it? Kind of does things to you.
Yeah. Say, look, how'd you like to go home for Christmas?
What?
I mean it. I could drop you off at your place and pick you up on my way back.
Home? Oh, gee, I don't know.
Oh, come on, it'll do you good. What do you say?
All right. Unless, aren't you afraid?
Afraid of what?
How it might look. Rising young district attorney and me.
Oh, I didn't think of it.
I know. You never think of anything wrong, do you? That's what makes you such a swell guy.
The curtain falls on the first act of Remember the Night, with Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. Over on Rockwell Street, in a little white bungalow, the first guest has just arrived a bit early for one of those bridge get-togethers the ladies have from time to time. We're going to let you hear what this guest says, and what she thinks, too.
Why, hello, Ellie. How nice you look.
Where did she find that dress, I wonder? She has the best taste.
Here's the way I look, Ellie. I'm a little early. Came right straight from the office. I worked late and I didn't really have time to go home and change.
Gosh, do I feel grimy. I could only take a quick bath.
My, how lovely the living room looks. Those flowers are just the right color.
I wonder if she'd think me nervy if I asked to take a bath.
Tired? Oh, well, not exactly, Ellie. I'm just sort of, messy, you know. A bath? Oh, how lovely of you. I hadn't thought of it, but it would make me feel better. Oh, thanks. That's awfully kind. What a pretty negligee.
Will I feel good in this? Everything she has is perfect.
Yes, thanks so much, Ellie. Don't wait. I have everything I need.
She's got Lux toilet soap. I ought to have known she would. She's got that taste. Everything is perfect. Gosh, does this feel good? This nice Lux soap will do the trick all right. I love the way it lathers.
Yes, a Lux toilet soap beauty bath will do the trick. Leave Ellie's guest feeling fresh from head to toe. This luxurious white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use has creamy, active lather that swiftly carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. You'll find a daily Lux soap beauty bath a wonderful way to protect daintiness, make you sure of fresh, fragrant skin. And it's true that Lux toilet soap in your bathroom has come to be one of those little things that mean good housekeeping, good taste. The superlative quality of this fine white soap, its delicate, distinctive perfume, makes it a joy to family and to guests. It's luxurious, and yet not a luxury. For it's sold by so many thousands of cakes that its price is kept low. Now, the economical way to buy it is 3 cakes at a time. And you might try leaving a cake you aren't using in among your linens or underthings. It'll leave them delightfully fragrant. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee and Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. Westward, along the snow-banked highways from New York, more than 20 hours of steady driving have brought Lee Leander and Jack Sargent to Eltonville, Indiana, and the front gate of Lee's former home. A bright moon softens the outline of the ramshackle house that stands cold and dark on the outskirts of the town. From within the house comes the warning wail of a dog as Jack swings the car up to the sagging front porch.
This is it, huh?
Yes.
Well, all out then. End of the line.
Oh, please, let's wait till... Well, my mother might not even live here anymore.
Hey, don't be so nervous.
Will you go in with me?
Sure, I'll go in with you. Come on, I've got your bag.
See that tree?
Yeah?
I fell out of it when I was 12. Oh, it was a terrible tomboy. See, from that branch right up there. Landed on my head, too.
That's a better gag than hypnotism. Your lawyer should have used that. As a matter of fact, you should have had me for your lawyer. Come on now, smile. Here we are.
Oh, gee, I didn't mean to knock so loud. Now, that sounds like Mickey barking. Oh, it couldn't be. He'd be too... Here's somebody coming.
Yeah. Now, look, I'll take you up on New Year's Day in the afternoon. Don't forget.
No. Gee, you've been sweet.
Will you shut up? Yes?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Doesn't Mrs. Malone live here?
Oh, I guess you want my wife.
Oh, I didn't know.
Who is it, Henry? Somebody want me?
Mama. Oh, Merry Christmas, Mama. Well, you know me, don't you?
Come in.
This is Mr.
Sergeant, how do you do?
Sit down.
You're looking fine, Mama.
What did you come here for? What do you want?
Oh, I don't want anything, Mama. It was just Christmas, and Mr. Sergeant happened to be driving
You
past.
see, I live in Wabash. It's about 50 miles from here. I knew you'd be glad if
Glad? Why should I be glad? Good riddance to bad rubbish, I said the day she left.
Oh, Mama, please, Mr. Sergeant.
Just like her father, she is. Always laughing at serious things she was. Never doing what she's told till she winds up stealing. Stealing my mission money. Money I'd put by with the sweat of my brow, that's what.
I didn't steal it. I told you 1,000 times I only borrowed it. I was going to pay you back.
But you didn't pay me back, did you? And you never paid me back.
Well, how could I after you called me a thief in front of the whole town? Nobody would give me a job.
And you left here. The great lady. We weren't good enough for you. A decent home, a hard-working mother, and a crook for a daughter.
Oh, Mama.
Look, Lee, I don't want to tear you away, but we still have 50 miles to go.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
It's been very interesting to meet you, Mrs.
A name doesn't concern you.
It most certainly does not. Come on, kid.
I've forgotten how much that woman hates me. And how much I hate her. That's a terrible thing to say, isn't it?
No.
But ever since I was little, she was always so right and I was always so wrong. Thanks for getting me out. I'll stay anywhere. Any old place will do if I'm far enough away from her.
Hey, take it easy.
I wish I'd broken my neck when I fell out of that tree.
It's a little too late to think about that now, isn't it?
You won't make me stay in Nelsonville? You'll find me a room somewhere else?
Sure I will.
Any old dump will do.
That's just what you're going to get. It's only got one window, and the mattress is stuffed with rocks, and it's got a painting of the cross-eyedest old man you ever saw in your life.
How do you know?
How do I know what? Oh, that my grandfather was cross-eyed?
You mean you're taking me home with you?
Why not?
Oh.
Well, forget. Now what?
Hey, anyone home? Hey!
John!
Hello, Mother.
Oh, my boy,
Gosh, Mother, it's good to see you.
Oh, I just can't believe you're here at last. Well, Jack Sargent.
Hey, there, hello, Annie. How about a kiss, huh?
I declare I'm glad you're here. If only to stop your mother from taking leave of her senses.
Oh, boy, I'll say. Hello, John. Welcome home.
Hello, Willie. The girl still chasing you?
Oh, John.
What made you so late, dear? We thought you'd be here by 6 at least.
Well, you see...
Hey, who's that in the front seat?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mother, this is Miss Leander. She's come to spend Christmas with us.
How do you do?
Oh, how nice. Well, I'm so glad to know you, my dear.
And this is my Aunt Emmy. Knows more about flannel cakes than the guy who invented them.
Hello. I'm right pleased to meet you, Miss Leander.
And this is Willie Sims, our hired boy. He's crazy about the girls, and the girls are crazy about him. Willie Sims.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello. I hope I won't be too much trouble, Mrs. Sargent.
Trouble? Why, bless your child, it's a joy to have you here. But, John Sargent, why didn't you send me a telegram?
Well, you see, Mother, this was rather
Well,
unexpected.
never mind all that. Now, come along, child. You must be near freezing to death. And here we are, cackling like a couple of... Emmy, what? Did you leave those cookies in the oven? Oh, jeepers creepers. Oh. Come along now, everyone. This way, Miss Leanne.
Thanks.
Oh, boy, John.
What?
Ain't she a peacherino?
Who? Oh.
All I can say is hot dog.
Come on, grab a grip, Willie. I want to thaw out in a hurry.
Go on, Jack. Now, don't stop. Play that other piece you used to do so good.
I can't remember it anymore, Mother.
Oh, well, try, dear. Don't you think he plays nice, Miss Leander?
You don't have to answer that, Lee. I had $14 worth of piano lessons once, and they've never forgotten.
Willie, hand me that popcorn. We've got to have it all strung for the tree tomorrow.
Yes'm, here you are.
Well, yeah, you can help me. You haven't done a thing all night.
Oh, gee, didn't I help Miss Leander with all them dinner dishes?
You should have done them yourself, Willie. Miss Leander's a guest.
Oh, I like doing them, Mrs. Sargent. I've lived in hotels and places so long I haven't been around the house as much as I'd like.
Your folks dead?
Willie.
Ma'am?
Oh, I don't mind. My father's dead. My mother's remarried.
Well, that's too bad, my dear. I always say it's so hard on the children. It just isn't the same with a new parent. Go on, Jack. Now, just one more piece.
No, that's all the back to you, Aunt Emmy.
Oh, please, dear.
I'll play you a piece if you want.
Oh, that'd be fine.
Oh, gee, can you play?
Well, I used to play in the dime store. What would you all like?
It doesn't make any difference.
I can sing The End of a Perfect Day.
Now, Willie.
Well, I can.
So can everybody else, Willie.
The End of a Perfect Day. I think I remember it.
Oh, boy. Give us a downbeat, please, Miss Leander. When you come to the end of a perfect day and you sit alone with your thoughts while the chimes ring out with a carol gay for the joy.
Well, son, time for bed. Gracious, the evening's gone past. The rest went up long ago.
Wait, Mother. There's one thing you must be curious about.
What, dear?
Miss Leander.
Yes?
I don't know whether to tell you this or not, but I don't like to bring somebody under your roof without you knowing exactly who she is.
Oh, John, I think I can guess.
What? Oh, no, not at all, Mother. She isn't even a friend of mine.
Well, she certainly should be. I think she's charming.
She is charming, Mother, but...
She reminds me of your father's cousin Winifred, who died when his second was born. The lovely, sweet thing. I was just saying to Emmy...
Wait a minute, Mother. Unfortunately, the girl's a crook. I'm going to put her in jail when we get back to New York.
What?
But in the meanwhile, she had no place to go for Christmas, so
Oh, the poor lamb. You'll do no such thing, John Sargent. Why, that girl's as honest as all outdoors. I can tell by just looking at her face. Well, if she did take some little thing, I'm sure it was entirely by mistake. She's probably a hypochondriac.
Hypochondriac, huh? Well, she might be at that.
She hasn't really taken things, has she, dear? You're just making a bad joke now, aren't you?
No, Mother. I'm afraid this isn't even her first offense. But that doesn't mean she wasn't unhappy and lonely and a human being like the rest of us.
Well, the poor thing probably didn't get enough love as a child. Do you remember how bad you were? Well, not really bad, but do you remember the time you took my egg money I was going to buy a new dress with? And then how hard you worked to pay it back when you understood.
You made me understand.
Oh, it was love, dear, that made you understand. Well, I do hope she enjoys her stay here. Now, we must do everything to make her happy and comfortable and to feel like one of the family. Do you think we ought to lock up the silver? Well, good night, son.
Good night, Mother. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I've never seen so many presents in all my days.
Oh, here's another one for you, Mother.
For me? Oh, John, another bottle of perfume. Ecstasy. Why, I haven't even started on that bottle of ecstasy you gave me last year.
And Aunt Emmy, here's a present for you.
Oh.
Willie, what have you got there?
I don't know yet. Getting her open.
What, Jack?
Huh? What?
Oh, what's this supposed to be?
What?
A nightgown, Emmy?
Oh, Jack Sargent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Oh, gee, you can see right through it.
Really lovely, isn't it?
Gee, we've got all our stuff open, and, well, I'm sorry about the present situation, Lee. If we'd only known sooner.
Why, John, there's some presents for Miss Leander over there on the sofa.
Oh.
Why, of course, Jack, you must have forgotten.
Oh, well, guess you can always trust Santa Claus. 3 packages, Lee. Here. Merry Christmas.
Oh, no. Oh, you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble.
Open them up now, dear.
Oh, what a lovely pincushion. It's so pretty.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Just scraps and things I've been collecting for years.
Here's the next one. Very Merry Christmas to Miss Leander from Jack's Aunt Emmy.
Stockings. Oh, thank you so much.
Bed socks.
Oh,
not so fancy but wonderful on a cold night for a spinster lady.
Oh, it's awfully sweet of you all.
Here's another, Miss
Oh,
Sanders.
no, not really.
Yeah. Who's that from, Willie?
From you, you big junk. Don't you remember anything?
Well, but I didn't.
Gracious sakes.
Oh, perfume. Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's nothing, just a bottle of perfume.
And ecstasy, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you're all much too kind. I don't think I've ever met anyone so thoughtful and...
Oh, nonsense, child. We're so happy to have you and so anxious for you to enjoy your stay. Of course, there isn't much to do here, except tonight we're bobbing for apples, and tomorrow the young folks have a treasure hunt, and Thursday's the charity bazaar. Then we rest up for a day. And the next day is New Year's. That's the big event. And this year we're having a real old-fashioned barn dance like the Hicks were supposed to be.
That's all there is. Farmers' wives don't die of boredom anymore. They die of heart failure.
I declare this is the best barn dance we've ever had.
Yes. Oh, they dance beautifully together, don't they?
It reminds me... What? Who?
Jack and Miss Leander. Like they were made for each other.
If you're hinting that John's in love with her, well, he isn't, Emmy.
Fiddlesticks, Lucy. Fiddlesticks. She's in love with him, too.
I tell you they're not. You don't know anything about these things, Emmy.
Lucy Sargent, if you're referring to the fact that I never married, I'd like to point out that you don't have to be a horse to judge a horse show. If ever I saw two people in love...
They're not. They can't be. They just can't be.
Almost over, isn't it?
Yeah, just about. We'll be pulling out for New York in the morning.
And the third will be one day nearer.
The third?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean that third?
When my case comes up again.
I haven't thought of it.
I have. But you've all been so sweet, no matter what happens after we get back. It won't matter so much. I'll have some wonderful memories.
So will I.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to wish you all a very happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Lee.
Happy New Year, Jack.
You know, it's an old-fashioned custom, but people always kiss each other. Well, at this time.
I know it.
Well, what am I waiting for?
I don't know. Why are you?
Well, 6 o'clock comes right early, children. You better get your sleep.
What time's breakfast, Aunt Emmy?
Time for you to leave early. What'll it be? Flannel cakes or fried mush?
Well, how about it, Lee?
Oh, I think we'll ride better on the mush. Fried mush, then. Good night, children.
Good night, Aunt Emmy. You sleepy?
Not very.
How about a good night cigarette?
Well, I'd love it. I'll meet you downstairs.
Swell. I'll be waiting.
Just a minute, Jack. I was just... Oh, Mrs. Sargent.
I'm sorry to disturb you, dear, but you'll be in such a rush in the morning.
Oh, no, you're not disturbing me. Come in.
Thank you. First of all, I want you to know how glad we've been to have you here, and how much I hope you've enjoyed your stay.
You'll never know how much.
And then, well, I want you to know how sorry I am that you're in trouble, and how much I hope it'll come out all right.
I didn't know you knew about that.
Oh, you poor child. You can be sure I never would have mentioned it now, only, well, has Jack ever told you anything about his childhood?
No, why?
We were very poor after my husband died. In fact, we had nothing. Jack had to do chores before school and after school, and then after chores, he studied in the evening so he could go to college. Then he had to work his way through college and through law school. Oh, I don't mean there's anything unusual about it, but I'm only trying to tell you that he worked very hard to get where he is. Very, very hard, and, well, he's my son, and I wouldn't want anything or anyone to spoil it for him now.
I see. But I don't see why anything should spoil it for him, do you?
He's in love with you.
Oh, no, he isn't in love with me. He's never had any more interest in me than, well, some panhandler he'd buy a meal for.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
He kissed you tonight.
Well, not exactly ugly. Oh, he might have had a little fever for me, but it isn't going any further, and it hasn't been any place either.
I see.
He's no fool. And even if he was, I wouldn't hurt him or you, Aunt Emmy, or even Willie.
Thank you, dear. And good night. But you do love him, don't you?
I'm afraid so.
I knew you did.
Lee? Lee?
Yes?
How about that good night cigarette?
No. No, thanks. I'm too sleepy.
Oh, okay. See you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. I'll see you in the morning.
The curtain falls on the second act of Remember the Night with Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. Before our start return in Act 3, let's hear from our studio reporter, Libby Collins.
Well, Mr. Rourke, I'm much impressed with a young Warner Brothers star who's attracting a great deal of attention right now, Jane Wyman.
Oh, yes, Jane Wyman. Say, she did Warner Brothers proud in Brother Rat and the Baby. And let's see.
And in Angel from Texas, a new picture which will be out in a few weeks. Young Jane Wyman distinguished herself so in those two parts, Mr. Rourke, that all the wise money in Hollywood is betting that she'll be one of the biggest stars in pictures in a year or two.
What's Jane like personally, Libby?
She's one of the all-round nicest girls I've ever met, and a regular dynamo of energy. In fact, her nickname at the studio is Dynamite.
That's interesting.
She's just been married to Ronald Reagan, who has a romantic interest in several pictures.
Yes, I remember that.
Incidentally, Jane is another of that army of models who've made good in pictures. She makes good use of that experience now by designing her own clothes. Do you know what a Hollywood makeup man told me about Jane Wyman?
No, what was it, Libby?
That she's one of the most naturally beautiful girls in Hollywood. And so I thought what she has to say about complexion beauty ought to be especially interesting.
Well, I think you're right about that, Libby. What does she say?
She says she thinks the most important single thing a girl can do for her complexion is to use Lux soap every night at bedtime for an active lather facial. Jane says she herself never misses out on this, no matter how tired she is. It only takes about 3 minutes, and she sleeps better because her conscience is clear. She knows she done right by her skin.
Thank you, Libby. It's evident that Jane Wyman is a clever little girl. She's not going to risk spoiling her complexion, the good looks that mean so much to her success, through carelessness. Now, what about your complexion? Is it as lovely as it ought to be? You'll find Lux Toilet Soap a wonderful beauty aid. You'll find, if you use it regularly, this soap with active lather really works. Now, perhaps without realizing it, you've been careless about removing stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt. And so your skin is, well, not what it might be. Why don't you make sure of thorough cleansing? Why don't you begin tonight to give your skin the gentle beauty care that Lux Toilet Soap's active lather gives? Take your first active lather facial tonight, and then keep it up for 30 days. See what it can do for you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain rises on the third act of Remember the Night. It's early the following morning. In the half-light, just before dawn, Jack and Lee are ready to leave for New York. As they come down the steps of the old house, Mrs. Sargent takes Lee aside.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Mrs. Sargent.
Remember, there's always a room upstairs for you, and we'll be only too glad to have you. That is, if everything turns out. I mean, of course it will.
I know it will.
And don't drive too fast, Jack Sargent. If you get tired, just drive into a field someplace and go to sleep.
No, thanks. Anyway, we're going up through Canada. I've never seen the place.
Canada? What are you talking about?
Oh, just a different way of getting there.
Well, whatever you do, John, take good care of yourself.
I will, Mother.
Bye, Jack.
Goodbye, Emmy. So long, Willie.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. Let me hear from you often.
I will, Mother.
Bye. Goodbye, Miss Leanne.
Goodbye, Willie. Goodbye, all.
Goodbye. Hey, don't forget to write. And don't you forget to chop some wood. Christmas is over.
Oh, ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth?
What's the idea of stopping?
Lee, do you know where we are?
Of course.
We're in Canada.
We should be. We crossed the border 3 hours ago.
No, you don't get it. Look, this is Canada. Over there's the United States. Stay here, Lee. Don't go back.
Oh, stop talking nonsense.
It isn't nonsense. I'm not a policeman. I can't make you go.
Is your conscience gnawing at you?
What do you think it was when I got bail for you?
Oh, that seems like 80 years ago. I didn't even know you were against me. Oh, I did know you were supposed to be trying to put me in jail or something, but... Oh, you were so gentle about it.
Yeah, that's part of the technique. If you don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man in the jury wants to punch you in the nose. And you have to handle a jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict. You know, it's very hard to put a woman in jail no matter what she's done. I'm supposed to be kind of a specialist at it.
No, you're not.
Sure I am.
You're just trying to make me hate you so you won't feel so bad when you give me the business, aren't you?
Look, are you going to stay in Canada?
A fine district attorney you are, telling me to jump bail.
You know I love you, don't you?
Don't say that.
And you love me.
No.
I suppose that's why you've looked at me the way you have, kissed me the way you did. And why your hand has always found mine and mine has always found yours whenever they were anywhere near each other.
Oh, Jack, don't be a fool. Look, I'm only human. But you've got to remember how hard you worked to get where you are. You've got to think of the hours and the days and the years you spent getting through college.
I see. Mother's been talking
Well,
to
why
you.
shouldn't she? She got everything to be proud of. And you've got to be proud and think about it, too, instead of telling people to jump bail
Lee.
and tell...
I love you, Lee.
Oh, Jack.
I love you.
Oh, darling. It'll be awfully hard to lose you.
You know what I wish?
What?
I wish the case was over and you'd been acquitted.
Oh, then you shouldn't have had it postponed.
If I hadn't, I'd never have met you.
That's true.
So the case is dismissed and you've been acquitted.
Not good.
And I pull out a marriage license.
Oh, gee.
And we march right into the judge's chambers and have him marry us.
You know, you're talking like a madman, don't you?
Yeah, I guess so. Come on, let's go.
Jack, the courtroom's less than a block away. Or don't you care if the jury and the rest of them see you with me?
Oh, so I'm not good enough to be seen with you, huh? You don't love me anymore.
I never loved you.
Were you just toying with
Oh,
me?
shut up.
You'll have to develop more courtesy and respect for your future husband, or I shall fall back in strong measures. A woman, a dog, and a hickory tree, the better you beat 'em, the better they be.
Oh, quit it, will you?
All right. What?
I can't argue with you. Imagine being married to a man who argues for a living. But you know all this isn't right. Can't you see the papers? District attorney marries girl crook. I'd only hurt you, Jack.
But you won't be a crook. You'll be acquitted.
How do you know?
Well, I don't know, but I think you've got a good chance.
You wouldn't do anything to make them acquit me, would you?
What could I do?
I don't know, but you could throw the case.
Listen, you're being tried by a judge and a jury. It's up to them. They know the facts. They speak for themselves. There's nothing I can do about it, not a thing.
I hope there isn't. It would be a fine thing, wouldn't it?
Now, don't worry. Everything's going to come out all right. So long, darling. I'll see you in court.
You may proceed, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, well, if this jury will let me, they've been mumbling to themselves all morning.
I'll take care of the jury, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you. Now, Miss Leander, I believe you have testified that you were hypnotized at the time you left the jewelry store and walked up Fifth Avenue. Didn't you?
I...
Did you or didn't you? Answer the question, Miss Leander.
Well, my lawyer said so.
Oh, your lawyer said so. Are we to understand, then, that you and your lawyer do not agree as to exactly what happened?
Don't answer that question. Object, Your Honor, please. Question's entirely improper, and I ask that it be stricken from the record.
Sustained. The jury will disregard the question.
I was only trying... Your Honor, those jurors are at it again. If they'd listen to the testimony instead of whispering among themselves...
Proceed with the case, please.
You can't hear yourself think. Well, Miss Leander, were you hypnotized or weren't you?
I suppose...
We don't want your suppositions. We want to know whether or not you were hypnotized.
Yes.
Guess what?
I guess I was hypnotized.
You guess you were hypnotized. First you suppose you were hypnotized, now you guess you were. Kindly remember you're under oath. Do you know the penalty for perjury?
If Your Honor, please, I object.
Sustained.
Tell me, Miss Leander, just how many times have you been hypnotized by beautiful jewelry?
I guess quite a lot of times.
Did you hear by any chance Dr. Kaima's opinion concerning hypnotism? Well?
I'm trying to think.
If you don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man on the jury wants to punch you on the nose.
Oh.
Will the witness please answer my question? And will the jury please stop mumbling?
Jack, you...
You have to handle the jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict.
He's my son.
It's all right. It's all right. Just take all the time you want, Miss Leander.
He's worked so hard. I wouldn't want anything to spoil it for him now.
Well, Miss Leander?
Oh.
Nothing must spoil it for him.
Well, Miss Leander, what is it? What is it?
Oh.
Your Honor, I object to the tactics being pursued by the district attorney. He's harrying the defense.
No, wait. Wait, I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, I don't believe this young woman is well. I request a 5-minute recess.
I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, it must
please, it must be perfectly
Your Honor, a few
apparent.
minutes recess, please. She's obviously not responsible for what she's saying.
I ask that Your Honor intercede in this matter.
Why do you wish to plead guilty?
Because I am guilty. You see, when you work hard for something and promises are made, you just can't toss it away, no matter what.
Your Honor, it must be perfectly clear now that this is not normal behavior.
Perfectly clear, of course. And the state has no desire to take advantage of a temporary aberration.
There isn't anything temporary about this. Your Honor, you can see that I'm in my right mind. I plead guilty.
You leave me no other alternative. The court at this time will fix next Friday, January 6th at 10 a.m. as day for passing sentence. The prisoner is remanded to the city jail. The jury is dismissed.
Mr. Sergeant, to see you, Miss Leander.
All right.
This way, Mr. Sergeant. 10 minutes.
Hello.
Do you realize what you've done?
Yes.
Do you realize it can't be undone?
Yes.
You understand there's no appeal. Nothing but jail.
How long will I get?
Oh, how do I know? Maybe not very long, but if you'd kept your trap shut, you wouldn't be in here at all.
Well, there wasn't anything else to do. You're so strong, and you argue so well, and I love you so much.
Yeah, you certainly proved that.
I'd always do what you wanted, even if it wasn't good for you. I'd never have a chance against you, and you'd never have a chance with me. Like just now when you were trying to lose the case. Oh, aren't you ashamed?
Oh, stop it. Oh, I know what you were trying to do. Save little Jackie's career from the bad, bad woman. Don't you think I'm the best judge of what's good for me and what I want most in this world?
No.
And while you were making your big gesture, did you stop to think how much you'd be hurting me? Do you think I'll stop loving you just because they lock you up with a bunch of hoodlums and hopheads for the next few years?
I'm not much better.
Well, you were good enough for me.
Will you come and see me sometime?
Come and see. I'm going to send for the judge and marry you right this minute.
Oh, no. Thanks, but if you still wanted me afterwards, you'd be a sucker if you did, but if you did, it wouldn't be the same. I'd be all square, and you would have had plenty of time to think things over.
I don't have to think. I'll be waiting for you, Lee. No matter how long it is, I'll be waiting.
Jack, will you stand beside me and hold my hand when I'm sentenced?
You know I will.
Then I won't be afraid. It'll be kind of like a marriage at that, won't it? And the other part won't be so bad or so long. With your voice always in my ear. Your smile always before my eyes. And the feel of your hands always in mine.
Oh, Lee.
I love you so. I love you so.
Lee Leander and John Sargent will meet again in the not-too-distant future. Right now, we meet Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray again as they take a curtain call.
CB, I think Fred ought to run for district attorney. A jury would be putty in his hands.
Oh, not me, Barbara. I'd be scared to death making speeches in front of a lot of people.
Oh, you get over that, Fred. There's a trick to it. You pick out one person in the audience and talk to him. Forget about the crowd.
Oh, that doesn't work, CB.
Oh, you can't be sure until you try.
I've tried it. You know, I used to play the saxophone in an orchestra.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of, Fred.
You never heard me play the saxophone. Well, what I was going to tell you was that whenever one of us did a solo, we had to stand up. But I couldn't do it because I was so scared my teeth chattered. You ever play the saxophone with your teeth chattering, CB?
Fred, I'm ashamed to say I've never played a saxophone. With or without my teeth chattering.
Well, somebody told me about that trick of looking at one person and forgetting about the crowd. So one night when my saxophone solo came along, I picked out a girl that was dancing just in front of the orchestra, and I played the saxophone right to her.
Did it work?
No, she stuck her tongue out at me. Guess she must have been a music lover.
Well, seriously, Fred, I enjoyed doing Remember the Night with you both for the screen and here in the Lux Radio Theater this week. And now I want to say just a word about Lux Soap. I think it's a grand complexion care. I wouldn't be surprised if I said something like that before, CB, but it's still true because I still use Lux Soap just as I have for years.
I'll never get tired of hearing you say that, Barbara.
What's the play for next week, CB?
Next Monday night, our play is the great motion picture hit, Love Affair. And our stars will be Irene Dunn and William Powell. Love Affair, produced by Leo McCary for RKO, is one of the finest love stories the screen has given us in many years. A drama that begins on shipboard and ends... Well, I'll leave that for next Monday night, when we'll have William Powell and Irene Dunn as the lovers in our production of Love Affair.
I'll take 2 seats on the living room aisle for that one, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. The jury finds you both guilty of a great performance. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and William Powell in Love Affair. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as O'Leary, Jack Carr as Rufus, John Fee as Judge, Edward Marr as Tom, Wally Mayer as District Attorney, Celeste Rush as Mother, Arthur Q. Bryan as Mike, Walter White as Clerk, Sidney Newman as Cassidy, Ann Lee as Secretary, and Warren Rock as a policeman. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee and Tenderleaf Tea present Edgar Bergan, Bill Thompson, Ray Noble and his orchestra, Dale Evans, the Sportsman, our guest, Miss Barbara Stanwyck, and Charlie McCartney.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Dale.
Hiya, Charlie.
I'd kiss you hello, but I'm afraid my mustache might tickle you.
Charlie, don't tell me you're growing a mustache.
Yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah. Today I am a mess. I mean a man. I decided to let it sprout. Haven't you noticed it?
Well, I see a little fuzz, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, but that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
I feel so distinguished. Don't I look like a man about town?
No. You look more about a boy about 12. Charlie, does Edgar know about this?
No, he hasn't seen it yet. I want to surprise him.
Well, he'll be surprised, all right.
Yeah. Well, you and Ray go ahead with that canteen bounce, and I'll go outside and wax it up a bit. You know?
Well, all right. Say, Charlie, has Bergan seen your mustache yet?
No, not yet.
Well, here he comes. Let's go show it to him, huh?
Yeah. Well, all right, don't push, Nick. Don't push me. Oh, Bergan.
Yes, Charlie?
Well.
Well?
Well.
How do you like it? How do I like what?
Yeah. Well, can't you see something different about my face?
Well, let me see.
Look good.
Yeah. What did you do? Wash behind your ears?
Yeah, no, nothing as drastic as that.
No,
Can't you see?
Well, Charlie, what are you talking about?
Well, look at him, Bergan. You can see it just as plain when you get it in the right light.
You can.
Yeah.
See what?
What's on my upper lip?
What?
Oh, hunk of lip lettuce.
What?
Kiss her head.
You mean a mustache?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, just call me Bristlepuss.
I see.
Oh, fuzzy chomp. That's me. Yeah.
So you're growing a mustache?
Yeah, that's right.
Why should you want a mustache?
Well, I've heard that mustaches are very attractive to, women of the opposite sex.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, I see. So now it's girls.
Yeah, but none of that slick stuff, though.
Oh, I see.
No. I'm getting interested in, more sophisticated women.
I see.
Women about 14 or 15.
Oh. Well, Charlie, don't you think you're just a little bit too young to be growing a mustache?
But, Bergan, it's nature.
Oh, it is?
Oh, it's life. You can't fight those things.
I see.
Don't you think that shaving 3 or 4 times a day will make my mustache grow faster?
Well, I'm sure it will need something.
Yes, huh?
Yes. You ought to do something to encourage it.
Yes, I maybe should put a little B1 on it.
Yes. Well, why don't you try some of my hair tonic on your lip?
Yeah. Your hair tonic?
Yes.
Oh, you amuse me. You still believe, don't you?
Yeah. Say, Ray Noble has a mustache. Perhaps he can give you a few pointers on it.
Yeah?
Oh, Ray?
Yes, go on, is it?
Oh, we must ask you a question.
Yes, darling.
How how did you grow your mustache, Ray?
Mustache.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, Charlie. As a matter of fact, I got it on the installment plan.
On the installment plan?
Yes. A little down each week.
Oh, that's pretty bad, wasn't it? Did it take you very long to grow it, Ray?
Oh, no. It came rather natural, if anything. You see, the men in my family have always sported, shall we say, hirsute adornment.
Hirsute adornment?
Hirsute adornment.
Well, twirl my toupee.
As a matter of fact, Charlie, my Uncle Persimmon had such a long beard that one day while running for a streetcar, his beard got in the way and he ran clear up to his chin before he could stop.
Oh. Wait till you get out of here and bring back some money, too.
You know, Charlie, the fact that you want to grow a mustache makes me feel a little bit sad.
Well, why, Bergan?
Well, maybe I'm being selfish, but I hate to see you grow up, Charlie.
No. You hate to see me grow up?
Yes, I do.
Well, what other direction could I go?
So what I mean is I have a feeling that I'm losing my little boy. You see, Charlie, your pranks and your boyish laughter have kept me young.
You mean that, Bergan?
Yes, Charlie. You must realize, too, that I won't always be with you.
What do you mean?
Well, you know how I wait for you to come home from school and the fun we have?
Yeah, we do have fun, don't we?
Yeah. Well, of course, that won't always be.
No?
The time will come when you won't find me around the house.
You mean you're going to work?
No. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, Bill Thompson, our noted news commentator, is in Gravel Knob, the capital of Flageria, waiting to give us news of world importance. Through a special two-way hookup, we take you now to Flageria and Bill Thompson.
Hello, Edgar. Hello, America.
Hello, Bill. How's everything in Flageria?
Just fine, Edgar. This happens to be Flageria's national holiday, Donkey Neck Monday, which occurs immediately 3 Tuesdays before Bus Stop Thursday. The ceremonies are now starting with a Flagerian band conducted by Herb Harmonic, who is a cousin of the noted American conductor, Phil Harmonic. Here comes the band. That was that old black magic. The Flagerian version, of course. I guess they're not ready yet. Like they're young caught in the door. Well, while we're waiting, we'll hear an address by the Honorable Garter T. Stumphead, who is the Minister of Popular Mechanics. As such, he is in the Flagerian Cabinet, the Honorable Stumphead. Well, I guess he can't get out of the cabinet, so we'll continue.
Wait a minute, Bill. What was the Minister Stumphead? What was he going to talk about?
Well, he was going to tell us about the main Flagerian industry, which at the moment is going at full speed. In fact, their business is tops.
What do they manufacture?
Tops.
We're ready with the news from the scientific front, Mr. Thompson.
Oh, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now to the laboratory of the great Flagerian scientist, Professor Scalpel Sulfonilamets, who is in the midst of an experiment that will enable a beaver to talk. This is an extremely delicate operation. We must have complete silence. Go ahead, Professor.
Good evening. I'm mixing up the serum now that I hope will make this beaver talk. I got a little fat beaver here sitting on a board in front of me. It's a beaver board. Now, I'll just give him a shot of serum. Hold still, beaver. Easy now, steady. There. That does it. Now, all right. Now, little fella, say something. Oh, come on now, darn it. Everybody's listening. You got to say something.
I just can't think of a thing to say.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Professor Sulfonilamets. And now let's go back to see how the gremlins are getting along. Take it away, Parachute Tom.
Well, go ahead and jump.
No, you jump.
How about jumping in and you jump down?
No, sir. You jump first. You have the parachute on.
Well, all right then. Okay, sissy. Here I go there. You jump.
Well, they're still not ready, I guess. So in the meantime, we take you to Mambuzi, West Africa, where we hear a native tribesman sending messages by means of ancient jungle drums. Take it away, Africa.
Anybody else got a message to send?
Boy, I have. Will you send this one?
Can't send this.
Why not?
Can't send no birthday greetings.
Thank you, Mambuzi. Ladies and gentlemen, as long as we're in Africa, let's hop over to Tunisia. Behind the Axis lines, we hear General von Sauerbraten addressing the men of the Afrika Korps. Eine Stellfleiten Afrika Korps and the Afrika Korps and the Stuttfleiten and the Afrika Korps in Dresden. Any Stellfleit a few weeks ago, the American General Eisenhower said he would push us into the sea. He would push us into the sea. Well, what are we waiting for? Last one in is an old sausage.
Whenever she's in love, sings Dale Evans, it's always you. Whoever you may be, he's a lucky guy.
Whenever I see a twilight, I watch till a star breaks through. Funny, it's not a star I see, it's always you. Whenever I roam through roses, and lately I often do. Funny, it's not a rose I touch, it's always you. If a breeze caresses me, it's really you strolling by. If I hear a melody, it's merely the way you sigh. Wherever you are, you're near me. Why, you dare me to be untrue. Funny, each time I fall in love, it's always you. If a breeze caresses me, it's really you strolling by. Now, if I hear a melody, it's merely the way you sigh. Wherever you are, you're near me. You dare me to be untrue. Funny, each time I fall in love, well, every day I fall in love all over again with you. Every time I'm in love, it's always you.
In times like these, everybody's on the lookout for ways to step up efficiency. Our clothing, our food, everything we buy must measure up in terms of service. Now, on that score, Tenderleaf brand T-balls really take the palm. They're made to serve in days like these, to serve in more ways than one. American housewives call for them in preference to all other kinds because they're so superior. Yes, Tenderleaf brand T-balls are first choice of the nation. They bring you the delicious flavor of the small, young top tea leaves. The kind you get in Tenderleaf brand tea put up in packages, too. Those tender tea leaves are infinitely preferable to the older, coarser leaves for exquisite bouquet, the true tea fragrance, and for richness and satisfying flavor. In a word, they have everything tea lovers look for, in addition to their time-saving modern utility. Now, besides all that, they're made of tasteless filter paper. That's another big step forward. At the moment, the overwhelming popularity of Tenderleaf brand tea balls may cause your grocer to run out of stock sometimes. Now, if that happens, we hope you'll understand and cooperate. we'll be doing our best, too. So always ask for Tenderleaf brand tea or Tenderleaf brand tea balls.
Of an incident a few years ago. I was 3 days out from the boathouse in Central Park when our ship lost its rudder. We floundered for 3 days. It was some of the nicest flounder I ever tasted.
Hello, Charlie.
I was, well, hello, Barbara Stanwyck. Babs.
Oh, Charlie, what do you know?
Oh, things and stuff.
What's new?
Well, stuff and things.
I see you're the same old Charlie.
Yeah.
You know, I'll never forget the first time one, but you.
Oh, yes, yeah. Well, that's understandable. I'm a handsome blighter, ain't I?
Remember, Charlie, in those days your salary was only 75 cents a week.
Yeah.
Tell me, what are you getting now?
Now?
Yeah.
75 cents a week.
Oh, I don't know how you get along on it. Are you making both ends meet?
Well, yes, but as soon as I do, somebody moves the ends.
Charlie, I sympathize with you. I know what it's like to have the wolf at the door.
Yeah. Oh, has Bergan been bothering you?
Charlie, what you need is a manager.
A manager?
Uh-huh.
Me?
Yes, just place yourself in my hands and I'll put you on a solid basis.
Yeah. You mean on the rocks?
No. You let me talk to Bergan, and believe me, I'll get you a pretty penny.
How about some ugly old dollars?
Well, I'll get you some of those, too.
Yeah?
Why, Charlie, you're terrific. You're sensational.
Yeah?
You're dynamite.
Do you really think so?
No, but that's the kind of hooey I'll hand Bergan.
Oh. Yeah, well, now, wait a minute.
No, let's not waste time. Is it a deal?
Well, I don't know. Okay. Draw up a verbal contract and I'll sign it.
All right. Now, of course, for my services,
Yes?
Well, there's the question of money.
Isn't there always? What do you usually get for a shakedown like this?
Oh, well, we'll divide it evenly.
Good.
60-40.
Yes. What's even about that?
Well, they're both even numbers.
Oh, yeah, so they are, yeah. I suppose I get the 60, naturally.
No.
No?
You get the 40.
That's pretty good. Whatever made me think I got the 60? How silly.
Yes. Oh, never mind that. Let's get to work on Bergan.
Yeah.
Bring on the old tightwad.
Yeah, let's get the old cheapskate, huh? Hey, Bergan.
Yes, Charlie?
Come here. Meet my new manager, 60% Stanwyck.
Oh, I see. Your new manager?
Yes. Mr. Bergan, as Charlie's manager, I demand an increase in our allowance.
Yeah.
And we won't take no for an answer.
We want dough, not no.
Now, just a moment. This comes as rather a surprise.
If you're surprised now, wait till you hear what we're asking.
What are we asking?
We're asking for $10 a week.
$10 a week? Why, that's ridiculous.
Mr. Bergan, let's not beat around the bush. My client, Mr. McCarthy, is the important member in this outfit. What are you in this combination, anyway? Just a stooge.
This is the happiest moment of my life. Lay it on him, Dad.
You bet I will.
Show him no mercy. Now.
Do you realize how much you owe Charlie?
Yeah. Where would you be without me?
Well, where would you be without me?
Why, that darn thing never does come out right, does it?
Miss Stanwyck, I'm afraid what you asked is out of the question.
Oh, now wait. Mr. Bergan, put yourself in my client's place. Haven't you ever needed money? Needed it so badly that you'd stoop to anything to get it?
Well, yes, I have.
All right, what did you do?
He took up ventriloquism.
Now, never mind that.
Edgar,
Oh, Edgar, think of what may happen if you refuse to help this poor boy.
Yes.
For want of the bare necessities of life, why, he may be forced to steal.
So hungry.
To become a hardened criminal.
Yeah.
An outcast.
Nobody talks in here.
No, an enemy of society.
I'll be in jail or
Yes.
something.
Yes, even a murderer.
So long.
Charlie, where are you going?
I'm going to get myself hung. You made a murder out of me, Bergan.
Oh, Charlie, come back here. Mr. Bergan. Mr. Bergan, do you realize my client would have walked out on you long ago?
Yeah.
If it weren't for his incredible loyalty and stupidity.
That's telling him. Or is it?
Mr. Bergan, this is positively your last chance. Will you or will you not increase our allowance to $10?
I will not.
I knew it wouldn't work.
Oh, don't worry, Charlie. I've got him going.
Yeah, but in the wrong direction.
Don't be silly. Don't give up, Charlie. We'll arbitrate.
Settle for less. I know that.
Now, Mr. Bergan, what will you give?
Well, I might consider a 25-cent raise, but no more.
Oh, 25 cents. Oh, did you hear that, Charlie? I asked for a $10 increase, and he wants to give 25 cents.
That's pretty good. Let's take it.
Good. Well, there you are, Charlie. Now you get a whole $1 a week.
Whoopee! And I owe it all to you, manager.
Well, no, not all of it.
Huh?
Just 60%.
Oh, yeah. That's right, just 60%. 60 cents it, and I get the... Wait a minute. Now. That only gives me 40 cents a week now.
That's right.
I've been taking like an aspirin here.
Be with us again next week when Charlie and all of us will be on hand to greet our special guests, Victor Moore and Billy Gaxton, and the eminent psychologist and author of Let's Explore Your Mind, Dr. Albert Edward Wiggum. Ladies and gentlemen, this week, May 3rd to 9th, all over the United States and Canada, is National Restaurant Week. And this year, it has a special significance, which its sponsors sum up in this theme. For victory, work more, sleep more, eat well, be well. Buy more war bonds and stamps. Remember, National Restaurant Week, May 3rd to 9th.
being seen in Lady of Burlesque. This is Buddy Twist saying goodnight from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Stella Dallas with Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill.
Lux presents Hollywood. It is your loyalty to Lux Toilet Soap that makes this program possible, which tonight stars Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill in Samuel Goldwyn's superlative screen production, Stella Dallas. You will also hear T. Keith Glennon, operations manager of Paramount Studios, and music under the direction of Louis Silvers. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. With this presentation, the Lux Radio Theater becomes 3 years old. During this week in 1934, we first went on the air, and by coincidence, John Bowles was our leading man then, as he is tonight. For our stars, as well as for us, the past year has been an outstanding one. It's been Mr. Bowles' busiest and most successful year on the screen. Anne Shirley has acquired stardom and a husband. And Barbara Stanwyck has at last come into her own through her magnificent performance as Stella Dallas, which she repeats tonight. I know of no one in Hollywood who merits success more than Barbara. Born in a poor section of Brooklyn, she lost both parents while still a child. Living with 10 different families, whichever would take her in, she never knew what a home was. At 13, she was earning her own living as a clerk. 2 years later, she was a dancer. And her first glimpse of success came with a stage role from David Belasco, who changed her name from Ruby Stevens to Barbara Stanwyck. Now on top, Barbara can at last indulge a lifelong ambition. She's purchased a farm in the San Fernando Valley and will spend her off-screen life raising horses. Our story was written 15 years ago by Olive Higgins Prouty and was brought to the screen by my partner of 25 years ago, Samuel Goldwyn. As in the film, we hear Mr. Bowles as Stella Dallas, as Stephen Dallas, Anne Shirley as Lowell, Barbara O'Neill as Helen Morrison, and, of course, Barbara Stanwyck as Stella Dallas. And now one of the year's greatest pictures comes to the air. The Lux Radio Theater presents Stella Dallas with Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, and Anne Shirley. The year is 1919, and our scene is Main Street, in the little manufacturing town of Millhampton, Massachusetts. It's 10 o'clock Sunday evening, and the picture at the Bijou Movie Palace has just finished. In the crowd, drifting out through the lobby, is Stephen Dallas, assistant manager of the town's factory. And at his side, walking as close to him as she dares, is Stella Martin. Stella looks happy and very proud as the mill hands greet their young executive. Mr. Dallas.
Good evening, Joe.
Hello, boss.
How are you, Harry?
How's you, Mr. Dallas? Hello, Stella.
Hello. That's the second time this week I phoned to get in the drugstore the other night. You mind your own business. Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Dallas.
Oh, come on now. You've got to get home. Do you mind our being talked about, Stella?
Mind? I mind? Oh, no, it's just that... Well, I can't believe you like seeing me when you could be out with all the swells.
Oh, but I want to be with you. I like being with you.
Oh, could I take your arm? I mean, is that all right? Is that considered...
Well, of course it is.
Oh, I hope you don't mind my asking those things. It's just that I want to be like all the people you've been around. Educated, you know, and speaking nice, and then
Now, don't be like anyone else. I like you the way you are.
Oh, but I've wanted to be different ever since I met you, and if I was around you long enough, I could be. Why, I could learn to talk like you and act like you, and pretty soon well, you know, you've done a lot for me, even in these couple of weeks.
You've done a lot for me, too, Stella. I was very lonely the day you walked into my office.
Lonely?
Yes. I don't know how much you know about me, but...
Oh, I know your society. I mean...
You mean I used to be.
Yes, and your father died. I read about it in the newspaper.
Dad didn't die. He committed suicide, Stella.
Oh.
He went broke and he couldn't stand it. That's when I came here to start all over again. I guess that was in the papers, too.
Mr. Dallas.
Yes?
That girl, the one you were engaged to when...
Yes?
Wouldn't she wait for you?
She would, if I'd let her. But I couldn't do that, could I? She was married just 2 weeks ago.
Oh. She must have been very lovely.
Yes. Well, here we are.
I don't have to go in right away.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. I don't smoke and I don't drink either.
Oh, you're sweet, Stella. I was lonely and unhappy, then I'm not anymore, Stella. Stella.
Oh, please, I shouldn't have. You won't have any respect for me. Not for girls who let men kiss them whenever they want. I don't let men... I mean... Well, girls shouldn't unless they know the man is serious.
Shall I tell you I am? Or shall I just kiss you again?
Oh, Stephen.
It's in the paper. Stephen Dallas weds Mill Hanson girl.
Gee, wouldn't you just know she'd hook the bait?
Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Dallas were just admitted to membership in the River Club. Flying kind of high.
Boy at the mill are congratulating the Stephen Dallases on the birth of a new baby girl. Well, the popular new manager and Stella Martin were married a year ago.
We're home, Agnes. My, you sure is, honey. What do you look like? Let me see who. Oh, let the nurse take her inside, Agnes. You'll have plenty of time for that later on. Yes'm. This here way, Miss Nurse.
Sit down, honey.
Oh, gosh. Home never looked so good to me.
Oh, poor Stella.
Oh, I didn't mind it. It was just the hospital got on my nerves. And that darn doctor trying to make me stay another week.
Oh, but Stella, he just thought it would be better.
Better for who? It was just to get your money. Stephen, what's all this on the table?
Mail, honey. You had a lot of friends who wanted to congratulate you.
Oh, Stephen, why didn't you bring him to me? The days wouldn't have seemed half so long. Oh, gosh, and I thought everybody had forgotten me. Stephen.
Yeah?
Look at this, an invitation to a dance at the River Club tomorrow night. I think I can wear my blue dress. I'll let it out a little at the top and then
Stella, you don't want to go dancing already?
Oh, why not? Before I went to the hospital, I was stuck in this house for 4 solid months without going anywhere. And we just got into the River Club. All my life, I've just about died to go to the real places and get in with the right crowd. And just when I get a chance and get started, I have to give it all up.
Oh, we'll go next time.
Well, I don't want to go next time. I want to go this time. Oh, Stephen, I won't dance much, I promise. Gee, I just want to get a wave and a manicure and get all dressed up again and go hear some music and forget all about doctors and hospitals and nurses.
And babies?
No, but... Oh, Stephen, please.
Now, Stella.
Oh, please.
Who is that dancing with Mrs. Dallas, Stephen?
I really don't know.
He's very good. Who is he, Joyce?
His name is Munn. He has something to do with horse racing. The girls invite him over for golf, and he gives them tips.
Oh, I see.
Why, you're a wonderful dancer, Mr. Munn.
Well, if I'm any judge of horse flesh, you don't take a mean leg yourself. Say, how did you come to get hooked up to that crowd at your table?
Oh, there's some business friends of my husband.
Business friend?
Uh-huh.
What is he, an undertaker? Say, Stella, why don't you get him to ditch that bunch of mossbacks and come over and join us?
Spencer Chandler's table? Why, we don't even know it.
Well, that won't take long. Do you know what he said after our first dance?
No, what?
He said, Ed, he always calls me Ed.
Uh-huh.
He said, Ed, you can pick winners on a dance floor better than you can at a racetrack.
Yeah?
Oh, go on. Don't red apple me.
Oh, no, on the level. Come on, I'll prove it to you.
Wait. I'd have to ask Stephen first.
Oh, forget it. Hey, Spence.
Sit down, Mon.
Spence, I want you to meet a friend of mine. Stella, Mr. Chandler, Mrs. Dallas.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Say, Spence, I want you to prove something to her for me. Didn't you say I could pick him on a dance floor as good as I can on the track?
Yes, but I wouldn't feel too flattered, Mrs. Dallas. Mon hasn't given me a winner in over a month. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Or would you rather dance?
Why, yes, I guess I would.
Fine.
Well, Stella.
Oh, Stephen, come here. Stephen, this is Mr. Munn.
Pleased to meet you.
And Mr. Spencer Chandler.
How do you do? How do you do?
Mr. Chandler just asked me to dance. You don't mind.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chandler. My wife's just out of the hospital. She ought to be home in bed. And that's where she's going.
We'll hurry then. Come on, Mr. Chandler.
Stella.
Hey, Dallas, you wouldn't like to sit down and have a little snifter, would you?
No, thank you. Go ahead, dear.
Thank you. Well, you can start the lecture now that we're home. What have I done this time? Go ahead, begin.
Stella, I asked you not to wear those earrings and that cheap imitation necklace. You took them off, you agreed, and after we got there, you came out of the dressing room.
Now, Stephen, I'm perfectly willing to let you tell me how to act, but please don't give me pointers on how to dress. Allow me at least to know more about one thing than you do. After all, I've always been known to have stacks of style. You should have heard Ed Munn, and he's been around a bit, too. He's traveled further, and he's
Al.
All right, then, Father, whichever it is, I don't care. Gosh, I have to think twice every time I open my mouth. And Spencer Chandler didn't seem to have to turn the other way either. And he only happens to be one of the Chandlers.
Stella, please, don't say things like that. Remember, you're my wife now.
Oh, and can't look at another man.
That isn't the point at all.
Oh, that's a laugh. An affair between Spencer Chandler and I. Well, I am coming up in the world.
Stella, won't you try to understand? The fake jury's not important. None of these things matter in themselves. But what's to become of us? That is important.
Yes, Stephen.
Stella, why did you marry me?
Oh, because I was crazy about you, silly, and I still am, only you just don't seem to ever
Once, a long time ago, you said you were crazy to learn everything, become someone, didn't you?
Yes, Stephen.
Please listen to me. I'm only telling you this because I love you. Stella, the firm wants to send me to New York to handle the sales department there. I want to go, and I want to take you with me. But I want you to make an effort. I want you to try to be, what you wanted to be. Give up a few things for me and try to adapt yourself.
Adapt myself? Give up a few things? Well, what have I been doing ever since I met you? And I'm getting a little sick of it, too. How would it be for you to do a little adapting for a change? I don't see you giving up anything. And I'll tell you one more thing. I'm not going to New York. I'm certainly not going to leave here just when I'm beginning to get in with the right people.
Now, Stella.
You go on and go to New York. I'm going to stay here. Hey, cut it out. Oh, here, I'll feed you myself.
She sure is getting big. Cute, too.
Isn't she? You know, Carrie, I used to think girls at the mill were crazy when they got married and right off the bat started having kids.
But, honest, Stella, would you want any more?
Sure, if I could have another one like her. Gee, she's been a regular pal to me. You know, since Stephen's been away in New York so much, I hardly know I have a husband. Why, he's only been home 3 times this summer. And then it was only on account of her. He's crazy about her. And who wouldn't be? Now, who's that? Edna? Oh, where is that girl? All right.
Hi.
Why, Ed Munn.
Well, is that all the welcome I get?
Ed, of all people. Gosh, I'm glad to see you.
Well, I'm glad to see you.
Come here, come on in.
Thanks. Stella, this is my friend Charlie. You remember
Yeah,
Charlie?
how are you?
Hi.
Come on inside. Hey, Carrie, look who's here. Well, for heaven's sake.
Hello, Carrie.
Hello, Ed. Hello, Charlie.
Hi. Well, will you get a load of that kid? Has she grown or am I crazy?
Oh, Lolly, darling. You remember Uncle Ed, don't you?
Well, I remember you.
You want something to drink, Ed?
Sure. And if you don't mind, I'll peel this coat.
Yeah, go ahead. You still play the piano, Charlie?
Yeah, I guess so. Say, where you been hiding still? I haven't seen you.
Oh, gosh, Ed, I haven't been out of this house for 2 months.
Huh? You been sick?
No, but Oh, I don't know. I don't seem to get any fun out of a good time anymore. All the time I'm out, I'm thinking of her and what she's doing and how soon I can get back to her.
Well, here's hoping I'll always be around at the right time.
Oh.
Say, can I pick the kid up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, ho, ho. Come on, dear Uncle Ed. That's a girl. Oh, come on. Well, what's the matter? Ain't you got a great big smile?
Oh, of course he has. Come on, darling. Smile for Uncle Ed. Come on. Come on, Lolly, darling. Smile.
Look at those noses.
Hello, Stephen.
Hello, Stella.
Oh, you remember Mr. Munn.
How do you do?
And Carrie Jenkins?
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Well, I think I'll be getting along.
Oh, all right.
That's a fine baby you got there, Mr. Dallas.
Thank you, I think so.
I gotta be going too,
Me too. Just a minute, I'll see you to the door.
Forget it. We won't get lost. Well, so long, Stella.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Brown.
Well, Stephen, sit down.
Stella, I can't have our child living this way.
Oh, what's wrong this time?
It's not just this time. It's every time I come.
What do you mean? Because there was a couple of drinks? Well, what's wrong with that? Coming in here with that icebergy way of yours.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but she's my child, too, and I won't have this. I haven't wanted to take Laurel away from you, but it's...
Take her away from me? What are you talking about?
Here, darling, come to your
How
daddy.
dare you say such a thing? Give it to me.
Darling,
Give it to me, I say.
Stella, please, you mustn't do this.
Get out of here.
Stella.
Get out, I say. Oh, did he frighten Mummy's little girl? Don't you cry. Mummy's right here. Mummy won't let anybody hurt you. Yes. Oh, darling. You're here with Mommy, and nobody in the whole world is ever going to take you away. Nobody. Nobody.
Before continuing with Act Two of our play here in the Lux Radio Theater, let's drop in for a moment at the publicity office out at one of the major studios. A publicity man is in conference with a very charming young lady, one of Hollywood's leading fashion editors.
You mean girls are going to look more girlish than boys this year?
Yes, that's it exactly. For instance, they're using richer furs, and the lines of coats and dresses flow more. They're more graceful. The whole idea is to create a softer effect.
Oh, I think that's a lot of rot. Men don't want women to be soft anymore. They want them to be able to take it.
That may be so, but they do want them to look soft. They want women to wear pretty clothes, keep their hair nicely waved, and to have lovely, soft skin. You men are very demanding, you know.
You're certainly right on complexion. I saw a woman around here yesterday. She had beautiful clothes. Even the hat wasn't bad. But I couldn't go for that complexion.
I feel awfully sorry for a woman like that. If she'd only known about Lux toilet soap.
You hear plenty about Lux soap around here. Most all our stars use it. Evidently, you think it's pretty good, too.
I certainly do. It's the best way I know of to guard against cosmetic skin. You know, actually, lots of women ruin their own looks. They don't remove dirt and stale cosmetics from their pores thoroughly.
Well, we use that soap out home. You know, it works up a swell lather even in hard water.
I know, and it's an active lather that keeps pores from getting choked. And if 9 out of 10 screen stars say that, well, that's the way to keep your complexion soft and lovely. That's all the recommendation I need to use Lux toilet soap, too.
Now, Mr. DeMille.
We continue Stella Dallas, starring Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill. 12 years have passed, during which Stephen Dallas and Stella have been living apart. A few days before Laurel's 13th birthday, Stephen is standing at the book counter of a New York department store. Nearby, a well-dressed woman and her 3 small sons are examining the contents of the toy counter. The woman is Helen Morrison, the girl to whom Stephen was once engaged. She turns toward him suddenly, and their eyes meet with a look of pleased recognition.
Stephen.
Helen.
Oh, Stephen.
I'm so glad to see you.
Oh, and you. Oh, boys, come here, come, please. Stephen, these are my sons.
How do you do, young gentlemen?
How do you do? Oh, this is Mr. Dallas, whom your mother has known for such a long time. John.
How do you do?
Lee.
Lee.
How do you do? And Cornelius.
Cornelius.
How do you do? Con.
He doesn't like to be called Cornelius. I do, too. It was my father's name.
Was?
So Con is the man of the family now, and he looks after us all so beautifully. His father would be very proud.
That's splendid. Nothing but the finest care in the world would be good enough for your mother.
But, Stephen, tell us about you. What are you doing here?
Well, if you mean New York, I'm in business here. If you mean the store, I'm here buying birthday presents for my daughter.
Your daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Stephen.
Wait a minute. I have a picture here of her. Here it is.
Oh, she's lovely. When may we meet her and her mother?
Well, they're not here. You see, Laurel goes to school up near Boston, and her mother spends all of her time with her.
Oh, well, I have so many things to hear and to tell. Can you have lunch with us?
Well, I should be back at the office by now.
Oh.
We'd be glad to have you, Mr. Dallas, if you don't mind carrying your own tray.
John's been saving up for a whole month in order to take us out for lunch.
Really?
It's his treat.
How about it, Mr. Dallas?
Yes, Steve.
Well, I guess I can't refuse an offer like that.
No.
Oh, Mr. Dallas.
Come on, fellas. If you run short, John, I'll lend you a couple of dollars.
Gee, thanks.
Oh, Mother, it's beautiful.
Careful now, don't mash the ruffle. Stand still so I can fit it to you.
Oh, I love the color. It's a beautiful dress, Mommy.
Yeah. Now, I forgot. This goes here on the waist.
Flowers? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. It gives it some snap.
Oh, please.
Oh, Lolly, for heaven's sake, you're just like your father. You want everything as plain as an old shoe.
Plain with all these beautiful handmade ruffles. Oh, just you wait till Dad sees them. He always notices my dresses.
Yeah? Oh, what did he say in his letter? Anything?
Just that he's expecting me during vacation, and we're going to have more fun than last time, he says, because we're going visiting.
Where?
Oh, I guess you know her, too, an old friend, Mrs. Morrison.
Morrison?
You do know her.
Not me. Take off the dress and let me get to work on it.
Watch out for the pin.
Come on now, pull it over your head.
What's going on in there?
Come on in, Ed.
No, Mother, wait till I get out.
Molly.
Say, what is this? The Follies dressing room?
Mother, please.
Oh, what's the matter?
You shouldn't see me like this.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Ed's known you since you were knee-high.
Yeah, and even less than that. Now, what have you got to hide from your Uncle Ed? Come on, give us a kiss.
Mother, make him stop,
Ed,
please.
stop.
Come on now, come on.
No, let me alone.
Molly.
Let me alone.
Oh, Ed, I wish you wouldn't tease her like that. You know she don't like you.
Yeah, I know. But I get a kick out of a young one being so finicky.
Well, is your car downstairs?
Huh? Oh, no, it's in the shop. Why?
Oh, I wanted to go to town. I wanted to get the decorations for Laura's party.
Well, why not go in on a train? I'll tell you. We'll take the kids, see a show, and have dinner.
No, I don't want her to know what I'm getting.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I could show you a better time without her.
Ed.
Oh, gosh, Stella. We have a lot of laughs, don't we?
Oh, I got a pain from it.
Say, Stella.
What?
Stella, why don't you scratch that first entry of yours and give somebody else a chance? Honest, I'd do anything in the world.
Please don't, Ned. It's like I told you. It's not personal, only Well, I don't think there's a man living that could get me going anymore. Oh, I don't know. I guess Lolly just uses up all the feelings I got, and I don't seem to have any left for anybody else.
You got plenty for me, Stella.
Why can't we go on as we are? Gosh, I don't know what I'd have done without you some of the times when Lolly was back with Stephen. You're such a good sport, and such a lot of fun, but...
I guess you know what you're doing.
I guess I do, Ed.
Go back to school, dear.
The car's waiting, Laurel.
I'm ready. Let me have Laurel's bag, John. You'll drop it. I will not.
Don't argue, John. She'll miss her train. Oh, goodbye, Laurel. It's been fun, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Morrison.
We'll be looking forward to your next visit.
I've had such a lovely time. I don't know how to thank you.
Oh, goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Helen.
Goodbye, boys.
Oh, Daddy, aren't they the nicest boys?
I think so. How did you like Mrs. Morrison?
I think she's the loveliest lady I ever knew.
Do you, Laurel? Do you really?
Oh, I mean, of course I mean except my mother.
Good to have you home again.
Oh, I missed you too, Mom.
We'll leave the bag here for a while.
I'm glad will take it.
Gladys? Oh, she's not here anymore. I let her go.
Mother.
Well, what did I need with a maid around?
Mommy, you shouldn't have.
Besides, I was glad to have something to do to help pass the time away. You know what I did, Lolly?
What?
I saved enough money out of her wages to pay a deposit on a fur coat for you.
Mother, you didn't.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're just going to get it right back. I don't want a fur coat, Mother. Besides, none of the girls I met at Mrs. Morrison's are allowed to have them yet.
Oh, no?
Uh-uh.
Oh.
Can I help you fix dinner, Mother?
Oh, sure. Come on.
I'll get an apron.
Say, tell me about this Mrs. Morrison. What's she like?
Oh, Mother, she's lovely. She's sort of, well, she reminds me of a flower that grows up in Maine. All pale and delicate. Strong, too. I don't know what you call it.
Oh, gracious, Lolly. I don't care what kind of a flower she looks like. Is she tall or short, dark or light, fat or thin? How old is she?
Well, she doesn't seem to be any special age. You know, she's like one of those goddesses in my mythology book that way.
Oh, come on now. You can tell whether she's 20 or 40.
Oh, she's not 40. No. Well, I guess maybe she's about 25.
And, how did your father happen to meet this goddess?
No, Mother, it's like a story. Con told me all about it.
Con?
Uh-huh.
Is that her husband?
Oh, no, he's dead.
Dead, is he? Well, that's convenient.
Oh, no, it isn't. It isn't a bit convenient. Because when Mr. Morrison died, he left a whole lot of houses and horses and lots of money and things. And Mrs. Morrison has to look out for them all by herself. You know, she said she wouldn't know what to do without Father to help her and advise her.
Yeah, I can just imagine.
Oh, I just remembered. I've got some snapshots of her.
Oh, no, Lolly, I just want to look at you.
Oh, but, Mommy, I want you to see her. She's so beautiful.
Oh, Lolly.
You'll be crazy about
her. Oh, not now, Laura. We'll look at the snapshots after. And this is one of me and Con. Yeah, hand me that bottle of hair bleach, will you?
Here. And look, this is Mrs. Morrison. You know, the funny thing about her is she's not only beautiful when she's all dressed up, but even when she wakes up in the morning.
Yeah? Well, with her money, she don't have to worry about her looks. Say, are those real pearls she's got slung around her neck?
Mommy, look what you're doing.
What?
You're getting the bleach all over her picture.
Oh, I didn't mean to, Lolly. I'm sorry.
Oh, give it to me. Give it to me.
Molly, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mother.
Merry Christmas!
Oh, Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Oh, please come in.
Where's your mother?
She's getting dressed. When she heard you were coming, Oh, here, let me take your coat.
Now, wait a minute. This package is for you.
Oh, thank you. I'll put it right under the tree.
Hey, that's a beautiful tree, all right. And a very beautiful young lady.
Do you like my dress? Mother copied it from one we saw in the window of a shop in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
You can hardly tell the difference.
It is pretty, isn't it?
It was my best present.
No,
Till you came, Dad.
You darling.
Stephen.
Well, Merry Christmas, Stella.
Oh, Merry Christmas to you, Stephen. Oh, it's good to see you again.
It's good to see you.
Sit down.
Thank you. The place looks awfully nice, Stella.
Will you go to dinner with us?
Well, darling, I came to ask your mother a favor. Stella, I was wondering if you'd let me have Laurel for the holidays this time. I've never had a place for her before, but this time we have an invitation to spend it with the Morrisons.
Oh. Well, would you like to go, Lolly?
Yes. Oh, I mean, that is...
Oh, I think it would be lovely. When would you want us, Stephen?
Well, my train leaves in an hour, Stella. I was hoping I could take her back with me.
Today? Oh, no, not today. I couldn't, Father. Mother and I had something all planned.
Well, yes, we did, but, we could do that any time. Well, all right, come on. We'll have to hurry. You go and start packing your things, darling, and I'll be right in.
Yes, Mother.
She won't be very long.
Stella, I'm awfully sorry. Well, when I see all you've done here and you did have plans, I didn't realize it.
Oh, it wasn't anything really. We were just going to a show and dinner at the Bon Ton. Oh, this will be a real treat for us. Oh, it's been so long since I've seen you. How have you been?
Well, thank you. And you?
Oh, fine.
That's good.
It's too bad your train leaves so early.
Stella, I've been thinking. I don't know why it didn't occur to me before, but there's no earthly reason in the world why you should spend a day all alone just because I've been selfish and thoughtless. There must be a later train.
Oh.
Where's the telephone? Shall we call and see?
Oh, yes. Please. The phone's out here in the hall.
Let me see now. Well, here's the number. Beacon Hill 3700, please.
Hey.
Ed.
I fooled you, didn't I? You put me out of the back way, and I went all the way around and came right in here.
Oh, Ed.
Say, listen, just where is all this company that I'm being kicked out because of? Because I'm going to tell you this. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Dallas. I guess... Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Stella. I didn't mean to... I guess, I guess I'll go now, Mr. Dallas.
He had a little too much Christmas, I guess. He was here a little while ago and brought a turkey, and I had a terrible time getting rid of him. What did you find out about the train?
Well, Stella, I'm afraid it would be too late.
Oh, I see.
I'm all ready. Was that very long, Dad?
Not at all, darling. Goodbye, Stella. I'll take good care of her.
Goodbye, Stephen.
Goodbye, Mother.
Bye.
Oh, thank you for letting me go. Merry Christmas, Mommy. Goodbye.
Lolly. Oh, Lolly.
Hello? Morley and Morley. One moment, please.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I got an appointment with a Mr. Morley, a lawyer. He wrote me, Stella Dallas.
Oh, yes. This way, please. Mrs. Dallas, Mr. Morley.
Oh, come in. Won't you sit down, please, Mrs. Dallas?
Yeah.
Mrs. Dallas, I wrote you a letter, and in it I stated...
You don't have to tell me what you stated. Just tell me what you meant.
Mrs. Dallas, it's only natural to suppose that you should wish to legalize your position.
Legalize my position? Well, I've got a marriage license. Look here, Mr. Morley, what are you trying to give me?
Your freedom. A divorce. Mr. Dallas feels, and I can readily understand why, that you might wish to remarry.
Remarry? Listen, Mr. Morley, let's get down to brass tacks. I haven't the slightest idea of ever remarrying. Now, it don't happen by any chance to be Mr. Dallas who wishes to remarry, does it?
Well, assuming for the moment that it does, surely you could have no objections. Your allowance would be the same. As a matter of fact, Mr. Dallas might even be able to increase the amount he's sending you.
I don't want any increase. Let him keep it and let me keep my daughter.
Mrs. Dallas, Mr. Dallas has no intention of any change regarding your daughter.
Oh, he hasn't. Then what's he been trying to win her away for? Taking her to fine hotels, country places, townhouses, making her dissatisfied with the kind of things I've been giving her. Does he think I don't see what he's after? Well, he'll never get away with it, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to give her the same things. Everything her heart's been set on. Fine hotels, fancy friends, she's going to have them all. Only I'm going to give them to her, and he's going to pay for them. And if he's got any extra increases, he can just hand them over. And if he don't, maybe I'll get a lawyer and bring in the name of that highfalutin widow.
But, Mrs. Dallas...
I won't keep you any longer, Mr. Morley. Thank you very much. Just see that the check is mailed to the same place. That's all the benefits I want.
Station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In this pause between the scenes of Stella Dallas, we take our weekly glance into things intimately Hollywood. This week, we're going to catch a glimpse of the workings of a motion picture studio.
As operations manager of Paramount, our guest is chief of a studio police force of 55 men. He supervises the building of scenery for every Paramount picture. He has charge of the restaurant where the stars eat and controls an army of 2,000 craftsmen representing 125 different trades. It's his business to see that a script girl gets a new pencil or Frank Lloyd an 1870 steam engine. He'll order the construction of a fleet of battleships one week and the erection of a carnival set the next. He's a practical magician who sees that studio ideas become realities. His name is T. Keith Glennon, and he talks to you now.
Thanks, C.B., but there's one more job I do that you didn't mention, a job that makes me feel quite at home here. I've heard a lot of people from Paramount mention Lux toilet soap on this program, but I'm the one who sees that it gets there, especially in the dressing room of the stars. And judging from what they tell me, it is certainly a remarkable soap. However, the real work at the studio isn't done by me, but by the army of 2,000 you mentioned, and the credit should go to the men who directly supervise the activities of these craftsmen. They can make or secure about everything a director can dream up. And believe me, when a director bears down, he can certainly do some dreaming.
Now, that's why we have men like you, Keith, to make our dreams come true.
Thanks. It's getting the unusual things done that make this job interesting.
Like finding that locomotive?
Exactly. Mr. Lloyd needed a genuine 1870 locomotive for Wells Fargo. We finally found what he wanted in Nevada. It hadn't been used for 13 years and was partly dismantled. We bought it, but that only started our problem.
Yes, you could hardly wrap it up and send it home.
Right. We had to get a license from the Interstate Commerce Commission, pass government tests, and secure another license permitting us to operate the engine for motion picture purposes. But without tracks, the engine didn't do us much good. So we made a deal with 2 railroad companies, each of which will operate it for us whenever we need it. It's seen only for a few moments in Wells Fargo, but I'd say our efforts were worthwhile, for already 2 other studios have rented it.
Well, at least I haven't given you that much trouble with the Buccaneer.
Oh, no? Instead of a train, all you asked for was a fleet of warships, a parrot that could talk French, and a dog that could walk the plank, and a few other odds and ends that took us months to find.
And if that aviator doesn't stop practicing skywriting above my set, I'm going to ask you for an anti-aircraft gun.
We took care of that fellow this morning. Paramount, you see, is on a direct line with local airports, which means we can't stop planes from flying over the studio and ruining a certain amount of sound tracks. But a little persuasion with the flying field usually works. Planes don't bother us nearly as much as clouds. Last week, our weather experts reported a black cloud over Pasadena was heading our way and might spoil the light for Mr. DeMille. We warned Mr. DeMille, but it didn't faze him a bit. All he said was to hurry up and head the cloud off toward Long Beach.
And to my amazement, you did it.
Yes, the only request we haven't been able to fill in recent weeks is that of W.C. Fields. We had to supply him with a kiddie car for the big broadcast of 1938, but we couldn't comply with his wish that we carve the wheels out of Charlie McCarthy.
Good night, Steve. Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill in Stella Dallas. Determined to give her daughter everything her father could, Stella took Laurel to a fashionable summer hotel. But Stella's gaudy style and her unpolished manner soon became the subject of amused comment. Laurel asked to leave. On the night train bound for Boston, the unsuspecting Stella lies awake in a lower berth, listening to Laurel stirring restlessly above. Some girls from the hotel come in from the adjoining car.
We didn't think you were going to make the train at all. Did you have a blowout? Yes, I'm sleeping on that Edgar. Oh, I gotta get my breath. Here, sit down. I want to tell you what Ethel told me. You remember that funny-looking woman parading around the grounds this afternoon? No, I didn't see her. Well, if you didn't see her... No, they described. Dressed up to here and painted in thick. Really? Nails on her shoes that tinkled all the time. No. And bracelets up to her elbows. She never put such a sight. Well, anyway... You know who she was? No. Tell us. Laurel Dallas's mother. Laurel Dallas? Oh. I can't believe it. You mean that pretty little girl that they brought us in Russia? But are you sure? She seems so lovely and sweet. I know it. Isn't it weird to have such a common-looking creature for a mother? Poor thing.
Poor nothing. She's wearing the Grosvenor fraternity.
But she won't be wearing it long, I'll bet.
Not when Mrs. Grosvenor hears about it. No.
Your berth is ready, lady.
Oh, thanks, Court. Sure. Tell us more about it. Mother. Mommy. Are you awake, Mother?
What?
Have you been awake?
Me? No. I've been sleeping like a log.
Oh. Oh, Mommy, it's so lonely up there. I want to come down here and cuddle with you.
Sure, honey. Sure, darling.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mrs. Morrison.
Was it in reference
I couldn't
to...
say it's private. I'd have to see Mrs. Morrison.
Who is it, Brooke?
Oh. Are you Mrs. Morrison?
Yes.
I'm Stella Dallas. Mrs. Stephen Dallas.
Oh, come in, please. We can talk in the library, Mrs. Dallas.
Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you in your home, but
Won't you sit down?
No. What I have to say won't take very long. It's just that...
Well, we may as well be comfortable.
I know you must think it's funny me coming here like this. I'm not going to beat around the bush, but what I want to know is if Stephen was free, if I got a divorce like his lawyer wanted, would you two get married?
Yes, we would. Well, I'm sorry if it's unpleasant, but I'd rather that you knew the truth.
Yeah. Well, what I wanted to know is if you and Stephen did get married, well, what about Laura? Would you take her, too?
Oh, no, Mrs. Dallas. I'm a mother, too. Do you think that I could ever deprive another mother of her only little girl?
Yeah, but if the mother didn't want her, I mean, if she couldn't very well have her, if it was inconvenient.
Inconvenient?
Yeah, you see, Lily's growing up now, and she's quite a responsibility.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, you see, it's this way. From now on, there's lots of things Lolly ought to begin having. Oh, I don't mean money, but dances and parties, good times. And really, I've never been much on that sort of thing, so I feel that I've done about all I can for her, and I thought that you being so crazy about her father and she taking after him so much that, well, if you and Stephen got married, why, Lolly could come and live with you, and your name being Mrs. Dallas, you see, why, everybody would naturally think that she was... Well, they think she was your little girl, and when you went places, you see... Well, you see... You're the kind of a mother that any girl would be proud of.
Oh, I didn't know anyone could be so unselfish.
And I'll say one thing, Mrs. Morrison. You'd never be ashamed of Lolly either. Everybody's just crazy about her. She makes a wonderful impression. She's so refined and elegant in her ways, but... Oh, well, you already know that. Anyway, she's crazy about you already. She don't talk as much as she used to, but that's because she thinks I'm jealous or something, and I guess I was a little, but I'm not anymore. And you'll see in a little while she'll forget all about me, and it won't be any time before she loves you just like you are her real mother. And, Mrs. Morrison, she's so wonderful you don't know.
Oh, I do know. And I know that it hasn't come only from her father.
I have to go now. Lolly doesn't know I've come, and I don't want her to yet. She's awful funny underneath, and I thought it all out. It'll be better to just let her come for the visit here like always, and by that time it'll all be over. The divorce, I mean, and then you can break it to her. It'll be easier that way.
You ready for bed, Laura?
Almost. Oh, it's been such a grand evening. I'm so excited.
Oh, your father's coming up to kiss you good night.
I've never seen Father so happy before.
And you, dear, are you happy?
So very for you both. But I've been worrying and worrying about something.
Why? What could possibly be worrying you?
Well, I don't know what to call you.
Oh, that's all. I'm glad. Because I have something that I want to tell you, which I hope will make you just as happy as it has me. From now on, Laurel, you're going to be one of us, really, dear. You're going to be a member of this family like Con and Lee and John. They're your brothers, and this is going to be your home as much as it is theirs.
This my home?
Yes, dear. You're going to live with us.
Live here?
Yeah, the house in town, wherever we are. Does it make you happy, Laurel?
Oh, yes. It makes me very happy to know that you want me because, I do love you all so very much. But I couldn't leave my mother.
Oh, you won't be leaving her, Laurel. You'll visit her whenever you like.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Thank you ever and ever so much,
Laurel, your mother, your father, all of us who love you, feel that now that you're getting older, there are many advantages that we can give you.
I know, and I do thank you, but I'm sorry. Father.
Yes, dear?
Father, you don't mean you thought that I could ever live anywhere without Mother?
Well, darling, you lived without me. Your mother and I are just changing places for a while, that's all. Isn't it fair for me to have a little of what she's had all these years?
But that's different, Father. You know it is. I've been with Mother all these years because I needed her, and now she needs me, and you need me less than ever.
Oh, Laurel, don't say that.
I'm sorry, Laura, if you don't see that what we've planned is for your good. We thought it would make you happy. Your mother and I have decided upon what we thought would be best for you.
My mother, does she know?
We both feel that this should be your home for a while, at least.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father, but please understand. My home will be with my mother as long as I live.
No, darling.
Stephen. Laurel, you don't understand, dear. This was all your mother's idea. She planned it herself. She came to see me, and we talked it all over.
My mother came to see you?
Yes, dear.
When did she come?
Well, I don't know.
Was it just after we got back from the hotel?
Well, I believe it was, but...
Oh, my poor mother, my wonderful mother. Oh, she wasn't asleep. She heard what those girls said. Oh, I must go to her. I must go to her at once.
Darling, tell us about it.
Oh, Daddy, please help me. I can't make my visit here. I want to go to my mother.
Don't, dear, don't.
Hello? Mrs. Stella Dallas?
Yeah, that's right.
We have a telegram for you. Shall I read it to you?
Telegram? Yeah, read it, will you?
It's from Helen Dallas.
Oh,
It
yeah?
says, Laurel is on her way back to you. When she was told your unselfish plan, she refused to accept it. She loves you very much.
Oh.
Will there be an answer to that?
Huh? No, thanks.
Mother!
Molly! Whatever brought you back?
Oh, I've been waiting here all afternoon.
But I thought...
Oh, Mommy, how could you think? As if I could ever live anywhere except with you.
Oh, I thought you'd like it for a while. Oh, really, you always seem to have such a good time with your father.
Oh, yes, but good times. Oh, they aren't what make you belong. It's other kind of times. It's when you've cried together and when you've been through things together. Oh, that's when you seem to love them most. It's different when... But didn't they send the telegram? They said they would.
Oh, most likely they tried to deliver it and I was out. I've been on the go ever since you left. Here, put these flowers in water for me.
Oh, they're lovely.
Yeah, from an old admirer. Ed Munn blew into town. I've been stepping out with him for a change.
Ed Munn?
Yeah, now put him in water. I want him all fixed nice when he gets here.
Mommy.
Well, are you going to do it or aren't you?
You don't mean that you and Ed Munn?
Oh, Molly, give him to me. What's the matter with you? You stand there like you was watching a funeral or something. I got a couple of new records after you left. You want to hear them? Oh, boy, that'll like that one. Oh, Molly, stop it. Molly, what did you do that for?
Oh, Mommy, don't you remember? A long time ago we said... And you promised about him...
Oh, Lolly, I know what you're driving at. Now let me tell you something. I've spent the best years of my life on you. A woman wants to be something else besides a mother, you know. Well, you will know when you get grown up. You can't explain everything to a child. Now, go on, run along. Well, what are you waiting for? Go
Dolly. Oh, God. Miss Laurel Dallas, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Dallas, this evening becomes the bride of Mr. Richard Grosvenor III in a ceremony to be held in the Fifth Avenue home of her parents.
Brooks, is everything ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, but those curtains, Brooks. I told you they weren't to be drawn. Open them, please.
I beg your pardon, ma'am. But if the wedding is to be held in this room...
Well?
It makes it a bit public, ma'am.
Perhaps. But I want those curtains open, please.
Very good, ma'am. Helen,
Yes, dear?
is that for her?
Yes. She'll be out there, watching from the street. I know she will.
You're sweet, Helen.
I've got to go see Laurel. Laurel, are you almost ready?
Yes.
What's this? You're crying. Oh, my darling.
I was just thinking. I never really thought that my mother... I thought that she would read about the wedding, even though she was too far away to come. At least she'd write to me.
Oh, my dear. Do you think that if she knew, any distance in the world would keep her away?
Do you think she just doesn't know?
I know she loves you, darling.
Look, there's a window. You can see the whole thing.
Front row seats, huh?
All right. Don't shout. Break it up there. Come on. Break it up.
Looking in the window, sir. You too, lady. Move along now.
Oh, please. Please, let me stay a minute. Just let me see her face when he kisses her, please. Oh.
All right. Now you've seen it. You happy?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our play has ended, but our stars return with Mr. DeMille in just a moment. We just want to mention those who so ably made up tonight's cast. They were Lou Merrill as Ed Munn, Bruce Satterley as Cornelius Morrison, Jack Egger as Leo Morrison, Dickie Jones as John Morrison, Wallace Roberts as Mr. Cooper, Sada Cowan as Mrs. Cooper, Hudson Fawcett as Mr. Chandler, Grace Kern as Carrie, James Eagles as Charlie, Teresa Harris as Edna, Frank Nelson as Mr. Morley, Elia Braca as secretary, Margaret Brayton as Lynn, Joan Taylor as Doris, Margaret McKay as telegraph girl, Mary Lansing as a mill girl, Ross Forrester as Pullman porter, and Alexander Lockwood as a policeman. Miss Stanwyck, whose next picture is Breakfast for Two, appeared through courtesy of RKO Studios, as did Miss Shirley. Another hit film from this studio is Stage Door, starring Ginger Rogers, Katharine Hepburn, and Adolphe Menjou. Mr. DeMille is from Paramount, where John Bowles is now filming The Yellow Nightingale. Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for Lancer Spy. Stella Dallas will soon be heard on the air in serial form. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
Once again, the curtains part for our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, and Anne Shirley. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say congratulations to the Lux Radio Theater on his third birthday. As for Stella Dallas, the picture in the radio play, I'm very thankful indeed to have been in it. But the real honors belong to Barbara and Ann. Barbara had to grow 20 years older and really look it.
And Anne had the job of appearing as a 13-year-old girl. And I think even Anne will admit she's a little bit more than that.
Well, I didn't have to use much makeup to look 13, but poor Barbara had to go around loaded down like a moving van.
But I loved it. Chiefly, I suppose, because it was such a fine character part.
While I've changed, I've been accused of aging players without resorting to makeup. I think our listeners would like to know, Barbara, just what we do to add 15 or 20 years to a player's appearance.
Well, it's all a matter of upholstering the hips, stomachs, and ankles. It's done with cotton padding, and it makes you feel a bit like a football player. The pouches I had under my eyes, the lines and wrinkles on my face were done with paint and brush, and so were my hands. I put sags in my cheeks by stuffing my mouth with rolls of cotton, just like the dentist uses when he says, this is going to hurt us just a little. Yes, if you happened to see me in the picture, you'd swear I never was near a cake of Lux toilet soap in my life. I certainly looked awful.
But don't you worry, Mr. DeMille. Barbara wouldn't be without Lux soap for anything, judging from the way I saw her use it in her dressing room. Neither would I. I think it's grand.
And you'll find Lux soap in my home, too, just as you did on the set. For a nice, smooth complexion, there's nothing like it.
And again, about Anne's age, it may interest you to know that although she played the daughter of Barbara and me in the picture and on the radio, she isn't old enough to vote yet.
Yeah, still, she's been in pictures much longer than either of you. 17 years.
That's because I started off as a baby.
She's had 4 names.
Yes, I was born Dawn Paris, then I changed it to Dawn O'Day, then to Anne Shirley, and last August I acquired the name I like best of all, Mrs. John Howard Payne. Thank you all, and good night. Good night.
And now a word about next Monday night. Picture a young husband. Picture a young husband who quits his job to turn writer. A young wife who becomes a dancer in order that he may eat while waiting for success. Then you have the premise of that sophisticated comedy of modern times, Up Pops the Devil. One of our brightest hits when it played on Broadway, and a great success on the screen. The play comes to our microphone next Monday night, starring Fred McMurray and Madge Evans. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Madge Evans in Up Pops the Devil. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas in Dark Victory.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our play for tonight, Dark Victory, an inspiring play of a surgeon and a girl. Fate tried to separate them. Love brought them together forever. We want you to know how sincerely we appreciate your enthusiasm for this program and our products. Your purchases of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, which enable us to bring you these productions, tell us in the best way possible that you like the Lux Radio Theater. Headline tonight, are Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas in Dark Victory by George Brewer Jr. and Bertram Bloch. Our guest is Miss Nina Roberts, hairstylist of Hollywood stars, and Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. Our producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille, is unable to be with us tonight. As guest producer, we're happy to welcome back, through courtesy of V.P. Schulberg, one of the screen's outstanding celebrities. You've heard him before on this program in both this capacity and as a dramatic star. A great actor, a genial host, a splendid gentleman. We're proud to present Mr. Edward Arnold.
Thank you, Melville Roig, and good evening, everyone. I considered it one of the greatest compliments I ever extended me when last January I was invited to the Lux Radio Theater to take the place temporarily of Cecil B. DeMille. I feel still more flattered and grateful to have been given that honor again, though I sincerely regret the occasion of Mr. DeMille's absence. But illness overtakes even the best troopers now and then, and while I know my regret is one you all share, you'll be happy to learn that his illness is not serious and that DeMille will be back with us next week or the week after, producing the Lux Radio Theater as heretofore. I'm particularly happy working with two such charming and important people as Barbara Stanwyck and Melville Douglas. Miss Stanwyck may not know it, but she's assumed a major importance in the Arnold household, being the idol of my 13-year-old daughter, Jane. The love of my daughter's life happens to be horses, and ever since Miss Stanwyck acquired a ranch in the San Fernando Valley and began raising fine horses, Jane's invariable greeting when I come home is, "When are we going to get a ranch like Barbara Stanwyck's? Hello, Pop." When it comes to off-screen activities, I have a little more in common with Melvin Douglas. We're both pretty fond of good music, both have wives who are singers, and at present, Melvin and I are hard at work in a drive for the Symphony Society of Southern California. Miss Stanwyck comes to us from 20th Century Fox Studios, where her new picture is called Always Goodbye. Tonight we hear her as Judith Cahearn. Mr. Douglas, who plays Dr. Frederick Steele, is a Columbia Studios and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star and is now at work with Louise Reiner in The Toy Wife. Our curtain goes up. The Lux Radio Theater presents another outstanding Broadway play, Dark Victory, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas. A country cottage on the north shore of Long Island. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. In the darkened living room, a telephone jangles wildly. From the hall comes Dr. Frederick Steele, a robe thrown hastily over his pajamas. He switches on a lamp over the desk and lifts the receiver.
Hello? Yes? This is Dr. Steele speaking. Who? But I'm a brain man. Well, I haven't been taking any calls down here. I'm on a vacation. Have you tried Dr. Parsons? Oh, I see. I thought he'd be back by now. Of course, I'll come if you think it's important. What's the name, please? What's the matter with her? She had it long? All right, I'll be there as soon as I can.
Dr. Ellis?
No, Mr. Hearn, not Dr. Parsons. There's another one coming, Dr. Steele.
Steele? Who is he?
Judith, what kind of a hostess are you? Come and join the party.
Leslie, please, Martha's sick.
Oh, she'll be all right.
Well, I'm worried about her. Leslie, see if you can keep them quiet in there, will you? And for heaven's sake, turn off that radio.
I beg pardon, Mr. Hearn. Dr. Steele is here.
Thank you, Harvey. See what you can do, Leslie. Dr. Steele?
Good evening.
I'm glad you could come, Doctor.
Thanks. I've been wondering if I came to the right place.
Oh, you mustn't let the noise confuse you.
I'll try not to. Where's the patient, please?
It's Mrs. Blaine. My maid will show you to a room. This way, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'll be up in a few minutes.
It just came on me all of a sudden, Doctor. I had a pain here. Then I got dizzy just like that. And then I don't know what happened. I feel a little better now, though. But I'd feel terrible if I thought I couldn't ride tomorrow. We're having a hunt, you know.
Really?
Riding to hounds. Oh, you think I'll be all right, don't you?
Yes, I think you'll be all right. Excuse me.
But aren't you going to prescribe something?
I'll take care of it. Good night.
Well, Doctor?
Did I leave my hat in here?
Are you going already? How is she?
Oh, she'll be all right with proper nourishment and care, and if my advice is followed to the T. I dare say she'll be able to ride to the hounds tomorrow.
I see. And what is your advice, Doctor?
Don't give her any more to drink.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Doctor, but I didn't know.
It's all right. She's like a lot of women of your class, stomachache cases. Does your right eye always twitch like that?
Only when I'm flirting with someone. Good night, Doctor.
Good night. Lots of luck tomorrow. I hope you catch the fox.
Judith, we're way off.
What's the difference?
Well, they've all gone down the road.
We'll cut across the field and meet them. I'll race you to the fence, Leslie.
It's the go.
Come on, Stardust, come on.
The rail's up. We pass right through.
First one through the gate.
Keep to the left or you'll miss it.
Oh, stick to your riding, Leslie.
Over this way. Bear to the left.
I know where I'm going.
You're too far over. You missed the gate.
Come on, Stardust, come on.
Judith, for God's sake, you're going right for the fence.
Come on, come on.
Judith, look out for the fence. Look out, Judith. Judith, are you all right?
asked you a question, Judith. Won't you answer me, please?
What is it, Doctor?
Did you take the medicine I prescribed?
Yes.
Did it do you any good?
Yes, I told you it did. Why do you keep after me all the time?
Because I'm not satisfied with your condition.
Well, I am. I'm all right, I tell you. I had a bad fall. It didn't kill me. I'll get over it.
You had that fall almost 4 months ago. You should be over it now.
Well, I might be if you'd stop feeding me pills for a few days.
Now, Judith, look at me. I saw you into this world, my dear. I only want to keep you in it, in health.
I'm sorry, Dr. Parsons.
Now what about those headaches? Do you still have them?
At times.
When did you have the last one?
I don't know. Yesterday, I think. They're nothing. I've had them before.
Before? Before you had the fall?
Yes.
Judith, I want you to do a favor for me, will you?
Well, what is it?
Now, please don't refuse me. I want you to go into New York with me. I want you to see a man there. A doctor I have great faith in.
Oh, Dr. Parsons.
Now, please, Judith. I just want to satisfy myself that everything is all right. Now, will you do it? For me?
Very well, Doctor.
Good. I'll go and call him now. I won't be long. Hello? Hello? I want to put a call through to New York, please. Yes. Dr. Frederick Steele.
I tell you, Parsons, I can't do it. I told you on the phone I couldn't do it.
Oh, but you've got to help me. It's important, Steele. This girl
I
is
don't care who she is. I can't see her. I quit New York practice. Closed my office yesterday. I'm leaving in about 20 minutes. Why don't you get Findlay?
Findlay's in Europe.
All right, then get Park.
I don't want Park or any of the rest of them. I know better than I am. I want you.
Can't be done. I'm leaving for Vermont.
Very well. It's going to be a little embarrassing for you.
Embarrassing? Why?
Because she's out there in your waiting room. I brought her with me.
I see.
Now, Steele, you're always crying out about the sad lot of humanity. Well, there's humanity waiting for you in that room. You can't turn your back on it.
All right, Parsons, you win. I'll see your patient.
Good.
But I'm still leaving here in 20 minutes.
Come in, Judith. Judith, this is Dr. Steele.
Dr. Steele? How do you do, Doctor?
Oh. Mr. Hearn, isn't it?
Yes.
You know each other?
Slightly, yes.
Well, that simplifies matters considerably. I'll wait outside, Doctor.
Sit down, Mr. Hearn.
Thank you. I had no idea you were this Dr. Steele.
I had no idea you were that, Mr. Hearn. Does it make any difference?
Not to me.
Fine. I know something of your case, Mr. Hearn. I understand you had a fall.
Yes.
I also understand you don't like to talk about your health.
I don't?
Why?
It bores me, that's all.
Most people love it. Is that light from the window too strong for you?
No.
But your right eye seems to...
It's, just the same little failing, Doctor.
Oh. How old are you, Mr. Hearn?
I'm 27 years old, an only child, an orphan since I was 20. I weigh 115 pounds. I've had mumps, measles, and whooping cough, all at the proper ages. Shall I go on?
Please.
I'm interested in horses. I take plenty of exercise. I smoke to excess, but seldom drink. I'm said to have a sense of humor.
Your headaches must interfere with that.
I see you have my case history.
They're pretty bad, aren't they? Those headaches.
I can stand them.
Mostly on the right side.
Yes.
How'd you happen to fall from your horse?
We were riding for the gate. I misjudged the distance and missed it. My horse didn't clear the fence.
How far to the right of the gate were you?
They tell me it was about 15... How did you know it was to the right?
I guessed it.
Clever of you, Doctor. About 15 feet. I suppose you think I got what I deserved.
How do you mean?
Oh, that night you came to the house, you had a great contempt for the pastimes of the idle rich.
Oh, I was a bit cranky that evening. You must make allowances for the hour.
But you have a contempt for them?
They don't appeal to me, that's all.
Well, it's the only thing I know. What does appeal to you? Just your practice, I suppose.
No, that least of all.
You seem to be doing pretty well.
Too well. It comes a little too easily, this feeding sugar pills to a Park Avenue clientele.
Oh, I know. Stomachache cases.
Yes, you can call it that.
It sounds awful.
It is.
Then why do you do it?
Because, like you, Mr. Hearn, I'm caught in the swim.
Oh, Doctor, what a relief to find out you know better than I am.
But I'm leaving my practice. Clearing out.
Retiring?
No, just the contrary. I'm going back into medicine.
That's a little deep.
Well, I'm going to a remote village in northern Vermont to be a country doctor.
Oh, yes, I remember now. But why? And why Vermont?
I was born there.
Oh, it's just sentiment then.
If you like.
All the same, I think I envy you. It must be swell to believe in what you're doing.
Don't you?
No, not the way you do. Oh, I'm not complaining, take it all in all. They dealt me a very good hand. I'm young. I have no particular responsibilities. I won't cultivate them either. I'm freer without them. I'll probably marry someday. No hurry about that. And when I do, I'll build a house on a ridge I know with a glorious view. I'll have my horses, and with luck, I'll have, about 40 years of it. I think that's a pretty good setup.
Do you? That light is in your eyes, isn't it?
I wish you wouldn't keep harping on that. There's nothing the matter with my eyes.
But you're squinting.
I'm not squinting.
I'll pull down the shade. That's better.
Suit yourself at your office.
What did you do yesterday, Mr. Hearn?
What?
Yesterday, what did you do?
Why, I went to the theater in the afternoon. I played bridge in the evening.
But yesterday was Tuesday. There were no matinees. You're sure it wasn't the other way around?
Oh, yes, I guess it was.
What was the play?
Well, I can't remember the title. It wasn't very good.
Too bad. How'd you come out at bridge?
Let me think.
Quickly.
Well, I can't remember.
You lost, didn't you?
Yes, I lost.
How much?
How can I remember? I played bridge every day.
You've been losing a lot lately, haven't you?
Yes.
Playing badly?
I suppose so.
Forgetting what cards are out. Must have been bid.
Why do you ask me all these silly questions?
I told Dr. Parsons I'd try to make a diagnosis.
Then all this talk. You've been examining me, haven't you? Watching everything I say, every move I make.
Yes. Do you mind?
Well, I guess it's all right.
Thank you.
Well, what have you discovered?
I don't know. I'd like you to put yourself in my hands for a few hours to make a complete test. Would you do that? Will you?
Oh, I'm going to surprise myself. I'll do it.
Steele, I thought you'd never finish.
It took a little time, Doctor.
You've missed your train, of course.
Train? Oh, yes.
Well, how is she? Did you find anything?
She has everything to live for, hasn't she? Money, position, everything.
What's the matter? Well, don't stand there looking at me like that. What is it?
Glioma. Brain tumor.
Good God. Where?
Temporal and parietal lobes. She has a right visual defect.
Is it, can we operate?
Yes.
Will you do it?
Yes. Probably won't help much.
She'll be an invalid?
No, there'll be a recurrence in about 10 months. A short period of blindness. That'll be the signal.
The signal?
For the end.
Oh.
She'll die within 10 months.
Starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas. In a few moments, our stars will return in Act 2. During our brief intermission, we are going to give you an opportunity to determine your movie IQ. That is, to find out how well you really know your movie stars. A young lady is going to read some sentences which don't seem to have much significance. But hidden in each is the name of a famous screen star. Just the last name. See if you can spot it. Listen carefully, and remember, it's only the last name you're to watch for. Let's go. First sentence.
She's a blonde. L is not her first initial. I'll repeat that. She's a blonde. L is not her first initial.
Did you get it? That's Joan Blondell. She's a blonde. L is not her first initial. Oh, Mary, maybe you'd better read that just a little bit more slowly. I can see some people in the audience straining to think.
Surely, Mr. Ruick. Sentence 2. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter. Now I'll say that again. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter.
That was easy. Claudette Colbert. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter. Sentence 3.
On payday, vistas of joy confront us. Here it is again. On payday, vistas of joy confront us.
Now that's not quite so easy. Davis. Betty Davis. On payday, vistas of joy confront us. We named 3 of the loveliest, most charming women in Hollywood. Joan Blondell, Claudette Colbert, and Betty Davis. They each represent a different type of beauty. But about complexion care, they all agree and use Lux toilet soap regularly. And they give you another tip. We use Lux toilet soap as a bath soap, too, they say. They find this soap with active lather a sure way to protect the daintiness that is so essential to feminine charm. Its active lather removes perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt, leaves the skin really fresh, perfumed with a delicate fragrance you'll love. And now, Edward Arnold.
We continue with Dark Victory, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas. With a strange willingness which she herself did not understand, Judith placed herself in Steele's hands and underwent the difficult operation. But she still doesn't know that her cure is only temporary, that certain death is waiting for her before a year is gone. In her hospital room, she's propped up in a wheelchair by the window, gazing up at Steele, who stands in front of her.
And I'm going home in a week, you promise?
I promise.
Oh, I'm glad. It'll be grand to be home again. There's so much I want to do.
You'll have to go easy, Troy.
Oh, I will. What about riding?
Well, not for a while.
But soon.
I hope so.
You'll come to see me, won't you? Of course you will. You're going to come often.
I'm surprised you want me.
Oh, I've forgiven you, Doctor. Everything you said. I'm feeling very noble just now.
Are you?
Mm-hmm. I guess everyone feels that way after flirting with death. Was I brave, Doctor?
You were very brave. You'll always be, I think.
Thank you. I like to believe I was, anyhow. I'd like you to feel I was worth the trouble.
Trouble?
Dr. Parsons told me you were planning to leave the morning I came to you.
Oh, that was nothing.
I just want you to know that I appreciate it. That I'm grateful to you. You know, it's funny, I never had faith in anyone before. Not real faith like I have in you. What have you done to me, Doctor, besides effecting a cure? What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking you'd better go back to bed. You've got a lot of resting to do before you leave here. I'll drop in again in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor. Give him a good rub down, Michael.
Yes, miss.
How are you, Martha?
I'm stunned. Is this really you?
Yes.
Well, Alice told me you were out riding. I thought she'd been drinking.
Did you just get here?
10 minutes ago.
Oh, you must be the first. Come inside. I've got a lot to tell you.
Who else is coming?
Oh, it's a big weekend. Harker, Les Clark, the Cards, Mabel, Jerry Levitt for you, and Dr. Parsons.
To lend a medical flavor.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Martha.
Anyone else?
Well, I mentioned Fred Steele, didn't I?
You very pointedly did not.
Well, he's coming, of course.
I've rather bitter memories of Dr. Steele. He's very rude.
Oh, he's not really. He's marvelous when you get to know him.
You seem to know him quite well.
I'm trying to.
You've been pretty hard hit, haven't you?
I'm in love with him.
And he? That's always the first question one asks.
I don't know. He's so hard to see into. Oh, he's conscious of me. I affect him pleasantly, and he may be in love with me. But if he is, he doesn't show it.
Why couldn't the Spaniards or the French have landed on Plymouth Rock instead of the Puritans?
Well, he enjoys being with me, I know that. And he's opened my eyes to a new world. He's the first thoroughly fine person I've ever come close to. What's the matter?
English is your common tongue. What else have you in common?
Oh, don't joke about this, Mom.
I'm not joking.
If I married him, I could teach him.
Well, my pet, get him if you can, and my blessings. Only, remember the man who went hunting with a butterfly net and routed out a panther.
A panther? Yes, that would be just the thing for my farm.
Farm? You have no farm.
Oh, but I might have one of these days in Vermont, darling. expect you until dinner time.
I thought I'd come early if you didn't mind.
Oh, I'm glad you did. We can have a talk before the crowd gets here. Sit down.
I'd like that. I may not see you again for quite a while.
Why, Fred? Oh, you mean you're going to Vermont?
I'm leaving tomorrow.
So soon?
It has to be sometime.
Of course.
How have you been, Judith?
What? Oh, fine.
Let's have a look at you. No headache?
None.
Been sleeping well?
Beautifully.
Appetite good?
Marvelous. You see? I know all the answers.
Good. Now stand with both feet together. Close your eyes. How's the balance?
Perfect.
I find nothing wrong.
There isn't. I rode today.
Oh. How'd it go?
How did it go? I wish I had a gift for words, Fred. For the first few minutes, I was tense. I couldn't forget that day when I crashed into the fence. I saw the whole thing happen again. And then my horse responded. I put him to a hedge. We cleared it beautifully. The fields lay clear and green before us. I was free. And what was better, I was myself again. Oh, Fred, how can I ever thank you?
Well, don't let's talk of thanks.
I owe you so much.
I've been repaid 1,000 times for anything I've done. And I never want you to feel under any debt to me.
I think that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. Are you so generous to all your patients, Dr. Steele?
Judith, you know what I mean.
Oh, perhaps I do, and perhaps I don't. How much of what you say do you ever mean?
I mean that I care so much that I'll be ready to come to you halfway across the earth whenever you call me. Is that better?
You sound so serious.
Well, it was a serious speech.
It had such finality to it. Fred, what's disturbing you?
Nothing.
Yes, there is. Why do you choose just those words whenever you call me?
I was trying to fit the role you picked for me.
Well, you're not telling me the truth, but that's your privilege. I'll get it from you sometime. Perhaps later in the summer if I should see you.
What?
Well, you see, a real estate friend of mine told me last night that I ought to have a place in the mountains. And where do you think he suggested I buy a place? Vermont.
No, really?
Uh-huh. Maybe I'll buy it. Then I can come up once in a while and stand godmother to the babies you bring.
Well, I'll have to arrange for them to be born between your horse shows.
You think it's all nonsense, don't you? My interest in showing horses. But I love it, and I do it well. That's something, isn't it? Oh, I know. But what of the more serious side of life, my child? Oh, don't worry. That's coming, too, when I'm married.
Married?
Mm-hmm.
Are you thinking seriously of getting married?
Why not? Is it unnatural? Look at me. Is it so hard to think of me in love? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Fred, what's happened?
Nothing's happened.
What are you hiding from me?
Judith, why should I hide anything, brother?
Oh, don't evade. You're trying to protect me from what?
I tell you, there's nothing.
That strange, solemn note that comes into your voice whenever we talk about me and my future. I've noticed it before.
You're imagining things.
Oh, don't lie, not to me. What's frightening you so?
Judith, you're frightening yourself.
Oh, I see. I see. This terrible thing in my brain is coming back. It is, isn't it? And this time it's going to... I'll die, won't I?
Judith.
I'm going to die. That's it, isn't it, Fred?
Oh, God, Judith. Please.
I'm all right. Just give me a minute. Light a cigarette for me, will you? Thanks. I'll have those headaches again and that awful confusion.
No, you're not going to suffer again. That's all behind you now.
How will it come?
Quietly. Peacefully.
God's last small mercy. I'll have no warning. No chance to be ready.
There may be a moment, near the end, when you won't be able to see quite as usual.
You mean I'll go blind first?
Just for a moment. Then you'll be perfectly all right again for a few hours.
Fred, how long have I? A year? 8 months? 6?
Possibly more. Judith.
I'd rather you didn't touch me just now. Do you mind? I think I'd like to be alone, Fred.
Why?
I won't do anything reckless. I want to be alone, Fred.
Mr. Hearn, about...
Mr. Hearn can't see you now, Harvey.
Well, it's about dinner, sir.
There'll be no dinner tonight. Tell the guests that.
No, don't tell them anything, Harvey. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Yes.
Judith, you can't do this. You're in no condition to...
Please, Fred, it can't make any difference one way or the other, and I want to do it this way.
Pretty gay, aren't they? What are you doing out here, Steele? You want to be inside with the young people.
I'm doing the same thing you're doing, Parsons. Watching her.
Yes. Strange, isn't it? That girl in there, so full of life, so entitled to live, and a contemptible, meaningless organism puts a period to it. It's rather a bitter commentary on advanced medicine.
She'd be the first to tell you that. She's found out.
What?
She knows she's going to die.
Good God. How did she find out?
I told her this afternoon.
You told her? Oh, how could you?
We won't go into that. She caught me off guard. She was thanking me for saving her, talking so hopefully of her future.
How did she take it?
You know how she'd take it. Magnificently. But she's a lonely girl. She'll be lonelier now.
She has courage. Thank God for that. She has friends, many of them.
Friends? Those chattering fools in there, do you think they can help her? One word from me and they'd run from the house like rats.
Steele, you wouldn't.
No, I won't tell them.
Where are you going?
To be entertained, Dr. Parsons.
Oh, come in, Dr. Steele. You're just in time to hear the punch. Stop it. You'll be sent home.
Without her supper?
Without her supper. Because of one little story. Oh, one of your little stories, yes. Oh, you know, Judith, my suspicions of you are right. You're not sophisticated at all. Actually, you're a woman who's destined to be a mother and to have loads of children. There's Oscar and Judith and Peter and little Frederick.
Why don't you shut up?
What? Dad. It's all right, Martha.
It isn't all right. Judith isn't well.
I am. I'm all right, I tell you.
Will everyone please get out?
No one is getting out.
Judith, I want to speak to you. Will you come outside, please?
I'll be right back, everyone. That was rotten of you, Fred.
It was the only intelligent thing I've done today. I'm not going to stand by while you put yourself through an ordeal like that.
What do you want me to do? Sit upstairs by myself and think how in 6 months...
This isn't the time to face people who expect you to be gay and happy.
I would have carried it off tonight if you hadn't interfered.
And then what?
Then? Nothing.
You're wrong, Judith. There is something. Something more important than you think. You can find peace.
Oh, he takes away my life and offers me peace. You left me too much for peace. 6 long months. Oh, God, how long they seem.
Now, give yourself a chance, Judith. Don't try to adjust yourself to this thing. All in a minute, you can't do it. You're only going to make it harder for yourself if you try. Judith, trust me. I'm your friend.
Too much, my friend. Oh, much, much too much. Oh, I'm talking in riddles. I dislike people who evade. But suppose I don't like myself. What of it? It'll be that much easier 6 months from now. Must be horrible to die loving oneself. I'm shocking you.
No.
Disappointing you, then.
No.
Well, why do you stand there and say nothing? Your eyes searching me, your mind, that beautiful scientific mind judging me. Well, what do you think of this exhibition? What do you think now of your calm, brave Judith who went into the operating room without a tremor?
What I've always thought of you. I only want you to have the same faith in yourself that I have in you.
Oh, you've never had faith in me. You thought there were too many bad spots. You dislike my world. You despise it. Well, thank heaven for that world now. At least my friends will help me cram my days and nights to overflowing.
You mustn't tell them, Judith. Don't ever do that.
No, I don't want sympathy. I want action. I want to move, to live. The night shall be filled with music. I'll put on a good show, believe me, and I'll be satisfied with that for my epitaph.
No, you won't be. You're too vital a person to be satisfied with that. There's the truth, and you've got to face it.
The truth is I'm going to die in 6 months. There is no other truth.
We all must die. The tragic difference is that you know when. And we don't. But the important thing is the same for all of us. To live our lives completely.
The doctor talks.
Because I know that you want so much more than your friends can possibly give you. Because I want you to find some measure of fulfillment.
Fulfillment? Haven't I been dreaming of fulfillment? Hoping and praying? Fulfillment? Oh, you fool, you poor fool. Can't you see? Don't you know? I'm in love with you.
Judith.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that. It was unfair of me.
Judith. I never
Oh, it doesn't matter, Fred. It would have been much worse if you'd loved me, too. I know you don't think there's a place in your heart for love, and now I can never teach you. Never. Never, never. That's a terrible word, isn't it?
Judith, I'm taking you away with me.
Yes? Why?
Because you need my help.
Still my friend. Oh, go away and leave me alone. I can't rise to your height. I only wanted you to hold my hand. You can't even do that. You're no good to me. You're no good to me at all.
Sit down, Judith.
No, I'm not in your office now. You can't do that to me. Why don't you see? You'll only stop me living the few hours left to me. My friends can lift me out of this, but you mean defeat, futility, and death. Always and always that, and I won't have it. I won't let you spoil what's left.
Judith.
I want you to go away. I want you to go and stay away. I don't want to see you again. Ever.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With the second act of Dark Victory completed, and with the third act to come in a few moments, we go from the serious mood of our play into a lighter vein. We devote this brief intermission to a meeting with another backstage Hollywood personality who helps make motion pictures what they are. She is Nina Roberts, chief hairstylist of the United Artists Studios. Miss Roberts has been parting the hair of glamorous stars for 12 years, starting with Mary Pickford and Norma Talmadge. At the moment, she's working on the Walter Wanger production, Algiers. And the efforts of her 20 assistants are seen in such recent films as The Adventures of Marco Polo, Stella Dallas, Stand-In, and The Goldwyn Follies. In the latter film, Miss Roberts achieved the distinction of giving Master Charles McCarthy his first shampoo, Finger Waving Marcel.
And I've been picking splinters out of my fingers ever since, Mr. Arnold.
Didn't Charlie feel like a sissy getting his hair done?
Indeed not. He was a little scared that his scalp might warp. But apart from that, he didn't open his mouth.
Well, probably because Edgar Bergan wasn't around. But why, Miss Roberts, was it necessary to operate on Master McCarthy's curls for the movies?
Because the picture was done in Technicolor, Mr. Arnold, which demands much more attention to detail than black and white films. And here's a fact that might be particularly appropriate. Each star in the Technicolor picture uses special Technicolor makeup. Before this makeup is put on and when it is taken off, you will find that the stars make generous use of Lux toilet soap. They prefer it because its active lather makes it such a fine complexion soap. A soap that removes stale cosmetics thoroughly.
Oh, we're glad to hear you say that, Miss Roberts. A fact like that should be interesting to the women in our audience who also use Lux soap. Now about hair. From my casual observations, the present mode seems to have come directly from the history books. The modern girl apparently wants to look more like a page boy.
Right you are, but the page boy bob is now at its peak. which means another style will soon replace it, the pompadour. You'll first see it in modified form, with the hair swept up the back of the head and curls on top in the form of paillettes or ringlets. Hair will be worn sleek and tight to the head, so it will really look bobbed, and women will once again reveal the fact that they have ears.
Well, there are many types of girls and faces in our audience, Miss Roberts. Would you make an attempt to distribute a little specific advice?
You name them and I'll try.
Well, let's begin with the general classification of brunettes.
Good. Dark hair usually looks best when it's sleek and well-groomed, because dark hair around the face usually shows a definite hairline. Blonde hair doesn't show a definite hairline, and therefore usually looks better curled.
Very good. Now, what about the girl with a round face?
She should wear her hair drawn smoothly from the forehead and a soft knot in the back. In the evening, a high dress will subdue the roundness of the face.
Now, the girl whose nose is a trifle larger than she'd like it to be.
She should avoid both the high hairdress and a lot of waves on the top. She should keep a flat hairline, the head, and fullness at the sides, in the form of curls or waves.
And for those who wear glasses?
My suggestion is never wear the hair pulled away from the face. A softly waved hairdress with some fluffiness around the temples is most becoming. And speaking of fluffy hair, Mr. Arnold, did you know that Lux toilet soap makes the head grand as shampoo? And we use it at the studio all the time. But getting back to girls with glasses, they should choose hats with widely flaring brims, never off-the-face hats or turbans. You'll find all these types on the screen. So watch the pictures not only to see specific examples, but also to learn what's new in style. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Roberts. Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas in Dark Victory. It's late October. 4 months have passed, and Judith is living desperately, cramming a lifetime into a few short weeks. But she finds no satisfaction in her mad existence, no relief from the gnawing thought that her days are numbered. She's in the car now, on her way home from a late party.
Faster, Leslie. Oh, you can go faster than this, can't you?
Maybe I can, but I'm not going to try.
Well, what are you doing?
We're stopping. You might not care about your neck, but I'm very sentimental about mine. Now, don't you think we ought to turn for home, Judith? It's almost dawn.
Well?
You ought to get some sleep.
Sleep? Oh.
What's the matter with you? What are you doing to yourself? You can't go on this way much longer.
No, I can't.
Well, then why don't you stop? Everybody's talking about you.
Not you, Les.
Oh, not me, no. But I don't like to see you throwing yourself around. Not unless you throw yourself at me.
Would you like that, Les?
Judith, what is this?
You can kiss me if you want.
Judith, I never knew you could be like this. What's got into you?
Oh, it's no good, Les.
Judith.
Let me go. Let me go, please. Oh, you were right. I can't go on this way. I can't die like this.
Die? What are you talking about?
I'm going to die in 2 months, Leslie.
What?
It's as certain as the night is passing now. You're practically holding a dead woman in your arms. Does that frighten you? It is rather repulsive, isn't
Judith,
it? That's why I've been living as I have, so cheaply, so stupidly. But it's over now. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Where, Judith?
Oh, away from home. It's as far as I can get. The stars are so bright, aren't they? It's been a grand autumn, with all the colors. The old year puts on a fine show near the end. That's what I have to do. I have to learn how to die. I'll go home now, Leslie.
Good evening, Jenny.
You're late tonight, Dr. Steele.
Yes, I had to stay at the Fraser's house longer than I expected.
It's after 9 o'clock.
I know. I saw the train pull out as I came by the station.
You're tired, aren't you?
I haven't thought about it. Maybe I am.
Well, I don't like your looking so tired.
Oh, don't worry about me, Jenny. And don't fuss. Remember, I'm not in the second grade any longer.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, so am I, Jenny. Don't pay any attention to me. I'm all right.
Oh, I thought coming back here would, well, it'd make everything different. It hasn't. You're not contented here, are you?
No, nothing's ever complete, Jenny. There's no such thing as perfection. I've learned that.
You didn't used to think so.
But I've learned. You see, I came very close to it once, Jenny. Almost to the thing itself. I held it in my hand. But there was a little flaw, and because I couldn't compromise, I lost it.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Good night, Jenny.
Good night.
Who is it? Who's there? Judy. Judith, darling. Darling, it's cold. Come in.
I came to you, Fred. I came to you after all.
Oh, Judith, darling. Here, sit down. Are you all right?
Yes.
Give me your coat. How'd you get here?
I walked.
You walked from the station?
There wasn't any taxi. Fred, I've got to speak to you.
No, not tonight. Let it wait until tomorrow.
No, I've got to tell you now. I've come a long way. You'd better hear me.
All right, go on.
I've done what I said I would, Fred.
Yes.
Everything was no good. It didn't work, Fred.
I was afraid it wouldn't. I should have brought you with me. I failed you, Judith.
No, I failed myself. But last night I reached the end, so I've come. I won't demand much. Your strength can help me face myself.
Oh, darling, I'll give you so much more than that.
I don't want more. I wouldn't know what to do with it. Now.
I love you, Judith. I want you to marry me.
Fred.
I want you to marry me, Judith.
You do. You really do. Oh, that's very precious.
I'm lonely, too. I need your companionship and your love to make me whole again.
Oh, darling, be careful. We mustn't make it harder for ourselves.
No, you're still afraid that I'm just your friend.
No, I'm not. You do love me, and I'm grateful. But it's too late. A shadow's fallen on my earth. It mustn't fall on yours.
But, darling, it's been falling since time began. Even as we speak, the earth is shouldering eastward. Come here, darling. Between now and now, there's been birth and the passing of life, sunset and dawn, weariness and answering sleep. And your shadow is mine. And your victory over it, that's mine, too.
I must never interfere with your being a doctor. Your kind of a doctor. You must promise me that. It must be part of our bargain together. Oh, I want to help you. I must give you something of me that will live on in your work after I've gone. When I've done that, I shall have done everything.
I understand. I promise, darling.
Jenny, we have a deficit for the month of $43.17.
That's splendid, Mrs. Steele. As I recall, it was over 100 last month.
At this rate, we'll soon be living within our income.
No, don't tell the doctor. He won't even mail out his bills.
Oh, Jenny, who did collect the bills before I came?
The patients collected.
And still doing it, some of them. Here's John Hunter with a bill of $8 rendered 4 months ago.
My dear, if John Hunter ever paid a bill, the entire country would rock on its foundation.
I know, and he's such a kind man. He looks just like a horse. I'll take her. Hello? Yes? Montreal? Well, Dr. Steele isn't here. Is it person to person? I see. Well, he ought to be home soon. All right. An emergency call. I don't like that. Oh, Jenny, they wouldn't call him to Montreal, would they?
It's possible. You mustn't fret every time he goes out of the house.
I know. I grudge every minute he's away, every second.
Well, then you shouldn't have married a doctor.
Oh, please don't say that.
I didn't mean it, ma'am.
Jenny, what was he like when he was a little boy?
Who?
Dr. Steele. Was he a nice little boy?
He was not. He was nasty. All little boys are nasty.
Oh, he wasn't.
Oh, very well, then, just as you wish.
Oh, dear, I wish it wouldn't cloud up like this.
What?
I don't like it getting overcast so suddenly. It means a storm.
Storm? But the sun's out. Well, it's bright out today.
Oh, it was, you mean. It's getting dimmer every second. It's getting so dark,
Jenny, what is it? What is it, Mrs. Steele?
Nothing. I'm just dizzy.
Well, sit down here. Yeah, sit down here. There. Is it all right?
Yes. Yes, it's all right now, Jenny.
Oh, you frightened me, ma'am.
Oh, it was nothing. And Jenny.
Yes?
You mustn't tell the doctor. You mustn't. Do you hear?
Oh, but
do you hear, Jenny?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Montreal? Hello, I'm waiting for a call from Montreal. All right. Hello, Platt? Steele speaking. Do you want me? Oh. Yes. Is the skull fractured?
Fred.
Shh, Montreal. Well, what are the chances? Well, no one very sick at the moment, but anything might happen. No, not from what you say. No chance unless you operate. Yes, it is. Very delicate. Yes, I've had good results, but
Oh, you must, Fred. You've got to go.
Wait a minute. But, darling, it means at least 3 days.
But you must. You can save a life up there, Fred. Tell him you'll go.
Hello. How about the trains? Yes, I can make that one. All right. Goodbye. There's a train at 6 in the morning. But I don't like this, Judith.
It's all right, Fred. Believe me. Almost time, darling.
I know. Decent of you to sit up with me. I'll have to leave in a few minutes.
Yes.
I don't see why Platt can't get someone else up there. There are plenty of doctors in Montreal.
But none like you, darling. I was going over your books last night.
What'd you find?
Oh, certain debts owing my husband that cannot be paid.
Not one that you haven't repaid 1,000 times.
Have I really been a good wife?
You've been a wonderful wife.
Oh, I've loved it so every minute. How can I make you understand? Fred, look out there. Out of the window. Somehow it's been like that. Shining and quiet.
It's deep winter.
Deep winter. And behold, snow was upon the earth and silent. And all things had been fulfilled that were to be. And there was no emptiness under heaven.
Judith, dear. If anything should happen... Oh, my God, Judith.
Shh, darling. I walked to the mill dam yesterday.
I haven't been there lately.
Oh, we must go soon.
Yes.
There's snow on the evergreens.
Is there?
Fred, I found out at last. What it means to live up here. Why you wanted to come back. You must never leave here, Fred. You must go on living here. Always. You'd better go now, darling.
I'm not going, Judith. I'll call Platt and tell him.
Oh, darling, come here.
No, I thought I could, but I can't.
Fred, remember our bargain.
No, words, that's all. I didn't know what they meant. I didn't know what I was to lose. It's my life now. Mine, this little time in all my life, and then to have it taken away from me. My wife, whom I love. I can't stand it. There's a limit to what a man can bear.
Fred, we had just 1 minute together. Look at me. I was never to fail you or keep you from your best. We've had our love, and we're complete.
Nothing can hurt us now, for what we've had can never be destroyed. That's our victory. Our victory over the dark. And it is a victory because we're not afraid.
Thank you, darling.
And you'll never look back?
Never.
Hold me close, darling.
Oh, God, I'll hold you this way forever.
Forever is now. Isn't it?
Yes. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Good luck. My
Good luck.
darling.
Mrs. Steele, is the doctor gone?
Yes.
He left this piece of paper with me. It has the address where he's going to be. He said in case you needed him.
Give it to me, Jenny.
Yes, ma'am. But, Mrs. Steele, you're tearing it.
I'm not going to need him, Jenny. Because someone else needs him more.
Who needs him more?
Someone who's going to live.
Slowly the curtain falls and our play, Dark Victory, is ended. And now let me observe one of the happiest customs of the Lux Radio Theater by bringing back for a curtain call Barbara Stanwyck and Melvin Douglas as themselves.
There are two things in particular, Eddie, for which I want to thank the Luxo people. And Dark Victory is certainly one of them. It's such a grand play to me because it presents a down-to-earth problem that might confront any of us. But more than that, it proves that a kind of happiness can be found apart from the usual boy-gets-girl variety. It also shows that when you're faced with a situation which you're helpless to change, that you can be happy through honest acceptance of facts and by making the best of circumstances.
That's an admirable philosophy, Barbara. I'd like to add just a little to what you've said, a word about doctors.
Oh, you should be able to do that, Melvin. You came pretty near to becoming one yourself.
Well, the nearest I came at it was to serve for a while in the Army Medical Corps. But there are times, as Doc Victory's pointed out, when surgeons and doctors are quite helpless to aid materially certain conditions. But they're constantly seeking. And little by little, they're constantly finding. For all we know, in some obscure laboratory, a doctor at this very moment may be making a tremendous discovery. Believe me, it's rather heartening to realize that in these troubled times, there are men who forget color and race and creed in a battle for all humanity. But, Barbara, you said there were two things for which you were grateful.
Yes. I want to go on record once again for the product behind this program. I'm sure if all our listeners could come to Hollywood and see how popular Lux Soap is in all the big studios, they'd realize how much we depend upon it as it keeps our complexions exactly right for the camera. I always use Lux Soap at home, too, for the very excellent reason that, to me, it's the finest complexion care in the world.
Coming from you, Barbara, we're especially glad to hear that.
And now, Eddie, what about giving us another one of your recipes? I understand that poem of yours on how to make sauerbraten was quite a sensation.
Oh, I can do other things besides cook.
Really?
Oh, yes. I've been doing a bit of vocalizing, singing.
Well, I know you're just begging to be asked, so go ahead.
Well,
what are you going to sing?
Won't exactly be singing. It's a sort of a recitative,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it was written by Franklin P. Adams and set to music by my friend Richard Hageman. He's the noted musician, composer of Kapenzaki, and former conductor of the Metropolitan. It's called Rich Man, and Mr. Hageman was brave enough to come here tonight to play it for me. Are you ready, maestro? The rich man has his motor car, his country and his town estate. He smokes 50-cent cigars and jeers at fame. He frivels through the livelong day. He knows not poverty or pinch. His lot seems light. His heart seems gay. He has a cinch. Yet though my lamp burns low and dim, though I'm a slave for livelihood, think you that I would change with him? Ha! You You bet I would.
Actor, poet, musician, Eddie, you're wonderful. Good night.
Actor, poet, Oh, well, what's the use? Good night, Eddie.
The play you will hear next Monday night is The Drama of a Hunted Girl, our radio adaptation of that highly successful film, Mary Burns' Fugitive. Filled with excitement and romance, it's the story of a small-town girl who thinks she's in love with a man who later turns out to be a ruthless gangster. How real love and sanctuary finally come to Mary Burns provides an hour of great radio entertainment, especially when our stars will be three such superb and popular performers as Miriam Hopkins, Henry Fonda, Mary Astor, and Lloyd Nolan. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Miriam Hopkins, Henry Fonda, Mary Astor, and Lloyd Nolan in Mary Burns' Fugitive. This is Edward Arnold wishing you all good night.
Currently seen in the MGM picture Archie of Past Return. And in the Columbia film, there's always a woman. Mr. Arnold begins work shortly on the Columbia film You Can't Take It With You. The screenplay, Dark Victory, is owned by Selznick International Studios, producers of the recent Technicolor picture, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for Shirley Temple's new picture, Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the National Columbia Broadcasting System.